Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins are on a roll. They've won 5 games in a row. They're on an 8-game point streak. They beat the Chicago Blackhawks pretty securely yesterday. 6-2 is the final score of that one. Second game of 3 in this homestand that the Penguins have is going to be played tomorrow at 3:30. Penguins play the New York Rangers, so Mike Sullivan and his struggling Rangers come back to Pittsburgh to play the Penguins. Penguins right now in the standings. They are firmly at the top of the Metropolitan Division. They have 65 points. They're in second, tied with the New York Islanders. The Washington Capitals are the next closest team in the standings. Capitals have 59 points. They're in fourth among teams in the Metro. The Hurricanes still lead the division with 71 points. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. It comes up next. You are listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30-plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Imagine the pain of a Charlie horse cramp all over your body that you can't get to go away. Or trying to walk, run, speak, or even eat, and your muscles won't do what you want them to do. It's what it feels like to live with a disease called dystonia, a chronic brain disorder that robs people of the ability to control their own bodies. I'm Chris Mack of 93.7 The Fan, and my son Braden lives with dystonia. With your support, though, the Dystonia Medical Research Foundation continues to fund research toward advanced treatments and hopefully one day a cure. For more details, visit dystonia-foundation.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you could get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
My goodness, I've been shocked awake this morning by the weather. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan in the Morning Show at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. There's some sports to talk about, that's for sure. We'll get there, but I can't ignore the state of the weather right now because I think Mother Nature is putting in her best effort to freeze hell over with how cold it is. And not that we didn't expect this, the forecasts were quite accurate in predicting the snowfall from this past weekend and the below zero freezing temperatures this weekend. I mean, thank goodness it's Friday, but it is minus 4. It is 4 below zero right now in the area. I mean, geez. Like, it was so cold that, like, I had my defrosters on in my car, and as my car started to warm up on the drive here, like, I could hear the windshield, like, almost, like, cracking. Like, there's just a sheet layer of ice in front of my windshield that just started cracking. Like, it's bad. Now, thankfully, when the sun comes up, it should get to a very warm 7 degrees outside. Right? What's the high today? I think it's 14 degrees. Yeah, 14 degrees today is the high. So if you're out right now, though, I mean, goodness gracious, I'm praying for you because I was just out there and it's no good. It is no good. I can't remember the last time it was this cold and this snowy. Look at the same time. It's like I can't even. Adam's talking about me in there, by the way. I think I'm hearing him talked about something I did yesterday at work, and he's talking very loudly, so I got distracted there for a second. Ranting about the weather. Give me a call, though, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. We got plenty to talk about as it relates to the Penguins. They're on a hot streak. They're on a 5-game winning streak, and they're doing good. They're the most exciting team in town right now, I would say. It's almost like they're chasing the Metropolitan Division lead. They're keeping as good a pace as they possibly can with the Carolina Hurricanes right now. The Hurricanes, the first team in the division to get to 70 points. They're at 71 right now. And the Hurricanes are one of only 3 teams in the 70s. The Penguins have made it to the mid-60s. They're at 65, and they are playing solid hockey. I actually got sad yesterday. I thought I read a score report wrong because I didn't watch the game, but I was getting notifications on my phone of the scores, and I was checking out highlights from my phone last night, and I thought at one point it said, like, Blackhawks 6, Penguins 2, and I was like, oh, damn, they're going to lose. But I guess I misread it because then I saw the final score tally, and I'm like, oh, wait, they're actually winning. Huh. Okay, good. So it's good to see. They're on a 5-game winning streak now, and they're solid. I mean, the only thing I worry about with them is this break coming up, this Olympic break. Sometimes a break can be good for teams. Sometimes a break isn't good for teams. I don't know how the Penguins will respond. Of course, time will tell. That's just one concern of mine is that when you're on a hot streak like the Penguins are, when you're playing good hockey, taking a break sometimes can ruin a flow. Let's just hope that that's not the case because right now they're playing extremely solid hockey and they've got a solid game plan. They've got a solid roster right now. They've got a lot of great players that are contributing to the success of this team and the rebound of this team. So I'm happy with that. Hopefully the break doesn't ruin the mojo there. The Pittsburgh Steelers are hiring a bunch of coaches as well. There was a report out there that that they've got another coach that's coming in, and it's a guy that used to coach for the Green Bay Packers. There are reports out there that the Steelers are going to hire this O-line coach. They're interviewing him for the job right now. Scott Tolzien. They plan to interview. So I mean, and then there's a bunch of reports out there about other coaches that are about to get hired, about to get interviewed, what have you. I'm just baffled. Like, I'm like surprised and not surprised. Like Art Rooney II saying that he wants to win now and whatnot. Like that's understanding that that's his mentality, and then looking and seeing, okay, Mike McCarthy's getting hired, and then a bunch of other, former Green Bay Packers coaches that had associations with him in the past are going to get hired by the Steelers as well. Like that doesn't really excite me. I mean, he worked with Patrick Graham, right, who's expected to be the defensive coordinator of the Steelers in the final stages of getting on the team. You know, they coached together for 1 year in Green Bay. This O-line coach has coached in Green Bay that they're interviewing now. It's just like I don't want the late 2010s Green Bay Packers coaching staff. On the Steelers, I just don't. Adam's distracting me this morning. He just said O'Harry, and I don't know why he's saying things like that. But he's distracting me now. So we'll move on. I'll take a phone caller on this. 412-928-9370. What do you think about the Steelers coaching staff, how it's developing, how it's forming? 412-928-9370. If you want to react to the Penguins as well, I mean, they're doing great. They're a team that certainly deserves a shout-out because, like I said, they are the most exciting team in town right now. Let's take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Ted.
Good.
Hey, real quick about the Steelers. It shows that Art Rooney II is scared and he's cheap. Look, in case anybody doesn't know, the Steelers are all rebuilding. They're just not telling you.
Yeah.
Until you find a quarterback, you can forget it. It's a young man's league. I really don't want to see a 43-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Remind me of that movie Concussion. Guys that stay in too long, it's just a matter of time before they get creamed and carried off on the stretcher. Aaron Rodgers was lucky last year. I truly don't see he's going to last a full year. I wish somebody would talk to him. He got married, and it's time to hang it up, buddy. I can't see a 43-year-old playing in today's NFL.
Well, thank you for the call. Appreciate it, Ted. I appreciate the perspective. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers does things unconventionally, so I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I can't see a 43-year-old playing now because he would be the one that would try. That being said, I don't want him back either. Like, I think that he gave his best effort last season, and I think that the state of the Steelers, in these modern times, has overshadowed how well of a season Aaron Rodgers actually had. I mean, he had some good games. He made some mistakes. I viewed his quarterback play, though, as mostly positive. When he was on the team, he got the Steelers to a winning record, and he brought the offense together in a way that made them feel more coherent than in years past. That's not to say that I think that now he's the solution or that he was the best option or that he will be the best option. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if I'm addressing a quarterback over 40, if I'm analyzing a quarterback over 40, and you want a neutral perspective, ignoring the state of the team or any other factors, Aaron Rodgers himself gave a good effort playing for the Steelers last season. So I don't want to, poo-poo him entirely here. I don't want to say that I'm not going to be one of these people that says that he sucks or he did suck or he will suck. You never know. I mean, he plays a decent brand of football still, even in the latest stages of his career. All that being said, I don't want him back. And I'm with Ted. I won't say hang it up, buddy, but I'd be more gentle. I'd sit down Aaron Rodgers. I'd say, hey, Aaron, maybe it's time. But at the very least, your time's up in Pittsburgh. Doran and I were talking on the morning show yesterday a little bit about who we would want at quarterback, which here's another Green Bay Packers retread, but I said I would take Malik Willis for $10 million, or if they get him for less, get him for less. But I'd say I would sign him for $10 million. No, Doran estimates he's going to get closer to $20 million annually, which I would say is too much. But I would be confident signing a guy like that who's available to run the team over Aaron Rodgers. Doran thinks that Aaron Rodgers is the best available quarterback, though, which is also the kind of the scary part, is that when you think about it, like, Aaron Rodgers might be one of the Steelers' best options, and at the very least, I think that the Steelers view that Aaron Rodgers could be one of their best options. I mean, there are insiders that we have here at the Fan that we talk to, and and they say that, some of them say that Aaron Rodgers will be back. Like, calm down, stop complaining. One of them told Donnie Football on the PM team the other day, calm down, stop complaining. Aaron Rodgers is coming back. I'm not, that doesn't excite me. And I would complain about it if it did happen. I would go on a rant. Because what are we doing here if not just creating the Green Bay Packers from before? This is not exciting. Got a YouTube chatter. I can't even really read that username. There's a lot of letters and numbers. But he says, you talk like coaching fraternity is extremely vast. I get it. I guess that's a point. There's just other guys out there. There are other coaches out there. Now, Nate Scheelhaas, upon further review, has never called plays at the NFL level. Being a passing game coordinator, he's not the play caller. So for them not to hire him, it's like, all right, that's okay. And I'm even okay. Part of me has come to terms here with the Mike McCarthy hire. If he can work in some fresh ideas, but all these coaches coming together and all of them having some ties to Green Bay, it just makes me think, all right, I mean, is this just going to look like the Green Bay Packers from Leighton McCarthy's tenure there? That's what I don't want. Because then it makes me think that, the Green Bay Packers from McCarthy's later tenured years didn't really win much. I mean, they were a number one seed at one point and didn't win in the first round. It was bad toward the end of Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers' careers there. I know Rodgers spent an extra year than McCarthy did, but an extra couple years there. But that's just what I don't want. Is I don't want the Pittsburgh Steelers to turn them what the Green Bay Packers were, because again, the same thing's going to happen. I feel like if you've got the same Green Bay Packers team that did similar things where they had their underachievements, or they struggled to, win in the playoffs toward the end there, or struggled to even make the playoffs. My biggest fear, and I've been saying this the whole week, my biggest fear is that the Steelers are going to win 9 or 10 games again this coming season, and we're all gonna complain after the Steelers lose a playoff game in the first round again, and we're going to be like, all right, cool, wow, this is terrible, what's going on? I'm trying to avoid doing this again next year. And that's why I talk about these things, and that's why I complain now, because I would rather complain now than complain when we have another lost year. Although Art Rooney II believes that if you make the playoffs, you're in the Super Bowl automatically. That's his vision. Okay, well, we make the playoffs, we got a shot. That's not a wasted year. Which is just odd mentality there. Still baffles me that he said that. But I'm complaining now so that I prepare myself mentally for next season, where we go into a playoff game and it's like, oh, cool, yay, here we go, Steelers, and we all do all the songs and stuff, and then they lose miserably in the first round again. Got another YouTube chatter that says, I don't agree with picking up Willis. To me, it's another Fields experiment. No, I want an experiment, though. That's the thing. We know what we're going to get from Aaron Rodgers. We're going to get solid but frail play from Aaron Rodgers, who might continue to be on a decline. It might get worse, being that he's going to get older. Right? He's going to get another year older coming into this next season, and who knows how he's going to play then. He was fine as a quarterback this past season. He was not the best, and he's not the future of the Steelers. Other than the potential mentor for other quarterbacks, what is he? Like, I want experiments. I'm okay with experiments. Because at least from experiments, if you perpetually play the experiments, you either bring the best out of them or you have a good enough sample size to determine that that guy is not the guy. So if I could choose between Malik Willis or Aaron Rodgers, that's why I would choose Malik Willis, because I want the experiment over the underwhelming guarantee. That's why I want Will Howard to play, for the same reasons. You got a sixth-round quarterback. See what he's about. See what he can do. And if he can't do it, play him the whole season and have overwhelming evidence. Have a season's worth of evidence to determine and prove, hey, he's not good enough. I'm not saying, and somebody just posted on the YouTube chat, Will Howard is the truth, which is funny. I'm not even saying that he's the answer, but figure out if he's the answer and then go into the next draft, in the 2027 draft, and be like, all right, we know. At least we know Will Howard's not the guy, or at least we know Will Howard's good enough to be a backup, but we need the guy, and he should come from the draft. Like, I'm tired of – it's not Aaron Rodgers' fault either. Like I said, he played fine. But he's not the future of the Steelers. And I don't think he's going to play well enough to win them a playoff game next season. That's why these conversations are so important now. Like, mentally prepare yourselves for this next season, because if Aaron Rodgers does come back and you've got the Mike McCarthy string of coaches, I would beg to differ that they're not going to do much differently than they did last season and the season before and the seasons for the last 9 of them. That's all. Something fresh, usually trying something different yields different results. And again, whether they win at an extreme rate or lose at an extreme rate, at least it won't be a 9-10 pretend playoff team. I mean, every argument that I have surrounds, I just don't want them to win 9 or 10 games again and barely make the playoffs. Every argument I make surrounds avoiding that reality. All right, I got callers on the line, 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. You can get a phone line as well. Take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod. None of these coaches they're hiring are overwhelming me. Like I told you about the guy from Jacksonville's defensive coordinator when he was the Miami Dolphins linebackers coach, giving that speech about kicking somebody's butt. And those guys were, fired up. None of these coaches are doing that for me. And also, too, if they bring Aaron Rodgers back, then it's mediocre football. That's that B-rated movie again you're going to watch over and over again, and I'm tired of that. And then if they do bring Rodgers back, I would like Steeler Nation to make sure when they show up for the draft, instead of saying fire McCarthy, I think it's the time to boo, the Rooneys. And maybe because they got a lot of holes in this team. In this draft, I don't like none of the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Except maybe the kid from Indiana. After that, I don't like any. So fill the holes now and let Will Howard play. And then if you do screw up and you're bad, terrible, then, you get your like you said, get your next quarterback. I'll listen to your thoughts. Have a good day. Always nice to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Rod. 412-928-9370. Yeah, that middle point's one I want to emphasize as well, because that's what I've been saying that this week as well. I don't want to see the hashtag fire McCarthy. I don't want to hear chants fire McCarthy. It's not his fault. He wanted a job. He got a job. And I truly believe, based on the reaction in his press conference, the tears and the passion he had for the city, that, he wants to win and that he will do his best to coach this team like he knows how and bring them to some relevancy. That being said, if he if they make the playoffs and lose in the first round again, or if there are signs this season where they lose games that they really should have won, don't chant fire McCarthy. Like, the scrutiny should be directed at ownership and the general manager. Although I'd actually blame Art Rooney II more because he's the one that went up and said, hey, we don't want to waste a year. Why would we rebuild? Why waste a year? I mean, we've got a good roster. We can contend now. We can always contend. If you make the playoffs, you've always got a shot to win the Super Bowl. Like, it's him. Like, it's the mentality of the ownership right now. Like, that's the thing. So if you're going to blame anybody, if you're going to direct your frustration at anybody, the scapegoat's gone. Mike Tomlin's out. He's resigned. The Steelers have moved on. If you want to direct your frustration anywhere, direct it at ownership. Because it's not McCarthy's fault. So don't be mad at him. I mean, 412-928-9370. We got this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Pat from the North Hills.
Good. What's up?
I've been listening to you forever, my friend. Enjoy that your show is great. I don't know where you're coming from today, because what I saw from last year, second generation Steeler ticket holder, and I saw we didn't have a number 2 receiver, and I saw that Aaron worked with what he had for a period of time, and then he helped bring a couple people in that when he thought they were going to be in a certain place, they were. I think with 12 draft choices and McCarthy's track record, I think we need to give him a chance. And I just usually haven't heard you from this vantage point in the past, and I just wanted to bring up that I thought that Aaron's understanding of the game, the time he spent with McCarthy in the past, and if they get a number 2 receiver and tighten up the line offensively with his offensive expertise, I think you got to give him at least a chance. And I just think that there's more positive than negative from what I see. I just wanted to express that opinion with you as we drive here this morning and talk.
How cold is it out there? Where are you going?
I'm on my way to a clinic. I'm a physician, and I think that it's registering under, looks like it's -1. But I got the heater on in the car.
Yep.
So life is good.
Well, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I appreciate the perspective. Stay warm. Everybody stay warm. Right now in the general Pittsburgh area, it's 3 below 0. So, and it felt like it outside when I was coming in this morning. I sprinted to the door. I mean, I don't know if a jacket could save you. You maybe need 2 this morning, or maybe a sweatshirt under the jacket. It ain't warm. It ain't warm for sure. So anybody out there braving the elements, I respect you. And I respect that last caller there. I like the perspective. I get it. It's cool. I mean, if you think Aaron Rodgers is good enough and can link well with this team, if they get a number 2 receiver, or if you think that Mike McCarthy is the factor that can bring out even better attributes from Aaron Rodgers another year into his career, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say you're wrong, or you're gonna be wrong. I don't think the same way, and I think that there's going to be a different outcome, but I can't guarantee you're going to be incorrect. Maybe there are factors going into this that could possibly mean that Aaron Rodgers could do better based on how the team is constructed around him, with the different coaching staff, with a better second wide receiver. Maybe a shaped-up DK Metcalf who won't venture off into the stands and have an altercation with a fan, right? Like, maybe the things will be different this season because it is McCarthy and it's not Tomlin. Who knows? I'm going to lean towards saying that Aaron Rodgers won't play well enough to have this team do anything differently than it has over the past 9 seasons. That's all. My perspective comes from, I want to see younger players get in so that we know what those younger players are about, so that we can so that the Steelers and us as fans can evaluate how they play and where their trajectory may be in their careers. But if we just keep playing Aaron Rodgers, you're delaying the future by one season with the hope that Aaron Rodgers will get this team close to a Super Bowl. And I just can't say that right now, the way the roster is constructed with the hypothetical Aaron Rodgers being signed again and being the quarterback of the team, like I still can't see different results. Like unless McCarthy comes in and does some magical coaching thing that really does extract the best from this roster. Like I think they're shaping up to go 9 or 10 wins in again. 9 and 8, 10 or 7. Spoke too fast there. They're on a trajectory to go 9 and 8 or 10 and 7 again next season. If they do that, like I'm not overly confident in this. So that's why when I talk about, very specifically too at the quarterback position, if not like any other position as well, younger players getting in can give you a large enough sample size to see who's good enough right now, who's not, and then you've got a better idea of what holes you need to fill going into a draft where there is a pretty solid quarterback draft class. Or what seems to be shaping up like a quarterback draft class. It could be good for picking. It could get the Steelers their franchise guy. But all the best teams in the NFL right now have who they believe is their franchise guy. And Aaron Rodgers is just not going to be that for the Steelers. 412-928-9370. Now, that caller's point, I mean, maybe there's something that could happen where, again, if you get a number 2 receiver, which that is true, that's something that they lacked last season. They lacked committing to a number 2 receiver. There was no real second guy that you could sit there and think to yourself, yeah, that guy can be relied on. That guy's the guy. So maybe if you get Rodgers back and you can find another receiver that's your solid number 2 to pair with DK Metcalf, maybe things will be different. I'm not inclined to think so. I think that they need more help than just that, but I get where you're coming from. So that last caller, I understand the perspective for sure. I get it. There's not a whole lot right now that's exciting me about this team. I also listened back recently to the remember when Justin Fields got traded for, and I don't know if you remember specifically that I hosted a segment that night as like a reaction show, an impromptu reaction show once the news was revealed, where Justin Fields got acquired for the conditional 6th rounder. And I listened back to that a little bit, just for fun. I was searching through an archive of stuff I've done here at the Fan, and I listened a little bit, and I remember part of my opening monologue too was that I wanted, I was going to be pessimistic about the Steelers, and I told myself that there's nothing they could do that would make me optimistic. And then they traded for Fields and they signed Russell Wilson, and that turned me around. And I was thinking, like, you poor fool. 2 seasons later, they still haven't won a playoff game, even with, that big move. And I bring that up to bring this up and to say that I don't want to be persuaded again. I don't want to be fooled again by what the Steelers do. Like, I can't help but tell myself now, like, I don't know what they could possibly do this offseason that would make me believe that they could do better and get beyond. And I've yet to see that, but I actually have a little bit more faith this season. Like, I'm open to being persuaded more now that there's a new head coach in place, that some acquisitions that they could make could actually bring them different results. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be winning results. I would rather have them lose extremely than finish in the middle again and get bounced in the first round if we do the same thing again and again and again. I don't know what they could do, but I'm a little bit more open-minded this season now with McCarthy as head coach. I'm a little bit more open-minded to see like what they could do outside of the quarterback position, like getting another wide receiver or bolstering other weaknesses on the team. I'm a little bit more open to seeing what they could do, and I'm a little less stubborn like I was in the past couple seasons. But if we keep doing again, on the other side of it too, if Aaron Rodgers comes back, I'm just going to see that as them picking a safe option and an option that won't really expand what I truly believe that they can get out of some of the next generation of players that are coming through. 412-928-9370. I got time for one more caller. So let's take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, my name's Glenn. I'm in the car driving home. Harry, I always enjoy listening to you on my way home.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is our future. I don't think he's going to play any better being a year older. I think he's one hit away from being done at his age. I would say play Will Howard, see what you got. If you go 3-14 or 4-13, and I would trust Mike McCarthy a lot more than I would have trusted Mike Tomlin to draft our next quarterback. That's where I'd like to see us go.
All right, thanks for the call. And with that, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam and Doran is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruiser checking reports now of an accident. This is on the ramp from the inbound Parkway north to East Ohio Street on the north side. Watch out for a possible delay there. Meanwhile, the parkways east, west, north, and Route 28 all pretty much up to speed for you as you're heading into the city of Pittsburgh. Crews working on the right shoulder of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for that westbound possible restriction between the Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley interchanges. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
New year,
Better new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-611-3113. That's 800-611-3113.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews dealing with an accident on the north side, the intersection of East Ohio Street and East Street. That ramp that comes from the inbound Parkway North. Watch for possible delays there as a result. Parkways east and west a little heavy into their respective tunnels. No problems to report on Route 28 or, for that matter, the mainline Parkway North. But don't forget those HOV lanes remain closed till further notice due to the current weather conditions. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online at Awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. Good morning to all of you out there. Good morning to you, Dickerson and Callis. How we doing?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Friday. This week went fast. How are you doing? You were out yesterday.
I'm good.
We missed you.
No, you didn't.
I did. I don't know about Cowman back there.
Cowman?
Cowman, yeah.
I've upgraded to a nickname that's different from Harry.
Yeah, Cowman. I've been calling people like superhero names, like what they would be. Like my buddy Trevor Scott, he keeps the stats for our kids' basketball team, and I call him Stat Man. He's a superhero, Stat Man.
Why is Harry Cowman?
Cowman. Callus, man. Cowman.
Like C-O-W? Or
Cowman.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my
like
God.
his callus.
Okay.
Adam's already annoying me today.
Unbelievable.
Because you talk like nobody else can hear you. Like you're sitting there in the room, like, oh look, I'm da 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 da. Oh, Callis actually sent out the show notes this morning. He sent them out on time. I was reading them.
You could hear that.
Or like I said something, I might have made a mistake or misspoke, and Crowley's like, "What is he talking about?"
I didn't say that today.
No, you didn't today.
I didn't say that today. But that does happen sometimes. What's he talking about? Yeah, I'm just loud. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm really not. I can't not be. It's just who I am. What would I be?
Things just go right back to the like. Look at it.
What would I be?
Quick.
If he's Cal Man.
Carl Man.
But you're talking about me like I can't hear you. Like that's the difference too.
I didn't say anything offensive. I just
what? So I'm starting to do the show notes better now. Everybody's making fun of me for sending them out late, so now I'm starting to send them out earlier and earlier, trying to get a routine in, and you're making fun of me for sending them out earlier than you expected? Is that?
No, he said, what you said that he sent them out early.
Yeah. And I said the weight of the world is probably off his shoulders because I wasn't sitting there.
That was the line.
That's what he said.
That was the line. The way that's
I was
a good thing. He's
making fun of myself more than anything.
Right.
Texter, this new intro song sucks. Bring back Sandstorm. Yeah, so we got a thing going on here because of YouTube and our streaming that we can't play our old music, at least for now. I don't really understand it, but they're doing it for a reason, obviously, and I'm not going to bitch that much about it.
Yeah.
But I get it because I miss Sandstorm too. Man, we're getting blown up on that.
Really?
Yeah. Stop. Bring it back, the old intro. This new one sucks. Yeah, I know. And then it took my energy away. It's Fan Morning Show pre-show.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
I mean, is that an actual? I mean, what song was that? Does anybody know? Like,
it went.
Yeah, I don't. Not into it.
Yeah,
not into it at all. Don't like it.
So, if we were to have superpowers, what would we have? Not which ones would we want, but like, what would Harry's superpower be? What would my superpower be? Yours would obviously be strength.
Yes, or speed. Callus, your superpower would be music.
Real quick. If Harry and I, like for a day, could run as fast as you could in your prime and be as strong as you were in your prime, it would legitimately to us feel like we had superpowers.
Yes. And to dunk, like things like that nature.
Yeah.
Like the little things. To hit a 350-yard drive. Stuff like little stuff that people don't think about. That as strong as I was in AM, yeah, you probably would feel like you did have superpowers.
I'd probably be able to please a woman, too. That'd be incredible.
That could come with it, too.
Did I say that out loud?
I was pretty athletic back in my day. Not born athletic.
Right, that's what we're saying. Like, it would feel different. It would. It would feel a lot different.
Yeah, it'd feel a lot different.
Yeah.
To be able to jump and
run
and
bench press like 500 pounds.
Yeah, lift things.
Yeah.
I actually, when I was in high school, I bench pressed 250. And I was proud of that because I was only like 210 back then.
Is that your PR?
Yeah. I did one rep of 250.
That's got to feel good.
I deadlifted 515 before. That was my high.
That's pretty good.
What did you deadlift?
Didn't really deadlift that much, but I'd definitely be more than my bench. My bench was 500, so.
Jeez Louise. That is insane. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's scary. You have to have 3 people spotting you because if that drops, you're dead.
You're done.
Yeah, It's scary.
Was that Silas Red who it landed on his neck?
That was Stephon Johnson.
I do that all the time.
Stephon Johnson.
He was Penn State? USC. Silas Red's the guy who went to Penn State and USC.
Yes.
Yeah, he transferred before it was fun to transfer, before everyone could transfer. All right, I'm happy we sussed that out.
Yep.
I don't even know what my PR would be on bench.
Right now? Or just in like all time?
It wasn't 250, I'll tell you that.
We got to go to the gym.
I know.
I know. I think that like if you actually train properly, like in your prime, you could probably get 185.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
185.
Yeah.
Which is good.
You should see my brother-in-law. He's tiny, like my wife, like that whole family. But he's a little meatball because he lifts constantly. And he was bragging about his bench press PR, and I forget what it is. It was more than 250. Like, he's just a friggin' monster. A little tiny monster. I have no idea.
275?
Well, he can keep throwing numbers out there. I don't remember. I don't listen to people. I mean, geez.
Well, you brought it up. You brought it up. Like.
I'm just impressed by people who are strong, especially those who come in a small package.
It's easier to be stronger in a small package.
You can put more muscle on your frame, can't you, when you're bigger?
You just don't have to go as far of lifting the weight.
Right.
You know, I have really long arms. Like, it was always hard. It was harder for me. It wasn't hard, but it should have been harder for me because I have long arms. Like, if I was, like, short, stout, like, I don't have to bench press. I just go like this. Boom.
Right.
Boom.
I mean, I'm strong, and you make fun of me all the time.
Harry, you have gotten defensive twice already, and I have done nothing to you. We need to just relax, okay? We need to make sure that we're symbiotic. We're buddies today. I mean, we don't need to get all defensive. I didn't say anything about you.
Yep.
People are putting that on the text line. They're like, "Why is this Harry getting all defensive? We're just having a chat."
He's
like,
trying to rev you up.
Yeah, just relax. Just relax.
You just annoyed me this week. It could be the cold, and that you're just
he's firing. Like, we just started.
I know.
We got a long way to go.
I said, Harry,
you just got back.
Harry, how you doing? I'm already annoyed. Okay, geez.
Jeez.
I haven't even interacted with him.
Well, be quiet during my show.
No, we were playing on our show. Texter, Callis sounds more like PMS man. You see? You see? You have gone from beloved Callis to people are turning on you. You just got to relax. Like, I'm sure, I will guarantee you by 8 o'clock today, I will give you a real reason to be annoyed. But right now, it's too early.
Yeah.
I was even the other thing is, I was saying it sounded really good when you guys were doing the crosstalk. You guys were going back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh, you're shocked that me talking is actually good?
See, again.
Man, he was giving you more compliments than not.
I didn't realize that my wife was producing the show.
Man.
Is that a dig more on your wife?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. One of my best friends from high school, my line on him forever has been, he's so clingy, he's so whiny, that if he were my significant other, I'd have broken up with him.
Mm-hmm.
But because we're friends, he just
hangs around.
Yeah, just putting it.
Yeah, you can put him to the side a little
Exactly.
Calm
I just won't talk to him for a couple
bit.
months.
Yeah, calm down.
And then you get back to, I love this guy, but yeah, you can take breaks from a friend. You can't really take a break from your significant other. No, a break is never, breaks.
Yeah.
They don't work.
No.
Oh, we're separated. Oh,
No.
you know what that is? That's divorce foreplay.
Correct.
Is what that is.
A break is you going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you want a break from your significant other, go to work.
My wife's not she doesn't nag, but I'm really the person who nags more.
No, really?
Yeah.
I can't see that being the case. I know both of you. I can't. Oh, man, you're the one that nags, not her. Wow.
I'm sensing sarcasm.
Shocked.
Texter, if I wanted to hear this bleep, I'd stay at home with my wife. Is everyone just unhappy out there? Is that what it is? Everyone's just not happy with their marriages?
It is 3 below 0, so I could. I'm annoyed by that, too. My windshield was cracking this morning. I had the defrosters on. I could hear the ice crack.
Yikes.
It's cold.
Yeah.
It's cold to the point where you breathe and it hurts your lungs.
Yes, it's unbearable.
You make me feel cold on the inside, Crowley. Now the outside's cold. I'm just miserable.
What'd I make you feel?
You're a nice breath of relief. You got that?
Just a breath of relief.
That's right. You're that strong figure, that nice guy.
I'm a nice guy. Texter, these are fake, and Crowley just make things up. See, there you go. No, I don't.
What's fake? What's fake?
PMS man. It's real. It's in there.
Shooting tampons. Pew, 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 pew.
There's a leak in the dam. Who do we call? PMS man.
I'm here to save the day. Here's a tampon slingshot.
I don't really want to necessarily take it in this direction, but I'm fascinated by the tampon.
Why? It is literally what it is. Why are you fascinated by that? It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. There's nothing really to it. I mean, come on. There's nothing to it.
I hate you so much today. That didn't help.
I mean,
that's it. Of all the things I've ever said on this show, that's the thing you want to. That's the thing you want to.
Fascinated by that. Why? I don't want to know why. I really don't. I want to move on.
You ever tried one on yourself before?
I don't have a vagina.
I want to move on. Fascinated. Goodness. Why are you fascinated?
I thought you wanted to move on.
I'm intrigued, but like I want to move on at the same time.
Texter, Crowley and Harry are like Tommy Boy movie. Chris Farley, David Spade.
Yep. That's as close as it gets.
Those two, one of the best dynamic duos in cinema history. Those guys are the best.
Yep.
I'd say I'm going to watch Tommy Boy this weekend, but I won't. There's too many good shows. The Pit came out, new episode. You watching The Pit?
No.
It's good.
I heard it's really good.
It's really good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's tough to move on from the tampon thing, isn't it?
Sure.
It's like I just
who else are better dynamic duos? And
dropped a dead fish right here in the middle of the show.
Like, what are we supposed to do with that?
The crew of guys that did like Beer Fest.
Yes.
That's a good crew.
They're good.
That's a good crew.
Super Troopers, they did.
Yep.
Arnold and Danny DeVito was good back in the 80s and 90s.
Yes.
That made sense. Then they tried to redo it with The Rock and Kevin Hart. It's basically the same thing.
The commercials where Kevin Hart is sitting there with LeBron James
They're hilarious.
They're hysterical.
I'd laugh every time.
Me too.
They called him Abraham Lincoln.
So good. So good. Even before they open their mouths, it's hilarious. Just the size differential in those guys. Texter, bro, I'm half asleep. This feels like a fever dream, yeah.
Somebody said with the way that you're wearing your wife's clothes and now you're fascinated by the tampon, it may seem a transition is coming for you.
Careful, Harry.
Wow.
Careful.
Yep. That would be something. I can imagine walking here every day and all of a sudden, man, his hair is getting longer and starting to shave and face is bare and all of a sudden he's wearing makeup. I'd be like, oh, man. No. Oh, no. Do you, though? Hey, if that makes you happy.
Yeah, love, whatever.
Not judging. There's
no, I'm not judging at all. It'd be wild. It'd be a wild.
Will Ferrell, John C. Reilly?
Pretty good. I had a dream last night. Will Ferrell died.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very specific dream.
I know. Yep. That's so weird.
Vince Vaughn, Owen Wilson?
Decent. I like it.
I just watched Wedding Crashers like a couple of weeks ago.
But there has to be
Great
more
movie.
than. Oh, yeah, it's one of the best. Well, in my opinion. There has to be more than just one movie of the tag team. So were they in any other movies?
Maybe. Texter, that tampon talk not appropriate for a Marconi winner. You guys are really sad. That's fine. I mean, we're not violating any FCC rules. Texter, the crew from The Hangover. Yeah, but that's all they did.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's all they did. But the chemistry between those guys was off the charts. Text us. Who are the best duos in cinema history? 412-928-9370. Aaron Rodgers and Scott Tolzien. Evgeny Malkin and Igor Chinikov. Sidney Crosby and 20-year-old jockstraps.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Trying to think.
Someone said they had the same dream that Will Ferrell died last night.
No way. Seriously?
Now I'm worried.
It was very vivid, and I totally forgot about it until you just brought up that duo. Yep.
Okay, now I'm worried about this.
I remember going downstairs and telling Rochelle, I was like, "Man, Will Ferrell died." And she was like, "Oh my gosh, it's terrible." Yep.
Vaughn and Wilson did the internship together too.
Oh, okay. That movie wasn't that good though.
I agree.
That was not that good.
In fact, I thought it sucked. Adam Sandler and every single one of his childhood friends.
Yeah.
Shall we do the sports?
John Candy, Aykroyd.
Yes.
Good
one.
one.
The Blues Brothers crew.
Yep.
Those guys are great.
Belushi.
Ghostbusters. Yeah. We might have hit the nail right on the head there,
That's
buddy.
it. Yep.
Michael Cera and Jonah Hill. All right. In 30 seconds, we've spent a lot of time this week, all week long, really, talking about Mike McCarthy, staff hires, Aaron Rodgers, and there's definitely a place for that today. But we got to start with the Penguins, who win 6-2 last night despite playing one of their most uninspiring periods in weeks in that first. They're not just hot. they're good, and it begs a question. Bang. Bang. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The other way, off to Chinikov, makes the move, Chinikov scores! Lead pass, Panthers in alone, he scores!
The Penguins sucked in the first period, which isn't all that surprising. They went out on the West, they won 4 games in a row. You come back home, you're off for 3 days. That happens all the time. We've seen that a bunch over the course of hockey history. What we haven't seen is the barrage that follows. Incredibly encouraging victory for the Penguins, and we will get into Mike McCarthy's staff hirings a little bit later on. I've also got a Pirates scoop I want to drop on the people's head. I'm really excited for Harry to hear about this Pirate scoop, so we'll get into all that. Eclectic show today, plus Chris Carter at 8, Jason Mackey from 9 o'clock until 10. But the Penguins, they score 6 goals. Crosby, Malkin, Carlson, and Letang combined for 1 point. Brian Rust didn't play because he's suspended for 3 games, which is a crime. He should have been suspended for 1. He can't throw the chicken wing out there, but for him to be suspended for 3, I thought was nonsense for a guy who has never been suspended or fined in his career before. One of the cleanest players you're ever going to watch, but that's beside the point. So no Crosby, Malkin, Carlson, Letang, and Rust. That's your core. 1 point, and they still score 6 goals. Folks, the Penguins have won 5 in a row. The Penguins are 12-2-2 since the Christmas break. That means they've got points in 14 of their 16 games since Christmas. They've been good. They're not just hot, they're good. And here's the question. There were 16,715 people there last night. The Penguins, 89% of their seats are sold on average. That's the second worst attendance in the NHL. Are you not bought in? If you're not, why? What would it take you to get bought in? Because this team's just flat good. This team's going to make the playoffs. I'm wondering why the attendance last night after that 4-0 road trip is 16,000 people. Now, maybe the weather had something to do with it. I'm sure that it's going to be a packed house on Saturday. It's a 3:30 puck drop. They're honoring the 2016 team. Mike Sullivan and the Rangers will be in town. But it used to not matter what the weather was like. For 17 years, 20 years, there was never an empty seat, and we had bad winters in Pittsburgh a lot, including in 2010 when you had Snowmageddon. So I'm just wondering, are you bought in? And if not, why not at 412-928-9370, Dorn?
I think you're right about the weather. We talked about this, in the when we were preparing for the show. I think the weather has a little bit to do with it, but also I think Penguins fans are very smart. There's a new age of Penguins fans too, but the old school, obviously us older, we know Penguins hockey, and we're used to them obviously contending and winning, but we're not used to that in a long time, in about 4 or 5 years, right? And with COVID, I think that has a little bit to do with it. There's a trickle-down effect where people just want to stay at home and watch games.
Yeah.
Obviously not spend as much money and do all that stuff. But I think that Penguins fans are somewhat smart to know that it's still very early in the hockey season. And there's so many things that can still go wrong. And after the last 3 years, with them not making it and all the things that have gone down, I think that people are still waiting to kind of press the button or pull the trigger, if you will, to go. I think it's still fairly early. I think people are smart and thinking like, all right, I'm not going to go to a game now. I'm going to wait to see if this is for real, and then start going to games. And that's just how kind of not fair weather fans, but that's how fans are. If you want to believe in a team, they got to show you multiple times for a consistent amount of days and amount of games that they are legit. And I think that that's what Penguins fans are feeling right now. One is the weather. Two is the trickle down from COVID of just, hey, I could just watch it on TV. Like, I don't need to go to a game. Like, I mean, that's just with every sport at this point. And then three, I think that they're smart and understand that, yeah, we got to see a little bit more. And then maybe whenever the weather breaks and spring is in the air, okay, now we're going to start heading down to PPG Paints Arena. That's just my take.
I think that's all well said. The Penguins allow me to tell people that they're legit because there's 30 games to go. And I think, yeah, there might be some Penguins fans out there who are waiting for the other shoe to drop. But give us a ring, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Are you a believer? If not, why? Let me state the case for why you should buy into them. Like last night, a perfect microcosm. Like, your best players don't score, and you still put up 6. They are rolling 4 lines, and when they were playing like poo, that 4th line goes out there and turns the game around.
Mm-hmm.
They're down 1-0. It's a malaise. It's gross. It kind of looked disjointed. There were 3 icings in the first couple of minutes. The Penguins took 3 stick infractions in the first period. It was choppy. It was ugly. And Connor Dewar and Blake Lizotte and Nola Chari go out there, and they get dirty in front of the net. Bang, goal. And all of a sudden, things are even. And the Penguins played a tremendous second and tremendous third period. So you've got a 4th line that's really good. Ben Kindle now has 3 goals in his last 2 games. He had been creating chances, but he had kind of gone into one of them rookie wall situations. Well, now he's scoring again.
Which I believe you called. You said that he was hitting that rookie wall, and you said he's probably going to bust out at some point. I think you said that last week, yeah.
He was due. He was playing well enough that eventually the puck was going to find the net. Like, the only thing that had been missing was his finish. The Penguins are top 5 in the league in power play and in penalty kill. They are elite on special teams. Their power play percentage is 7% higher than league average. Their penalty kill percentage is 4% better than league average. They have one of the best goal differentials in the entire National Hockey League. They are plus 21. The only teams better than that are the hot Sabres, who've won 5 in a row, Dallas, Carolina, Colorado, Tampa Bay. That's it. That's the list. They are 5th in the league in goal differential. The Penguins, they are 13th in goals for, which is pretty good, not great, but they're 5th in the league in goals against. Their save percentage is 7% better than league average. Up and down this lineup, you look, it's a team with not a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah.
Are they spectacular? No, but they're solid.
Yeah.
And you could see them having success come the postseason because of the way they're able to roll 4 lines. And now, the one thing that does concern me at this point that I thought was a positive before is that Olympic break. Because they're so stinking hot.
Yeah, you don't want to cool down.
No. And we just saw what 3 days off looks like when you come back in the first period. I just hope that this mojo they've got going, this momentum that they've got going, doesn't get sapped by being off for 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. I mean, this is one of those unique situations. Sometimes you don't want that to happen. Sometimes you clearly do. And I think that they're in that unique situation where you kind of want it to happen because you do have some older players and you have some younger, like really younger players that could use that break. But also, it's like, we got to keep this thing rolling. Like, I would love to like get Malkins or, I mean, obviously in Crosby, like true serum. Like, do you want this? Well, Crosby's going to play, but like if he didn't have to play and he had the time off, like, would you want this break right now where you're at, or would you want to keep it rolling? Some true serum, because they would tell us to keep it rolling.
I 1,000% agree.
You know what I'm saying? But
yes.
I'd want to get some true serum in there and be like, you think this would be good for your team all around if you guys had this break right now?
The guys who could benefit most from the break,
young or old?
Are old, but most of them are playing. Like Crosby's going to play, Carlson's going to play.
Right.
I guess 2 of the 4 because Letang's not, Malkin's not. I've been saying for a long time that a month plus off for Gino's a really good thing.
That's why it's so unique. So like somebody like individual like him, in my opinion, in your opinion, I think it's going to bode well.
Yes.
But not maybe for the whole collective of older guys.
Yeah, like that guys. 4th line, the way they've been rolling, like I just want them to play every other night.
Right.
Like I want Chinakhov and Malkin in that chemistry that they've developed to continue to develop because, my God, those guys are good together. The feed from Gino to Chinakhov, and you heard it there at the top of the segment, and then Chinakhov's move in the slot to get one-on-one with the goaltender. I mean, that dude's a stud. He can flat fly, and that puck comes off his stick in a way that we haven't seen since Kessel and James Neal. Like, his shot's that good. That bleeper is that freaking talented. And him coming in really has coincided with their takeoff. I don't think it was just, hey, we needed a reset for the holidays. I think it was also, you add him to that second line, and all of a sudden, everything falls into place. I'm a Penguins believer. I know you're a Penguins believer. I'm wondering why others aren't buying in, and if you're not, we'd love to hear why. You say you don't talk hockey. Okay, well, now's your chance to call it, 412-928-9370. Are you buying in? People are texting in about ticket prices. Ticket prices.
I was going to ask that question.
They were high before. Like, they've always been high. Like, you want to go to a game for a family of four, it's going to cost you $200. That's the way it's been. Like, I'm just wondering if before you knew for sure they were good, so you're willing to pay the freight, now people might have a couple of questions. Is it because you can't believe in, like, Connor Dewar and Tommy Novak? And
maybe you just don't know enough about them.
Yeah.
And you know, in the past, you knew a lot about guys like the Hagelins of the world. Like, you knew Beninos of the world. You're familiar with those guys. I don't know if these new Penguins that are, you know, out there night in and night out are as familiar to the fans as, you know, some of the players from before. Maybe they need to market them better. I don't know. I just throwing out ideas. Maybe they need to push their names out even more and show their background a little bit more so people can get involved.
Well, I've said this about them, and I think it speaks to the point you just made. Like, it's kind of a group that's the whole is greater than the sum of their parts. Like, is Connor Dewar a player that anybody would have been excited about coming in? Tommy Novak?
Right.
Probably not. But the way that Novak plays with Malkin and Chinakhov, it just friggin' works. The way that Blake Lizotte and Connor Dewar and Noel Acciari, Noel Acciari has been a guy that I haven't liked very much in the past, but the three of them just work great together. Like, they found this chemistry where these lines are better than each guy is individually. I think they're just flat good, and I hope that people start packing that place.
Can they get better? Do they have room to get better, in your opinion? Or have they plateaued? Do you think this is as good as they can get? Or is there room to improve?
That's a great question. I hadn't pondered it like that. I think this is as good as they can play, probably.
Is that good enough?
I think they can absolutely win a round. And the East sucks, particularly their division. If they continue to play at the level that they're playing, it looks like they're kind of locked in the 2 or 3 spot right now because Washington has played 3 more games than the Penguins. They're 6 points behind. The Flyers are 8 points behind. I don't think either of those teams are particularly good. If you played the Islanders in the first round, which is what it would be right now, well, history says the Penguins are going to lose. But I think the Penguins are a better team than the Islanders. And then, what, you're going to play Carolina or something? Like, I don't think, Carolina's good. They're not great. Like, they're analytics darlings. They do this every year. They're great in the regular season and not so much the postseason. Like, I think they got a shot. I'd still like to see them add one more top 6 guy.
Which I see a lot of people talking about Robertson now. I wonder where they got that from. It's weird.
I wonder if it's not Robertson, if the price would be right for somebody else. But I think they could use one more guy, and you can always use a depth defenseman. But this roster's it's really good. But I do think it's as good as it's. I think this particular group is playing as well as it could play.
Okay.
Like, Chinakhov is playing up to his talent level. Brazeau's having a career year. Dewar's having a career year. Tommy Novak's playing better than he ever has. Like, Anthony Mantha looks like the guy he was pre-injury. Like, I don't think these guys can play better. Now, that being said, Rickard Rakell, I think, could. But you're getting the best out of Letang, who's playing his best hockey of late. Carlson, under Dan Muse, is playing as well as he has as a Penguin. Like, does he have another level? Probably not. So this might be as good as they are, but that might be good enough to at least capture our imaginations come the playoffs. They're definitely a playoff team. That much, I think, is not even up for debate. If you don't buy in, why? And if you have bought in, why? 412-928-9370. We've got more Penguin stats that will excite you when we come back. Also, we've got a little pirate scoop at the bottom of the hour before we get into the latest offensive coordinator interview for the Steelers at 7. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Steelers have hired an O-line coach, James Campen. It was reported yesterday that he has been hired by the Steelers to be the O-line coach. He spent 11 seasons as the O-line coach of the Green Bay Packers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. I am Irish, and the Black and Gold just hired an Irish head coach, and Hampton Beer Outlet has just received fresh deliveries of all your Irish favorites to celebrate Mike McCarthy's arrival. Great Lakes, Conway Irish Ale and Irish Stout, Great Lakes Irish Party Pack, Southern Tier Irish Coffee Ale, Fathead St. Fatties, and, of course, Smittix, Harps, and Guinness. So let's raise a glass to the head coach this weekend at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 83 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
We have our first two contestants in the dunk contest. Lakers center Jackson Hayes and Spurs rookie forward Carter Bryant have accepted invites. I feel like Charlie Brown trying to kick a football, trying to like this thing. I want to love the dunk contest. I do, but it's broken. Maybe these two guys will go out there and tear the house down. Maybe $1 million will fall from the sky right into my lap. The final slots need bigger stars. I'll bet that.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. And let me tell you, I love numbers. 1040s, 1099s, W-2s, all of them. With TaxSlayer, anyone can file a federal return for just $22.99. You'll get 100% accuracy and your biggest possible refund guaranteed. Now those are great numbers. Need help along the way? We've got U.S.-based real human support. File by February 8th for just $22.99 and get the refund you deserve. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Clouds and sun today, the high 15.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of a problem as we head through the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by your local Cohen Market. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the roll zone. Cohen Market's your fulfilling station. Accident reported on the inbound Parkway West near I-79. Watch for slowdowns there, and then additional slowdowns right around the top of Green Tree Hill past Parkway Center, and then approaching the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here comes Malkin the other way. Off to Chinikov. Makes a move. Chinikov scores! Lead pass. Panthers in alone. He scores!
Neither one of those guys were on the roster last year. Mantha and Chinikov. Chinikov wasn't on the roster to begin the season, and my man is a friggin' revelation. I don't know what the hell Columbus is doing, getting rid of a player that's that talented. But here are a bunch of guys that weren't on the roster or weren't playing at this level last year. And Josh Yohe tweeted this out to make it easy. Mantha, Brazeau, Wotherspoon, Kindle, Chinikov, Novak, Dewar, Kulak, Skinner, Shilovs. They're, as he put it, they're better in 10 different spots now compared to 12 months ago. That is inarguable. That's half the friggin' roster in one offseason, including at one of the most important positions in all of sports, goaltender. Like, we can't forget about that. Their goaltending was putrid last season. And this year, Skinner has been really good. And the great thing about him is his issues have been the same as Jari's throughout his career, like stretches of great play and then all of a sudden goes in the tank. He ain't going to be here probably next year.
Right.
But he's been good enough for now, and that opens up a spot for Miroshov. Kyle Dubas has done an unbelievable job. And I'm just wondering what it would take, what it will take for people to buy in. As we mentioned, second worst attendance in the league, and last night only 16,000 people there last night. 412-928-9370. Here's the other thing to that point. Mike Sullivan leaves, takes over the Rangers. They're in last place in the Eastern Conference. Kyle Dubas, who got ripped apart by Maple Leafs fans, they thought he was the problem over there. Well, he's got the Penguins on the up and up. The Penguins in a playoff spot right now. Toronto has the second worst record in the Eastern Conference. Clearly, he wasn't the problem.
No.
And I think we can finally say that first offseason of Kyle Dubas was not a harbinger of things to come. He was trying to contend while also trying to
facilitate what Mike Sullivan wanted to.
Exactly.
I mean, Mike Sullivan was the big dog whenever he came in. I mean, this is kind of like, we're talking about personnel with Mike McCarthy, with Omar Khan, with Mike Tomlin. And, if you have guys that can, and some guys can fit any system, if you have guys that can fit the system that and you want, like you get that coach and Dan Muse, and you know exactly what he wants and exactly what type of system and players that he needs and personnel, it's easier to facilitate. And obviously they're in lockstep. That's why he hired him, because he knew that they think about hockey the same way and putting out personnel the same way. You try to make it work with the coach that's there whenever you first enter the building, like a Mike Sullivan, a guy who's been there so long and won Stanley Cups. I mean, what are you going to say? Oh yeah, I want a Brazeau, and it doesn't really fit his system. He's like, no, then who trumps who there?
Right.
And I'm sure that was the case to an extent whenever Mike Sullivan was there. But now that Muse is here, it's like, okay, I hired you. I hired you because we think about hockey the same way. We're going to get players that fit your system, and it's going to make sense. And you're seeing the fruits of that labor.
Yeah, you are.
In 3 months.
And we also have heard things from guys like Erik Karlsson that they didn't exactly love playing for Mike Sullivan.
Right.
And that happens all across sports. That happens in the NHL all the time, where you have players that don't seemingly see eye to eye with the coach. But whenever it comes to the system, like I don't think Karlsson liked the way that Sullivan deployed him. There's also this, and this probably speaks to your overall point more. Brazeau's 27, like Dewar, Novak, these guys are they're young guys who haven't played a ton, varying degrees in the NHL. Ben Kindle's 18 years old. How many of these guys would have been playing under Sullivan?
Many.
I'll tell you right friggin' now, Ben Kindle would have been in the press box for a couple of games when he wasn't scoring goals. Like they have done, and Dubas has done, an unbelievable job at getting this team younger on the fly, and they got better in 1 year.
That's why the hire was a hire of Muse. We all thought this was going to be a rebuilding kind of mission for a year, 2 years, 3 years, but it clicked, and they're seeing the response for that. Sometimes you luck into that. Sometimes it's kind of premeditated luck, and I think it's more of that, the latter, the premeditated luck, like knowing that this is how we want to be. These players, I'm talking like I'm Dubas. This is how we want to be in the future.
Yes.
But these players are going to get every opportunity to showcase and get every opportunity to go out there and play for this team. And they've taken advantage of it.
Yeah, they're better than they thought they'd be.
Oh, yeah. But this is how they want it to be for the future. It just is happening right now.
They're playing a defensive structure that they haven't played in years under Mike Sullivan. I mean, this defense core, we said it about the forward group, but this defense core, there's a bunch of guys. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, like this Kulak, I thought he was going to be a throw-in in the Jari trade. Man, that guy can skate.
Yeah.
Ryan Shea can skate. Like this, Wotherspoon he's a great physical change of pace that they really haven't had in years. Like this defense core has no business being as good as it is, and here they are 5th in the league in goals against. I just think they're good. And they're more than just a fun story. They're for real. And I know Pittsburgh is going to start packing that barn. I'm just more or less wondering when. at 412-928-9370.
They remind me of a little bit of the Patriots whenever, the 2012-ish era of the Patriots, where it's like you have the Tom Brady and the Sidney Crosby, you have some older guys, but you have the guys that fit the system, and it just makes sense. And you have a lot of no-name guys who just go out there and they play as hard as they can within the system, and it works.
And you know what? This happens a lot in the NHL, and it's one of the reasons why we said, oh, yeah, they could make the playoffs before the season started. It happens all the time. New coach comes in, you buy into his system, and everyone's tugging on that same rope. The Capitals did it last year.
Yeah, right.
With Spencer Carberry, and the Penguins, they're that team this year. So to me, it's not shocking. It's surprising how good they are right now, but it's also not fluky. It's not. Like we saw, they went on that 3-game stretch where they weren't scoring. They were still playing well.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the puck doesn't find the net.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have played well now for 16 games. And this is a team that went 1-9 going into the break and completely turned it around. That's the mark of a really good hockey team. 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. What are the latest rumors regarding the Steelers on their coordinator hires? We'll get into that coming up at 7 o'clock. But coming up next, I had a source drop a Pirates nugget on me, and it has to do with Andrew McCutchen. Wait until you hear this. But first, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins won 6-2 yesterday over the Chicago Blackhawks, making it 5 wins in a row for the Penguins. They've got a game coming up tomorrow at 3:30 at home against the New York Rangers, and right now the Penguins still in second place in the Metropolitan Division. They have 65 points. They are trailing the Carolina Hurricanes by 6 points for first place. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownmitsubishipa.com. See the for details on all offers.
Coming to the Byam Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds, who have toured with the Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, and others, live at the Byam Theater. Also appearing special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, performing all your favorite hits. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band, Saturday, February 7th at the Byam Theater.
Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy, but you can't because of bad feet? The Good Feet store wants to help.
I just had difficulty walking. I tried them on in the store, and my foot felt so much better.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet, knees, or back problems get in the way of staying healthy and having fun.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week.
Get back to doing what you love. At the Good Feet store, we'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to maximize your comfort. Stop in the Good Feet store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Here's the pitch. Swing, fly ball, left field and deep, and McCutchen tags this one. Home run to left for Andrew. He is red hot in the month of June. The 3rd Pirates home run today, and they're up 4-0 in Detroit.
All right, I got a little Pirate news. Birdie dropped this on me yesterday, and then I asked around and got it confirmed. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Problem is, it's half done. Like, I got half news. Here's what it is. Andrew McCutchen met with Bob Nutting yesterday. That's what I've been told and had confirmed. So this is a fact. This went down. People I trust. Was it an olive branch, like the Twitter spat? What Ben Cherington said at Pirate Fest? Was this just Bob trying to smooth things over with a Pirate legend, or does this mean something's in the works? That part I have not been able to track down yet. We got Jason Mackey coming in today from 9 o'clock until 10. Maybe he could shed some light on the situation. I'll ask around and send some more text this morning. But what we do know is that Andrew McCutchen met yesterday with Bob Nutting. Could it be Bob saying, listen, we didn't want this to go the way it did. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on. Or was it, hey, be patient. We got some other irons in the fire, and we still look at you as a piece, but we have to see how the puzzle fits together. I'm not sure, but we do know that McCutchen met with Bob Nutting yesterday.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're just kind of speculating on what possibly happened.
Right.
In my opinion, probably it was a discussion like, hey, we still have a lot of moves to make. We've already made clearly a couple moves. We still have some money that we want to spend. Would you, and we wanted to make sure this was the right time to have this conversation with you. Would you be willing to, having a position or a situation X on this team that is a lesser role and lesser money, because we clearly are heading into a direction where we need to win right now, and that is our focus. Not saying that you can't help us do that. We clearly think that you can help us do that, but it would be in a very lesser role than probably anticipated and or what you have had here in the last couple of years.
Yeah, that would make a ton of sense.
But I feel like that Nutting would probably be like, we were going to have this conversation with you at some point. We just weren't ready yet because we had some other irons in the fire that we needed to take care of. But now that there's this crap storm, I guess we'll just have it.
We'll have to have the conversation now. Yeah. He played 135 games last year. He played 120 the year before that, 112 the year before that. And then Milwaukee and Philly, he played 134, 144. He's not going to – on this roster with Ryan O'Hearn and with Brandon Lau, who are both position flexible, with Spencer Horwitz, eventually Connor Griffin, like the spots for a guy who's really a specialist against left-handed pitching at this point, like they dwindle depending on how you fill out this roster. Mm-hmm. Like, is Lau going to be your DH and Nick Gonzalez is your second baseman? Or is Lau your second baseman and there's really not a spot for Nick Gonzalez in the starting lineup? He's a bench guy. Like, all this stuff factors in. And if they were going to have a conversation about bringing him back, it would be, hey, you're going to have to play outfield at times. You could DH at times, but you're probably not going to play 100 games.
Right.
You're going to be a bench bat, and you're going to be a utility player. But the problem is he's only going to play outfield, and he didn't do that very much the last few years. I'm kind of torn on whether I want Kutch back or not. I think it does depend on what this final roster looks like. It really does. Because he was not as good last year as he was the previous two. Like the previous two, we did it each of the last two off seasons. Like we compared his numbers to that of other designated hitters in the National League, and he was top 5 in OPS plus, things of that nature. He was not that last year. He was a decent player. He was a .1 win player. Like he's an average Major League Baseball player now.
And obviously have so much respect for Andrew McCutchen. We all do, and what he has done and as a player. And, I think the feel-good story is over. And I hate to say that, but I think that where the Pirates are right now, they realize that the heat is just permeating. They don't have time for feel-good stories anymore. It was great that he came back. It was great that he produced whenever he came back. But they are not in a position to have any more feel-good stories. They need to win. They need to win at all cost. And I think that this is actually a feather in a cap for the Pirates of even being in this situation right now, because that does tell me that they are looking to upgrade. Finally, the feel-good stories, and it actually is a feather in the cap. Now, how it all went down, logistics, whatever. But it tells me that it's like, yeah, we got to upgrade everywhere. Love Andrew McCutchen, was a staple in this organization forever. Will be. But we need better. And if we don't find better, then maybe there'll be an opportunity where you could come back and have the role you had last year. But if we find better, we don't know if there's a spot for you on this baseball team. If there is, it's going to be in a lesser role, and we don't know if you're going to be able to accept that.
Yeah, I do think it's a great sign. It's a great sign. Because the last couple of off seasons, why wouldn't you bring him back? Mm-hmm. He was one of your best hitters. Now in this lineup, I don't know that that's the same case. Brian, here's their position guys that are definitely going to make this team. Reynolds, Cruz, Lau, Hearn, Horwitz, Suarez. Slip him in there.
Yeah.
Just third base. Third baseman X. Whether it's Suarez, I don't think that it will be, but they're trying to make a trade there too. They're trying to get a third baseman in here.
They need one.
So I'll just write third baseman, but I'll put Suarez because that's fun. Barton Davis is your catcher. Mangum, Gonzalez, Triolo, and then Password may or may not make the roster, but he'll be on it at some point. And then there's Connor Griffin. Like, where are the spots? And we can all talk about, like, do we want Triolo to be their opening day third baseman? Abso-freaking-lutely not. But is he a great 26th guy because he plays elite defense and he can play shortstop, third base, second base, he can play wherever? Absolutely, that guy is valuable. He won a Gold Glove. That guy, you want a guy like that on your roster. You don't want him starting every day. But that's the same thing. If he's not starting every day, if McCutchen's not a fixture in your lineup, you are moving in the right direction as far as the roster construction is concerned.
Right.
412-928-9370. Is it even a good idea to bring Kutch back? I want to get Harry's opinion on this. He's our baseball savant. We'll take your calls, too, at 412-928-9370. But the news we got yesterday was that Andrew McCutchen met with Bob Nutting. What they discussed is anybody's guess. Do you want him back? 412-928-9370. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 6-2 winners over the Chicago Blackhawks yesterday, making it 5 in a row for the Penguins. 2 more games left before this Penguins home stretch ends. This is their final home stretch before the Olympic break. They've got the New York Rangers tomorrow at 3:30. After the home stretch, they've got 2 away games, and February 5th is their last game before the Olympic break takes place. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Robinson Township crews are on the scene of an accident now. This partially blocks the ramp from the inbound Parkway West to I-79 southbound. So watch for slowdowns around there. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again, approaching the runaway truck sand pile down to the Ford Pit tunnels. Meanwhile, we do have an accident reported on the crosstown. This is on the outbound side approaching Bigelow Boulevard. It's causing delays just about back to the Liberty Bridge ramps, as well as the ramp from the Boulevard of the Allies. Meanwhile, Route 28 inbound, you are heavy from the 31st Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street, Parkway East in line at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So we got told yesterday that Andrew McCutchen met with Bob Nutting yesterday. Now, I don't know why. I don't know if this was an olive branch. I don't know if this was about him coming back. I don't know if this was, hey, if you did come back, here's the role you'd need to take. I don't know. Efforting to find out more, but we do know that Bob Nutting met with Andrew McCutchen yesterday, and should the Pirates bring him back, 412-928-9370. Harry, what do you think?
If he's good enough, bring him back. If you think he's going to do good enough to support this team, bring him back.
Do you think he's good enough to support the team?
If they play him in the outfield, he might still have some value. I mean, I saw he posted on social media the other week that it wasn't his decision to not play in the outfield.
I thought when he played in the outfield last year, he looked really good, too.
He was fine. I never understood that one. I mean, you've got somebody that could play with the short, well, I'm not going to call it a porch. It's not Yankee Stadium, but like you got a shorter right field at PNC Park. You might have other ballparks where you could put him in left if they're shorter. I mean, he can still play well, I think. And his biggest strength offensively for me has been his ability to get on base.
Right.
And that's something that he's been consistent with his entire career. So if you can find that he could be in that spot and there's nobody that you could put there that would be better than him, then play him. Now, we do have to keep in mind, too, because I know he also said something else on social media to our friend Josh Roundtree that was also really long. And he talked about comparing the Pirates to other teams and how they handle their legends as they're going out the door. The difference with the Pirates, though, is that, like, the Pirates haven't been as successful in recent years, and this is a point in time where the Pirates have to consider more putting a talented roster together and putting the best possible roster together than really worrying about these stories that feel better. I mean, Doran touched on that, and Doran made that point, too. And I agree with that. So that's why I say if he is the best option for a certain position, put him there. But we shouldn't force him in to the team just because we want this feel-good story. I mean, we've had the feel-good story now, and fans want winning. I want winning.
The feel-good story now would be friggin' winning, right?
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Jake Mangum, O'Neill Cruz, Brian Reynolds, those are your outfielders. Nick Gonzalez might be your second baseman, and Brandon Lau could be your designated hitter, or Brandon Lau is your second baseman, and
Gonzalez.
Ryan O'Hearn's probably going to DH from one of
and Ryan O'Hearn is probably going to DH.
They still want Spencer Horwitz to play for.
They should
Morgan,
first. They should. Yeah, he'll play first, and Ryan O'Hearn's probably your DH, and Brandon Lau's your second baseman. Like, where's he? He's not starting. There's no place to start.
Right.
There's no place to start, and because they don't see him as an outfielder, what, you're just going to carry a bat around and take up a roster spot?
Not in a position to do that this year, and they clearly have made that known.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I like when he said that thing to Roundtree, like when they had that whole response about, I don't think Pittsburgh fans are coming from a place where we don't respect Andrew McCutchen. I think we're all coming from a place that we want to win.
I don't think he was bummed out by the fans. I think he was bummed out by the way that Cherington addressed it at Pirates Fest. And that he wasn't invited to Pirates Fest.
Oh.
Like, what should have happened was they should have had a conversation with him at the beginning of the offseason. Andrew, listen, if you're going to come back, it's going to have to be a diminished role, but we're not even 100% about it because we have to do a ton to augment this roster this offseason. We would like you to be at Pirates Fest to sign autographs and to hang out and talk to the fans if you want. At least extend him an invitation and then see where it goes.
Right.
Like, I do think he deserves more respect, but the respect should not be such that you just get to have a scholarship.
Correct.
As long as you're playing, like, you get a spot on the roster. Nah, man. Like, not if you can't help the team. And Ryan O'Hearn's a better hitter right now than Andrew McCutchen. Spencer Horwitz was a better hitter last year than Andrew McCutchen. Brandon Lau's a better hitter than any hitter they got. Like, O'Neal Cruz is going to play. Brian Reynolds is making $100 million. He's going to play.
I don't think it's a fact that he can't help the team. I'm sure that they think that, but they probably think that there's better options out there that could be better, right? You know, it's not like, oh, you know, you probably can't help us this year. I don't think that's the conversation. The conversation is we have to find better at the position that you are at. You can help our team, but if we have opportunities to upgrade there, we're going to do that.
Yeah. Like, put it to you this way. Would you rather keep Nick Gonzalez around, who was a top 10 draft pick, or Andrew McCutchen?
Right.
Maybe McCutchen's the third baseman we've been looking for.
There you go. Just give him a new glove.
Well, Gonzalez is going to play short, right? Or
probably.
He's probably going to be your shortstop until Connor Griffin comes back. But did you see the prospect ratings came out? So the Pirates have the number 3 ranked farm system in all of Major League Baseball. If I got to find the tweet. I want to make sure I get this right. If Connor Griffin wasn't even in the Pirates farm system, they'd be middle of the pack.
Wow.
That's how good of a prospect he is.
Wow.
According to this site, I got to find it. I want to make sure I get exactly which site it was. But according to this prospect model, here's the write-up. This is from Kylie McDaniel from ESPN, who we've actually had on the show before. Really good baseball prospect evaluator. Not only is Connor Griffin the unanimous top prospect, but by Kylie McDaniel's model, it isn't even close. You take Griffin out of the Pirates system, and their farm is middle of the pack. His talent is not just good, it's off the charts. And here's what McDonald wrote. Sometimes the gap between two prospects isn't that big. Sometimes it's huge. With Griffin, it's huge. He's one of the best prospects, hitting prospects, in the last decade, if not longer than that in Major League Baseball. He's going to be on the team this year. Yeah. Question is, day one?
I don't know if it's needed at this point. Now, is it needed? If you're going to start with, if you want to put Gonzalez in the everyday lineup, you're going to put him at shortstop. Is it needed to have Connor Griffin up immediately now, the way that this offseason has shaped up so far?
It'd be pretty simple for me. If Connor Griffin crushes spring training, then I do what they did with Jared Jones, and he's on my roster day one. If he struggles, if he's, hey, we think he'd develop a little bit longer, get more at-bats at AAA, okay. But I'm not letting Gonzalez, I think, factor into the decision. No. He's that good of a prospect. If he has a Jared Jones-esque spring training, like he did a couple of years back, where it's like we have to, like, this guy can't be in the minor leagues, then I don't think you let your previous development plan stand in the way.
Well, I mean, if they don't get a third baseman, they might slide Gonzalez over to third. I feel like that could be a realistic possibility. That's something they've done before. It's something a lot of teams have done before.
Could definitely see that happen.
Did he play third at all with the Pirates? I don't think so, right?
No.
Ever?
No.
I'm not even sure how much he played in the minors, if at all, at third base. You think he's got a good enough arm?
Well, yeah, he can play. If he can play shortstop, he can play third.
Yeah, I don't think he's really a shortstop either. I think it's just he would have to be their shortstop.
Well, then they better get a third baseman too. That's
Suarez.
No doubt about it. Just go out and get Suarez, please. Please. I think they've got enough in their lineup right now that they should be an average Major League lineup.
I agree.
And if that's the case, they could be a playoff team. The Reds had an average lineup last year and a really good pitching staff. Pirates' pitching staff was better than the Reds. You get the average, you got a shot.
Yes.
But you get one more bat, I think you can legitimately compete for the division. All right. Coming up next, what these rumored offensive additions on the coaching staff tell us about the Steelers' present and what they tell us about the future. First, Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. The cold's not going anywhere, with model data hinting at us possibly not hitting 32 degrees before Valentine's Day. The coldest morning yet's happening this morning. I have Pittsburgh dropping down to 6 below. Wind chills could be as low as 20 below. Will be even colder on Saturday morning. Highs aren't much better, with highs today near 10 degrees. I have us at 2 at noon. No additional snow is expected this weekend. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner, WindowNation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading out toward the Oakland area in the Hill District section of the city, crews are racing to the scene of an accident which has shut down the eastbound lanes of Bigelow Boulevard. This is between the Crosstown and Heron Avenue. Avoid that area if you can. Also, an earlier accident being cleared. This is on the inbound Parkway West at the I-79 South off-ramp. Once you do get by there, though, you're going to be in line again right around the runaway truck sand pile. Route 28, you are jammed from the 31st Street Bridge up onto the Veterans Bridge. Parkway East, inbound delays at Edgewood Swiss Vale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For the offensive coordinator job. What does that mean, and what would it mean to work with Mike again?
Yeah, I mean, it's anytime you get an opportunity to go interview for one of these, that's a really great growth opportunity. So I'm lucky that I'm in a position that I enjoy where I'm at. Things are going really good, and yet, you always see what's out there. And so Yeah, but my focus right now is on this game. Like, it's awesome being here with all these players and coaches, so you want to put your best foot forward with them and give it your best shot.
Scott Tolzien, that question there asked by Alan Saunders at the Senior Bowl. Scott Tolzien going to be interviewed for the Steelers' offensive coordinator position. Now, we all know that Mike McCarthy is going to be calling plays, but a lot of us, myself included, have said, hire people for your staff that are young, that see the game through a different lens, that could learn, develop, maybe become something more. Scott Tolzien is 38. I think he's well thought of. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be the OC at the Senior Bowl. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
Worked this year with Kellen Moore as the head coach, who's got obviously an offensive slant. He came from Philadelphia as their OC. Came from Dallas, where he was their OC with Mike McCarthy. I would like Scott Tolzien if he's the Steelers' offensive coordinator. It's kind of everything we've looked for. And, oh, yeah, there's this. He and Rodgers are thick as thieves. So that tells us, I mean, this whole staff, this rumored staff tells us it looks like Aaron friggin' Rodgers is coming back.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just about the present. You've got a head coach, the way he talked about quarterbacks in his press conference, Mike McCarthy, I mean, it got me going.
Yeah.
Because we haven't heard a coach talk about QBs the way he has in a long time in this town. And Scott Tolzien, an OC, if he were to be that here, with a quarterback background, what's not to like about that? That helps with the future. They're putting in, if they hire Tolzien, layers in place to help develop the next guy. Because it's not just McCarthy, who's the big dog. It wouldn't just be Tolzien. Also, according to reports, Tom Arth is going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently Rodgers has a great relationship with him. But when the Steelers brought him in, people around here were excited because he's thought of highly around the league. You would go from having an old tight ends coach and a guy who knows offensive line, who was your offensive coordinator, to now 3 really good quarterback dudes in here. Whether or not it is Tolzien is almost immaterial. I'd like to see it, but you can see what the philosophy is, and that makes me excited. Like, there was a point where friggin' Mason Rudolph didn't have a quarterbacks coach.
That's right.
And now you're going to have McCarthy, potentially Tolzien, and Tom Arth. You got 3 guys who know quarterbacks. Let's go.
I mean, it's about the room. That's what McCarthy said. It's not about the starter. And if the starter is Aaron Rodgers, the room is even better if this is the scenario of learning, of advising, of growing, of developing, whether it's Mason Rudolph, whether it's Will Howard, whether it's insert draft pick here. You would want to be a part of that room if you're a young player. I know that, or even just a middle of the road type player in the NFL at quarterback. It's about the room. It's about developing the whole entire room. And I'm big on this in this day and age, the one-on-one kind of coaching that you could possibly get with the expanded coaching staffs and the certain players that need that. And in this situation, no matter who it is at offensive coordinator, that person is going to be able to give that one-on-one coaching to the quarterbacks. And McCarthy will call the plays. The coordinator will set things up. He'll make sure things are good for McCarthy, drawing up cards and things of that nature, making sure that, situational things are going down within a practice. But the one-on-one training and the one-on-one coaching is very important, especially for somebody like Will Howard to have. And a Tolzien is a great candidate for that. But let's not forget that if it is Tolzien, whoever it is, they're probably going to add another piece to the offense. Maybe even 2 more pieces. I could see McCarthy adding a pass game coordinator.
Yep.
Or I mean, you're probably not going to tag that role with the offense coordinator. That doesn't make sense. You'll probably add a younger mind as your pass game coordinator and maybe a senior assistant on the offensive side of the ball, kind of like Van Pelt is for the Rams. I could see 2 more outside of whoever the offensive coordinator is, 4 more sets of eyes become a part of that whole entire offense and that quarterback room, which is, it's night and day compared to what it has been here for years.
Yeah, I don't know if you've gone through this process, but I'm sure you have. But when you got kids and maybe you flirt with a little private school, and you go and they always list like the student to staff ratio, and you want there to be a ton of staff members per student, right?
Correct.
Because those kids are going to get more hands-on experience. They're going to be able to learn one-on-one. It's easier to learn that way. I'm picking up what you're putting out, and I've went back and looked at all the staffs that McCarthy's put together through the years, and they're considerably larger than what the Steelers are used to. Now, I think part of that is easier now because Tomlin was making so much money that you weren't paying assistants that much. Well, I don't think McCarthy's making anywhere near what Tomlin was making.
No.
And so you get to spread that money around.
Maybe on purpose. Maybe McCarthy's like, look, I need a big staff. Like, I will take less to have more guys on this coaching staff. I could see him doing that, making sure that he's comfortable in every area. I mean, I don't think money's an issue for Mike McCarthy at this point in his life.
No, and really, where else was he going to go, too?
Right.
I mean, it seemed to me, as much as we said maybe the Steelers, and I heard you talked about this yesterday, and we had talked about it off the air, Steelers probably had their eyes on Mike McCarthy for a long time.
Yep.
I'm sure that feeling was mutual.
Yes.
I'm sure it was two star-crossed lovers. Like, I want you, you want me, hand him a note. Do you like me? Check yes or no. Yes. Like
I'm convinced, and I said this yesterday, I'm convinced that the Steelers knew that Mike McCarthy was their guy a month before the season ended.
I think they did too, because I heard what you said about it, and there was also the rumor that came out, 3 weeks before the season, that, hey, if Mike Tomlin were to leave, look out for Chris Shula. So that means they were looking around.
Yeah.
And when Art in his press conference said he was surprised, not shocked, well, those are two totally different things. Like, I don't think he expected the day after the season for Tomlin to walk in and be like,
I think it was already
it's
done.
over.
I think it was done.
You think that part was done?
I think that was done a month. I think that whenever Mike Tomlin heard the boos or heard the Fire Tomlin chants, whatever it was, I forget what game it was. Buffalo. I think that he was already feeling the pressure, and I think he walked up to Art's office the next day and was like, no matter what happens the rest of the season, I'm parting ways. And I think that they knew that moment because 20 minutes, 19 years?
Yeah, it doesn't
20
seem
minutes?
right. It doesn't seem right.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
20 minutes, and you didn't even fight to keep him? And he was asked that question. It was like, no, he kind of had his mind made up. 20 minutes after 19 years in a Super Bowl and another Super Bowl appearance? Give me a break.
I've had 3-month-long relationships where the breakup takes longer than 20 minutes.
Exactly. 20 minutes.
And that's not even including the sex part. 412-928-9370. Another thing here on Tolzien, that's really good by you. Tyler Shuck, second-round pick. Like, he was one of those guys, like, oh, he's ready because he's 26. He threw for 300 yards a couple of times last year. A lot of people have credited Tolzien with Shuck's development. Now, is Shuck going to be anything special? Who knows? But I like Tolzien's career arc. He was a player with Aaron Rodgers. He talked about it yesterday at the Senior Bowl, what Rodgers had meant to him. Then Kellen Moore, man, I have loved Kellen Moore for a long time. Kellen Moore's the OC in Philadelphia. They win the friggin' Super Bowl. He gets hired by the Saints. We'll talk about a hot candidate. That guy had bounced around and done a good job wherever he's been. Yeah. And Tolzien's worked under him. You could do a lot worse than a 38-year-old with that kind of resume, especially when that guy's not calling plays.
Right.
Like, I guess I would prefer, if I had my druthers, my play caller, to know what they're doing. McCarthy is doing that. So this guy can learn now under McCarthy, too, and potentially be someone who's
he knows the system.
On a coaching train, he knows the system.
You know, he knows exactly what McCarthy wants.
And again, if it's Tolzien or if it's not Tolzien, what we are learning is they're adding layers to the quarterback developmental staff, which is what you need to do. That's the biggest possible thing that Mike McCarthy could do is find the next quarterback. So I'm bringing as many dudes in as I can that know the quarterback position. And that seems like that's what he's at least trying to do, which is telling. They can lie, right? We say this all the time in the offseason. General managers talk and they lie. Coaches talk and they lie. Owners talk and they lie. You see the personnel moves, and those don't lie. Like, oh, they're bringing in Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay. They're going to try to play more man coverage. They could say one thing. That's what they're going to try to do.
Right.
If you're interviewing all these quarterback guys, that's what you're trying to do.
And it's going to be a guy that has a connection to McCarthy and knows his offense or has been with him before. That's the case. And I brought up Brian Angelico, who I believe is going to get an interview soon. That's another candidate. I think it's going to be between Tolzien or Angelico, two guys who have worked underneath McCarthy, played underneath McCarthy, know exactly what he wants. And that's smart, in my opinion. That's smart because now you can hit the ground running. And especially if you have somebody like Aaron Rodgers, you can even not just hit the ground running, you could start sprinting to what you want to do.
Yeah, I heard Ben and Charlie Batch talking about how is Rodgers really going to want to come back and learn a new offense? And I'm like, guys, you played quarterback in the league. Ben, you're a Hall of Famer. You don't think Rodgers knows Mike McCarthy's offense? Like, what are we doing here, Ben?
Yeah, what? They said that?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yes. Yes. How strange is that? So, how do you say his name?
Angelico.
Thank you. He was an offensive assistant with Pitt. You were there, tight ends. Went to Rutgers, then Tampa, Cleveland, Green Bay, Washington, Carolina, Minnesota. In Minnesota, he's been the passing game coordinator and tight ends coach. So I wonder if he could even wind up on the staff if there's a different offensive coordinator.
Probably.
Like a lot of these guys, like Lunda Wells, like I could see him joining the staff even if he's not the OC.
Like they don't have a tight ends coach yet, right?
I don't think they do.
No. So you could see Lunda Wells being tight ends and pass game coordinator.
Yeah.
You could see, Angelico being run game coordinator and the tight ends or, vice versa, whatever. You could have roles for those guys and just have a big staff.
Yes. The other thing, so we said like there's a big quarterback focus with the offensive staff. A couple of these guys, big tight end focus too. Like Lunda Wells, tight end coach. Angelico, been a tight ends guy for 20 friggin' years. Well, you need to develop a quarterback, but when you're looking at this roster, I think there's untapped potential clearly in that tight end room. Like Darnell Washington's a weapon, and they only scratched the surface.
Yep.
And my God, Freiermuth, when they decided to throw him the ball, he's one of their most explosive players this year. So I don't think that's an accident either. 412-928-9370 if you want to give us a ring on this staff that Mike McCarthy is efforting to put together. I'm super intrigued. This is one of the reasons why I wasn't totally down on the hire was because the staffs he's put together in his past have been very good. I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing, particularly on the offensive side right now. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins won 6-2 yesterday over the Chicago Blackhawks, making it 5 wins in a row for the Penguins. Their next game coming up is tomorrow at 3:30. They play at home against the New York Rangers. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. And if you're like me and you love prop betting, pay close attention to this early injury list. The big game next Sunday, Patriots-Seahawks. Patriots quarterback Drake May is questionable with a shoulder injury. Patriots wide receiver Mac Hollins is questionable with an abdomen injury. Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold is questionable with an oblique injury. And Seahawks wide receiver Jake Bobo is questionable with a hand injury. That's today's report. Listen throughout the playoffs for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. The big game is next Sunday, which means we're officially 9 days away from finding out once and for all, is the Kardashian curse real? Fanatics Sportsbook is letting you bet on it for the big game. Whether you're betting with or against Kendall's New England pick to win it all, Fanatics is offering a 100% moneyline profit boost for you to call it. Not only do you have a chance to double your money, but Fanatics Fair Play is also protecting all of your big game player props from first half injuries. That's money. Fanatics has every big game prop you love to bet on, from passing, receiving, and rushing yards, plus other live betting options all game long. Get in on the best action only on Fanatics, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Max wager applies. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. #Fanatics Sportsbook partner.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The Atlanta Falcons have landed on Ian Cunningham from the Chicago Bears to take over as their general manager. Now joining Matt Ryan and Kevin Stefanski in A-Town, it's a complete overhaul for a team that hasn't had a winning record since 2017. Does overhaul work? I'm Greg Toll.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deals. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident shutting down the outbound lanes of Bigelow Boulevard approaching Heron Avenue. That roadway closed and traffic is stacked back onto the crosstown, which is jammed on that northbound side all the way back to and across the Liberty Bridge. Meanwhile, Route 28 outbound, you have heavy traffic from the 40th Street Bridge back toward Chestnut Street, while the Parkway West, you're in line near the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East backing at Edgewood Swissvale. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
$7:25, time to call Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty if you're looking to buy or sell your home. Mike McCarthy looking to add to his staff, and according to reports, has hired James Campen, former Packer player and offensive line coach, to be the Steelers' offensive line coach. Aaron Rodgers posted this on Instagram years ago about James Campen. This is James Campen. There was a picture there. Former Green Bay Packer player and coach, but he's always been more than just a coach. He's been a mentor, confidant, father figure, supporter, friend for so many people and players over the last 3+ decades. As just about any player who played for him, with him for years would attest, we are all better for having been around Jimmy. You're a better person than a coach, my friend, and you're a tremendous coach. So Rodgers loves this dude.
Mm-hmm.
Also, and this from Jerry Dulac, former Saints guard Jari Evans is among the candidates to join Mike McCarthy's staff with the Steelers. Evans is one of the 15 finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class in 2026, has been an offensive assistant and assistant O-line coach the last 3 years in New Orleans. The Steelers are going to have 3 offensive line coaches. There's another name out there.
There is.
So it looks like Jari Evans, James Camden, and then another, I forget who it is. Now I got to pull up my notes, but great.
Yeah.
Are you like...
To me, that was the biggest hire.
Yes.
That was the biggest hire. That's the one. I mean, obviously, the defensive coordinator, Patrick Graham, whatever. But to develop and to make sure things are heading in the right direction, to me, the offensive line coach was the biggest hire. Now you're going to possibly have 3 for a young offensive line. You're probably going to replace Sam Malu with probably a younger guard, maybe a draft. I don't know. You have a battle going on at left tackle. And then you have, you're kind of stable on the right side. So that, to me, was the biggest hire. We'll see if it all comes together, but I love the way that it's going. It's trending.
Yeah, you've said that for a week plus now. Like, hey, offensive coordinator is a big deal, but it's not like they're calling plays.
Right.
You need someone to come in here and help develop this offensive line. And we think they got good bones from center to right tackle. We'll see what happens at left tackle. But you're right, you're going to need a guard. And I wouldn't mind if they drafted a couple of offensive linemen this draft. You got 13 picks. My guess is they probably will.
Mm-hmm.
But this goes into quarterback too.
Yeah.
Like, this goes into that nest that we've talked about. Like, okay, if it's Rodgers or whomever at quarterback this year, you need, when that youngster, that rookie, comes in 2027, to walk into a good offensive line, good skill position players, and I think the Steelers line got to a place where it was pretty good at the end of this season. It's still not as good as the talent that they've got from center to right tackle. Like, they still have room to grow.
Oh, yeah.
And this would be your last chance to develop a guy like Broderick Jones.
Yes.
Maybe Dylan Cook's the answer. Maybe he's not.
Competition.
But it's competition, and now you're going to have 3 offensive line guys who are in the building, like you said, able to now work on guys individually.
And a Hall of Famer. basically.
Right.
To be able to come in there and a former player.
Last
Obviously,
time they had a
Camden
Hall
knows.
of Famer in here coaching the offensive line. That worked out pretty good with Mike Munchak.
Yeah, that helps at that position, having guys that are very familiar and actually played. That is one position where I'll say, like, I would always want a former offensive lineman coaching my offensive line because it's so intricate. I mean, there's so many things you can learn that you could do differently if you're Zach Frazier or if you're a guard. And Evans was a guard. I don't know what Campen played, but if he was a tackle, there's so many different ways to do that you can learn, hand placement, footwork, things of that nature that you can add to your repertoire as an offensive lineman. I love having both of those guys, and especially somebody that's familiar with Mike McCarthy's protections and that could teach this offensive line the type of protections that they will run so they can all be on the same page.
Campen was a center in the league for a while.
That's even better.
Yep.
That's great.
Yep. I think you want to, if you're putting a staff together, you want a quarterback and offensive line. I don't think that's genius level football stuff for me right there, but offensive line and quarterback. How do you win in this league? There you have it. We'll get into some of the defensive staff stuff in a little bit, but it wouldn't shock me. Like Lunda Wells, who could come in and be part of the tight end group, he was also an offensive line coach before too.
Mm-hmm.
Like a bunch of these guys that they've talked to have offensive line backgrounds, which is massive. All right, Patrick Graham, it looks like, is the defensive coordinator. I mean, the Steelers haven't confirmed that, but not exactly a secret. Do we like that hire? That's next. 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins on a 5-game winning streak after beating the Chicago Blackhawks yesterday, 6-2. Penguins have a home game coming up tomorrow at 3:30. They play the New York Rangers, and that game will be the second of 3 in this Penguins homestand, their final home games before the Olympic break. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing, my friends, they are still family-owned. They're truly local, and when you call, oh my gosh, a human answers, one with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent to boot. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call the Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551. Yep.
This is the Panthers Insider Show. Every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PITT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PITT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. Pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to learn about payment options. Some customers may qualify for a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Stay warm this winter and keep your game in season at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Play on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators. Join a league. Book a private bay with friends in Ross Township and in Washington, BA by the Meadows Casino. The best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Put down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
James Campen going to be the Steelers' offensive line coach. Jari Evans also among the candidates to join Mike McCarthy's staff. A Pro Football Hall of Fame finalist. Great guard for the Saints. And here's the other name. Running backs coach Ramon Chin-Young was a Cowboys assistant offensive line coach in the past.
That's right. Chin-Young, yeah.
I wonder if because he's doing running backs and has worked with the offensive line, if he could be a run game coordinator.
100%.
Yeah. We were just talking off air about getting dressed for hockey and hockey practice and hockey games back in the day. What a pain in the ass.
Oh, my God.
Because they just showed the Penguins in the room, right? And it looks like the with the third jerseys at least, like they're not socks, like they're the actual like pants underneath the big baggy pants. I hated that. Like I have gone every year for the last like decade. I go and play pond hockey with some of my buds, and I'll just get dressed at home and then put the skates on when I get there because it's such a like I'm sitting in the snow trying to pull on the pants and the shoulder pads and get the jersey over, and your fingers are falling off, and it takes like 30 freaking minutes.
It's ridiculous. Ever since I was younger, I always thought of a better way, a better process of putting your gear on or making the gear more.
It's Friday.
More efficient. And I always thought about making pants instead of having hockey socks. Like at the lower level, the bottom half of the pants, just make it look like socks, which would make it so much easier because. I mean, I went through all kinds of different ways to keep my socks up when I was younger, whether it was the Velcro shorts underneath the big hockey pants to keep the socks up, whether it was like the little like suspender.
You wear those, dude. The Velcro thing that you put, like, you could even have your jock strap, for lack of a better way of putting it. And it's got the Velcro there. So your sock's supposed to come on. After the first 3 times you wash them, it's done. It doesn't work.
I've always thought about better ways.
If you, and maybe because it's not like we're out here playing all the time, but if there has been development, let us know at 412-928-9370 on the text line. Because if you need to tape the socks, clearly there's got to be a better process.
Better process, right? I mean, I even thought about with the shoulder pads and elbow pads. I mean, why can't that just be a whole deal? Like, why can't you just connect that and have that as like a bodysuit? Like, why do I have to put on the shoulder pads and then strap up the elbow pads? Like, why can't that just be connected? Like, make it easier, just
like a
slip it on.
flak jacket.
Yeah, like a flak jacket.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It always used to bother me, though.
It drives me nuts.
You know how many times I've ripped my hockey pants because I'm so stupid and put my skates on before I put my pants on? I did it like 3 times. Just with real idiot.
Whenever I would play at Ice Castle, like we played in the D League because like I suck ass. I would first time I like pulled my hammy. Like bending over, tying his skates, pulling the socks up. I was like, I better stretch. Friggin' idiot. All right, it looks like the Steelers. Have we seen conflicting reports on this, correct, with Patrick Graham as defensive coordinator? Like, Dulac made it sound like 2 days ago this was happening. They haven't confirmed anything. Then we hear he's having an interview, but then some of the national guys are like, it's going to be Patrick Graham as the defensive coordinator. Do we like this?
Well, I think that the conflicting reports were because that there was potential better candidates that could possibly be the defensive coordinator for the Steelers that were out there, and now there's a wrench that's been thrown in with Jim Schwartz. And I know Jim Schwartz runs a 4-3, but that doesn't mean that he can't adapt to a 3-4 if they want to stay the same. He's still a really good defensive coordinator. He can adapt.
That drove me nuts, Doran.
Yeah.
I tweeted out, get Jim Schwartz here yesterday, and people blew me. You idiot. Don't you know he runs a 4-3? Yeah, I do. I also happen to think he's a really freaking good defensive coordinator. They're also going to be in sub-package 75% of the time. So, like, do I want a guy who's done it and had one of the best defenses in the NFL for a couple of years? Yeah, I freaking do.
Mm-hmm. So I think that I'm not for certain, but that may have thrown a wrench into everything of, kind of pushing the interview process and, the things with Patrick Graham a little bit down the road, a couple days. I don't know. But I do believe it's going to be him.
His numbers don't excite you, but he has worked with very little talent. That much is fact. He was 9th in the league in points, though, with the Giants in 2020. They were 9th in the league in points allowed with the Raiders in 2023. And a lot of the other metrics were actually similar, if not better than the Steelers. Like points this year, 25th and 25th. That's not great. But yards, they were 15th, 15th, and 14th the last 3 years, again, with very little talent outside of Max Crosby. And I have heard that he is a big, if you got red paint the barred red guy, and he'll do a lot of dummy pressures. Mm-hmm. It just depends on what guys he has.
Right.
And he'll tailor the defense around that. The most encouraging thing about Patrick Graham, and I'm not going to sit here and crush the hire because, I mean, who knows at this point. But the most positive thing is he's gone through 3 coaching changes, and they all kept him.
That's true.
Like, he's highly thought of. Like, more often than not, guys want to come in and bring their own dudes. This guy's survived, 3 coaching changes? That is worth something. No?
And he got his foundation underneath Belichick, too.
Yes.
He was with Belichick for a while. I think that there's something to be said about that.
No doubt.
But, yeah, that's a good point. All these staffs that had come in have kept him. I think that it's positive, whoever the defensive coordinator is, because they're going to be able to run their own defense. But I think that whenever you look around, you have T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, Alex Highsmith, you have Joey Porter Jr., you have Derek Harmon. You just got to let those guys play, man. Just let those guys play. Don't make it too difficult. It's really not rocket science at this point. I think you can let those guys play, make sure they're in the right spots to make plays, and utilize their strengths. That's something I don't think Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin really identified deep down was, all right, we have T.J. Watt, who is arguably one of the best players in the NFL, at least on the defensive side and the offensive side, but there's so much untapped potential with every single player. Like, where's the untapped potential? Like, somebody like Jim Schwartz and maybe Patrick Graham, too, there was a lot of untapped potential with Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett was really good, but Jim Schwartz took him to another level.
Yes.
Can you do that with T.J. Watt in this latter half of his career? Can you get that out of 1 year of Cam Hayward? Can you start that process with a Derek Harmon of getting that untapped potential? Everybody's really good, but there's always still room to be even better. And I think T.J. Watt can be even better if he's put in the right situations and utilized to his full potential, not just his potential of being a rush end.
And we heard Mike McCarthy talk about players. Players got to go make plays. And you got to put them in position to make plays, and you have to let them play to their strengths. So that would speak to what you're talking about on the defensive side. You can make investment in multiple ways. You could pay a guy like T.J. Watt $40 million. You can draft a bunch of offensive linemen, right? You can invest in that position through the draft. But the other portion of it is utilizing them correctly and developing them.
Yeah.
And T.J. Watt ain't worth $40 million if he's going to get 7 sacks.
Exactly.
So that, as long as he's here, the next defensive coordinator needs to get more out of Watt. Here's this, too. 26 yards allowed per game for the Steelers. 29th passing yards allowed per game for the Steelers. 13th in rushing yards allowed per game. That's the highest paid defense in the NFL. Raiders, 4th lowest paid defense, 14th in yards, 14th in passing yards, 17th in rushing yards. So by those metrics, Patrick Graham's 4th cheapest defense outperformed the highest paid defense in the NFL. So, do I know that Patrick Graham will work out? No, of course not. Nobody does. Can I see how it could? Absolutely, I could. And his resume better than Terrell Austin's when Austin was hired. Yep. Austin had some really bad statistical defenses. At least Patrick Graham's got a couple of good top 10 points allowed defenses mixed in there. 412-928-9370. That's the number to call if you want to comment on Mike McCarthy and the staff that he's putting together. Dave and Delmont and others waiting patiently on hold. We will get to you. Chris Carter at 8 o'clock. Boy, we can get his thoughts on all these coaching dudes. Plus, I think he's in Mobile. Mobile? He's in Alabama for the Senior Bowl. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 6-2 winners over the Chicago Blackhawks yesterday. They have 65 points in the standings. They're second, tied for second with the New York Islanders in the Metropolitan Division. Both trail the Carolina Hurricanes by 6 points. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
If some jag up at the big box building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault because there's a better alternative. Now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving, and you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of problems for you heading out this morning. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Crews on the scene of an earlier accident shutting down the outbound lanes of Bigelow Boulevard between the Crosstown and Heron Avenue. Traffic is extremely heavy as you try to make your way past the scene, although most people have abandoned the Crosstown and have tried to make a way around it. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you are jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East, that is heavy in both directions approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310. Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer. Brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Chris Carter, the Post-Gazette, the Locked On Steelers podcast, live from Mobile, Alabama. Going to join us in 10 minutes on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We've been talking about the Steelers' rumored coaching staff hires, and Dave in Delmont, one of our longtime listeners and callers, joins us now. Hi, Dave. You're on the air.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
What up, man?
Today's got to be April Fool's. You're going to hire that defensive coach that hasn't played for, that hasn't coached on a team with a winning record.
It's the Raiders, man.
8-9, and then we're going to go out and get a coach that the wide receiver coach from Buffalo, the worst receiving core in the league. That's why.
Hold on. They did a terrible job from a personnel standpoint in Buffalo. The personnel was the issue. And they actually got, I mean, and this could be Josh Allen, but they actually got a lot out of a little, I thought, this year.
Yeah.
Not to mention, is it Patrick Graham's fault that every time Geno Smith dropped back to pass, he was either getting sacked or throwing a pick?
No, but you have to develop the players that you have. How did he develop anybody when you're going 3-14?
What about Max Crosby? Max Crosby's one of the highest paid defensive players.
He was a freak right out of the gates. I mean, come on now. This is.
What about Robert Spillane?
Yeah, he did good after he left. But can you just let me know? Make sure they hire the coach from the offensive coordinator from maybe New Orleans, and get all the other coaches from every other losing team that played last year. This is ridiculous.
Well, they can't get coaches from winning teams. They can, but most of the coaches
you need to give promotions,
right? Most of the coaches that you get from winning teams are either up for being to be a head coach.
I get it, but you can't get the guy from Cleveland that has a great defense every year.
I would not. I would have liked that a lot, Dave. I would have liked that a lot. That part I'll agree with. But Patrick Graham, he's highly thought of around the league. Again, the numbers don't jump out at me. He did have 2 top 10 points allowed defenses, though, for 2 woebegone franchises. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that Patrick Graham's a bad defensive coordinator because the Giants and the Raiders finished with losing records. Pete Carroll, one of the better coaches we've seen in the NFL's history, at least in the last 25 years. He goes to Las Vegas, and he sucks because it's contagious. I think they're going to try to hire Clint Kubiak. Good friggin' luck, buddy. Oh, no. What did Rodgers do with the Jets? They won, 7 games, 6 games? Comes to Pittsburgh. They make the playoffs. They win the AFC North. Get guy out of a bad situation, put him in a good situation. I don't know that this guy's going to work out, Patrick Graham. And I would rather have had Schwartz, no doubt. But I'm not going to sit here and say it's not going to work.
Right. I mean, Raheem Morris is out there still. I would love for them to get an opportunity to speak to Schwartz or Raheem Morris, but McCarthy's always, I mean, I think that you should have understood it, people out there, that he was going to go with the familiar guys for his staff.
Yeah, because he's had freaking success with them.
Right.
Here's the other thing. David Delma. Oh, this guy never wins. Why don't we hire the Browns defensive coordinator? His thesis statement on why Patrick Graham's going to suck is because his team had a losing record, and then he's like out of the other side of his mouth. But this Schwartz, I mean, I'll tell you, he's a great coordinator. One of the worst teams in the league, the Browns. This from Diana Rossini moments ago, by the way. We're talking 5 minutes ago. The Steelers are expected to finalize an agreement with Patrick Graham today to be their new defensive coordinator. He's in the building now. Graham briefly worked for McCarthy in Green Bay in 2018. Now he'll be headed to Pittsburgh after 4 years as Raiders DC. And here's the other question you have to ask. Do we think he's going to be an upgrade over Terrell Austin?
Yes.
Yeah. Or Mike Tomlin, whatever. I mean, think about it. Highest paid defense in the NFL, mediocre, if not worse, across the board. They weren't getting coached up before. Maybe give this guy a shot. 412-928-9370.
I think the defensive line coaching hire is big, too.
See, Dunbar's a guy I probably would have kept around. That being said, they haven't been able to stop the run for 3 years, so maybe I'm smoking on that one. All right, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 14. Tomorrow, high is 16. Low of negative 10.
Great.
Awesome. Is it warm in Mobile?
Warmer. It was cold when I was down there, 2010. Freezing.
Did you like it down there doing that?
No.
Okay. Coming up next, Chris Carter, who's in Mobile for the Senior Bowl. He actually spoke to maybe future Steelers offensive coordinator Scott Tolzien. We'll hear what he heard in that conversation and get his thoughts on some of these other rumored Steelers coaching candidates. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit SouthHillsKia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Don't miss the ultimate Sammy Hagar era Van Halen tribute around. Van Hagar has wowed audiences across the country. Don't miss their return to Jurgles on February 7th with special guests Pittsburgh's own Broom and Radio 45. Experience the best Sammy Hagar era tunes from Van Halen. Van Hagar. February 7th at Jurgles. Advance tickets are on sale now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 five-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit WindowNation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the Buy 2, Get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Glimmer of hope in in the Friday Morning Rush. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. Outbound Bigelow Boulevard back open between the Crosstown and Heron Avenue after crews cleared that earlier accident. Meanwhile, inbound Parkway East are jammed at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Some delays on the outbound side approaching the Squirrel Hill Tunnel entrance, while the Parkway West, you are jammed between Parkway Center and the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
To the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. To talk to our friend, great Steelers reporter, X's and O's savant, host of the Locked On Steelers podcast, Chris Carter, live from Mobile, Alabama. Unless you came back, you are in Mobile.
No, I'm still here.
All right,
I'm still here. I'll be back tonight.
There's a million different things worth asking you about. But first, you talked to Scott Tolzien yesterday. What did you glean from that conversation? He could be the next Steelers offensive coordinator.
He could be. One thing he was very gracious about, Mike McCarthy and what he's done for his career. You know, it's funny. I had just written about Scott Tolzien because I did a deep dive back into all the games that Mike McCarthy has coached where he hasn't had a franchise quarterback, starting for him. And Scott Tolzien has 2 of those starts. Now he lost and tied those. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then when I hear Scott Tolzien's like, he's what? And I was like, okay, let's see what's up with this. And so turned out he's the American. He's the offensive coordinator for the American team here at the Senior Bowl. And I was impressed. I thought that we kind of blindsided him. It was myself, Alan Saunders, Nick Farabaugh, and he was like, everyone was like, hey, how do you feel about Garrett Nussmeier? Hey, how do you feel about, hey, what do you think about Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy? And he was like, whoa, where'd that come from? So it was kind of funny, but he thought on his feet. I thought he did a good job. He credited Mike McCarthy for, his career and for the opportunities he's had. He talked about how great, it would be, to coach Aaron Rodgers, considering he played with him. How about this? If he does, if Steelers hire Scott Tolzien and they bring back Aaron Rodgers, there will be 2 former quarterbacks who were on a roster with Aaron Rodgers who would be coaching him, because Tom Arth also was on a Packers roster for less than a season, but on one with Aaron Rodgers back in the day.
Chris, do you like the way this coaching staff for Mike McCarthy is shaping up?
I like some of them. I think James Campen's a heck of a hire. I think that he, with the experience that he brings at the offensive line coach, offensive line, just like what he can put together, there's a chance that he could be, I'm not saying he is going to be this guy, but he could be like the Mike Munchak where, they've put the bones together of what this line is supposed to be, much like when Mike Munchak came in, they already had Pouncey and DeCastro and Gilbert. They had the guys. Now they just needed them to take that big step together. And if Campen can come and do that with this crew, it could do a lot for where this team needs to go. So I like that hire. Patrick Graham, I like how I like the things that I've read him talk about. I just want to see him put it together because, last 2 years he's coached a defense, they've ranked 25th, but he's had like very bad personnel to work with. So I'm not going to put that all on a coach in that situation, but I look at at his track record and I'm like, okay, he's doing this with this. He's creating this here. But the thing that I'm really encouraged by Patrick Graham as far as a defensive coordinator position and what he can do there is he seems very adaptable to every situation that he's in. Whatever the personnel he has, he's going to try to maximize it to his potential. And I'm encouraged by how he's done that in his previous stints. So those guys, I think keeping Gerald Alexander is a great move. I think he's a really good DB's coach. Look at the work that he did with Joey Porter this year. And I'm intrigued by some of these other additions. James Pierre, another one. Yeah. I mean, the cornerbacks just skyrocketed this year under his watch. And he deserves some credit for that. When I talk to other people around even people at the Senior Bowl, I was just talking about, who were asking my opinion about, what you think about this stab, this guy. And whenever I bring up Gerald Alexander's name, he's like one of those guys that that guy could be a defensive coordinator someday, and maybe even a head coach if he keeps rising up the ranks. So I think it's good they kept him and a couple of other guys. So right now I think it's all right. I didn't buy in on the process as how they landed Mike McCarthy. I thought they should have waited to interview Shula and Shieldhouse and then get a chance to go through that part of the process. But it seems like they're making moves. Seems like they're bringing in guys who have connections to McCarthy and have good track records. And I'm intrigued to see how that balances out on the team.
I agree with you that I never disliked the McCarthy hire, like McCarthy himself, but I didn't love the process. How's it make you feel now, though? Because this perked my ears up, that it looks like Shula and Shieldhouse aren't going to get head coaching jobs. I mean, at least one of them won't, but it seems like the Rams and the Raiders are going to go in a different direction.
I mean, it's tough because I feel like these are coaches who are still young and up and coming, and it doesn't necessarily, like, the Raiders not choosing a coach is not a sign that maybe that coach is bad, because the Raiders make a lot of bad process decisions themselves. But I do think that there's a chance that it's like, hey, these guys aren't ready just yet. Maybe we give them some time. Maybe we give them some time. Maybe the guy that they really wanted was Marcus Freeman, and when they were holding out, be like, all right, Marcus, you can stop playing around now. You can leave Notre Dame, and he's like, I'm not leaving Notre Dame. He's like, all right, we're going with Mike McCarthy. Maybe it's something like that. But it does give me a little bit more pause. I just didn't think there was a rush to hire Mike McCarthy, because I thought no one else was chasing him. The only thing that I do think that a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people say that, the only thing I think that could have played into that is they wanted to get a head coach in so they could get this staff locked down now and get into this draft process. Because, like, I've seen Andy Weidel down here. I haven't seen Omar Khan. I haven't seen Mike McCarthy. They're busy doing a lot of stuff. And so, like, typically this time of the year, this would be when Mike Tomlin is like, hey, you over here, fight. And like, that's like a highlight of the Senior Bowl. And it's a chance for the Steelers scouts to get a chance. Like, okay, we wanted to see who was better of these two. Let's see who wins this. The Steelers scouting staff is out here, but they don't have the full ammunition at the Senior Bowl. And that's something they've had for many years now. So part of me wonders if the rush wasn't necessarily because they were worried about McCarthy leaving. It was because, hey, we feel really strongly about this. Let's just get this done so we can get into our offseason process and not miss any more steps.
Chris, say Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back. Say he retires. What does this quarterback room look like heading into the 2026 season? Who do they potentially add? Do they draft? Who's going to be the starter, in your opinion, to start the season?
I think they'd try to go get a Malik Willis type. Kirk Cousins being released, it's just it gives me goosebumps, because I'm like, oh boy, is this going to happen?
Well, they do want to get younger at the position, Chris. I mean, and that would suffice.
they would have accomplished that for the first time in a long time, right? But at the same time, I feel like Aaron Rodgers, it's so funny. Like, when the Steelers, they announced they're hiring Mike McCarthy, and they said, and we're not hiring Mike McCarthy with the idea that it's going to entice Aaron Rodgers, though it could entice Aaron Rodgers. And we're not just hiring his former offensive line coach that coached him throughout his entire tenure at Green Bay. That's not because we want Aaron Rodgers to come back, but it could absolutely help him come back. But I think that there's a plan in place. I think if the Steelers are going to draft a quarterback who's a guy that could, like, start this year, it's Ty Simpson. There's no way they're trading up for Fernando Mendoza, in my opinion. I'm not on the Ty Simpson bandwagon as of right now. Just a guy who watched him all throughout the season. I thought he should have stayed back, like a lot of his comrades did, and colleagues did at the quarterback class, and try to go in next year. But if they take a shot at Ty Simpson, your room will probably be Ty Simpson, Mason Rudolph, and Will Howard, and that'll be such an interesting training camp. But I think the Steelers, they either get Rodgers or they get a free agent, and it makes sense, and it's a temporary bridge to get to the 2027 class, where they're hoping that turns into the class where there's 4 or 5 real first-round pick quarterbacks available.
Chris Carter joining us here in the Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. So you're kind of in the epicenter of the football world right now. I'm sure you've poked around. What was the general consensus, if there was one, the thought on the Steelers bringing in McCarthy? Like, were people you were talking to bullish on it, or do they think it was odd?
A lot of people thought it was odd. A lot of people thought and again, I think there's always the speculation, like, did Tomlin actually step down? Did he leave? But it does seem like, by all indication, Tomlin stepped down with how the Steelers just were caught off guard by this. And I think by the McCarthy hire, it wasn't like they had, the young guy in place ready to go. I think if the Steelers had pulled Marcus Freeman, right, that would have been like, okay, there was something going on in the works that maybe they were ready for this, and this was kind of, a plan. But I do think that Mike Tomlin stepped down. And that's the thing that's being said out here is this, like, we're not sure what happened at 4, but is Mike McCarthy going to make you better? Because there's a lot of people that I think that know a lot of the stories and stuff in the background about how Mike Tomlin filled a lot of holes in the organization. Just, not having the best facilities, not having the biggest coaching staff, and all the different things that, other teams often do have. And also just, piecing things together the way that he often does. Like, we talked about, I wrote about this year about how Patrick Queen, wasn't communicating well with Terrell Austin, the defensive play caller. And he and Mike Tomlin realized, he's like, hey, you need to get on the same page. And when that happened, the defense started to play better. And so there's little stuff like that I think that he's done well over the years, that he, in his CEO way, that he makes so help. And that's where I think it's going to be interesting. How does Mike McCarthy make up for that? Does his play calling make up for that? Does the offense just fly off the chart when he comes in? But a lot of people here, there's a lot of skepticism that, like, because Mike Tomlin is so respected nationally. I know there's a lot of people locally that don't like him. I also know there's also a lot of people locally that did like Mike Tomlin. But nationally, there is a sense that, like, could this be, like, everyone's been saying, is Mike Tomlin going to have a losing season? Is this the year that the Steelers have the losing season? I've been asked that a lot since I got here in Mobile.
Chris, former Pitt linebacker Kyle Lewis, he seems to be making a lot of money down there in Mobile.
Oh, Doran. He is making some money.
Yes.
He is flying all around. And I know the first day he made a really nice interception. And I was like, okay, there's something. Every day he has broken up a pass. He has intercepted a pass. He's outrun some guys, and he's being physical. And it's funny. I talked to him the first day I was here on Tuesday, and I said, you made a lot of plays. What do you want to do next? And he's like, I need to show I'm physical. I need to show I can get up and I can stuff the run, and I can get in there. And he's been doing that. He's slicing through. He's making plays. I think the biggest thing is he's still going to need to get stronger as he gets closer to the NFL and into the NFL. But scouts are loving him. They're loving the way that he's moving, because he's also not just like, flashy moving. He is coordinatedly. He's like reading your route. When you're making a cut, he's anticipating it. All the things that you saw at Pitt when he was being, the leader of the Sharks, you're seeing right now. Kyle Lewis is having himself a heck of camp. I think if there was a list of, like, top 10 winners out of the 140 players that are here, I think he'd be on that list.
Marcus Mosher, who covers the Cowboys, tweeted out, "I'm not kidding when I say this. Might be the best I've ever seen a linebacker in Mobile perform in the one-on-one coverage reps," which is saying something. Chris, awesome stuff, man. Appreciate you reporting live on the ground and everything that you've been doing. We'll urge people to check it out at postgazette.com. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, it sounds like Patrick Graham is being hired today for the defensive coordinator position. This reported by Diana Rossini, something Mike DeFabo wrote about that I want to get to regarding Patrick Graham coming up next. Plus, every day that passes, I feel better and better about Mike McCarthy. And I'll tell you one of them reasons coming up next. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 6-2 winners over the Chicago Blackhawks yesterday. The Penguins have 65 points. They are 6 points out of first place. The Carolina Hurricanes still lead the Metropolitan Division. Penguins have another game coming up tomorrow at 3:30. They play the New York Rangers, and on that day, the Penguins will be celebrating 10 years since they won the Stanley Cup against the San Jose Sharks back in 2016. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. The Black and Gold have an Irish head coach. And Hampton Beer Outlet has just received fresh deliveries of all your Irish favorites to celebrate McCarthy's arrival. Great Lakes Conway Irish Ale and Irish Stout. Great Lakes Irish Party Pack. Southern Tier Irish Coffee Ale. Fathead St. Fatty's. And, of course, Smithwick's Harp and Guinness. So, let's raise a glass to Mike this weekend at Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Joe Brady was introduced to the world yesterday as the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. For an organization that fired the head coach just to hire the offensive coordinator, rapport with Josh Allen is key number one, and it shined through immediately. I'm Drake Toll.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Shriners Hospitals for Children has been creating wonderful opportunities for children in need. This life-changing medical care helps them do the things they've always dreamed of. Go to loveshriners.org.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the home of the Yinzer Wrap and Steak on a Stone. Mike's is also the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Catch all the sports you crave, including the college and pro football playoffs and exciting hockey action. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Get your guns, ammo, and supplies while you still can. Huge selection, great prices, free parking, tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Shop, compare, and get your best deals at the Pittsburgh Gun Show. Monroeville Convention Center this weekend. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. More info and coupons at showmastersgunshows.com. That's showmastersgunshows.com.
Get to Tapped, Brick Oven, and Poorhouse and check out fun winter cocktail specials.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800 800-700-6898. Call Big Blue, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigBlue.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Scott Township, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident tying up the intersection of Green Tree and Forsyth Roads. Also one on the inbound side of Route 28 East Ohio Street near the Mill Valley interchange. Watch for delays around that as well. Parkway West, you're jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
According to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, the Steelers are expected to finalize an agreement with Patrick Graham today to be their new defensive coordinator. He is, according to Diana, in the building now. So Mike DeFaba, who also works for The Athletic, quote tweeted her tweet and grabbed a quote from Patrick Graham when he talked to The Athletic in 2024, and he said, "There's no Patrick Graham playbook. Yeah, there's stuff that comes from my New England time, my time at Green Bay, but to me, it's all about who do you have." I like that. I like that in philosophy. We'll see if he can bring it through in practice. But you learn from Belichick, you go to Green Bay, you run different defense in New York than you do in Las Vegas. You run different defense in Las Vegas than you did in Miami. I like a guy that sees what he's got, and he tailors the game plan accordingly. Mm-hmm. So, in theory, love it. Statistically, not so much. But as I've mentioned, in his 6 years as DC, 2 years finishing in the top 10 in points allowed, which is something that Terrell Austin never did prior to coming to Pittsburgh as their defensive coordinator. 412-928-9370 if you want to comment on Patrick Graham, the newest Steelers DC. I said I'm feeling better with every passing day about this Mike McCarthy hire, and maybe this isn't the best way to look at it, but it's the way I've chosen to look at it. The other two guys I wanted, like McCarthy was third on my list. We talked about that last Friday. The other two guys I wanted didn't get hired. Because by all indications, Clint Kubiak's going to be the Vegas coach, and it doesn't seem like Shula or Scheelhaus are going to be in Arizona. Those are the only two openings left. Mm-hmm. Look, you can't be that hot of candidates if no one hires you. There were a third of the league had an open spot, and none of these organizations wanted to go with Shula or Scheelhaus. I got to put some level of stock in that.
Yeah, I do. I mean, especially for somebody, I know this is just like football, but like, especially like somebody like the Dolphins, they're not waiting around for a Shula. With his grandfather coaching there.
Right.
Something like that. And that's
they hire a defensive-minded guy that doesn't have a connection to the organization.
Right.
And it's not like Shula was only a name, but you would think that the name would go a long way there.
Yeah.
I mean, Shula had one of the cheapest defenses, if not the cheapest defense in the NFL, and they performed really well this year. Now, in the playoffs, it wasn't so great, but Here's a dirty little secret. Offenses rule the day. And rule the day, I should say, in the playoffs. We know this. Look at who's been winning Super Bowls.
Yes.
Look at who's been coaching in these Super Bowls. Now, this year you got 2 defensive-minded guys. That's the exception that proves the rule. So, something happened here. Now, could Shula have not liked some of the opportunities he would have had?
It turned down the Browns.
Right.
I think a lot of these teams kind of had their mind made up early, though. Like, I mean, if you're like the Giants, they knew that they were going to sign Harbaugh. Some of these teams, who else has been hired? Jesse Minter in the Ravens. I think that he was the guy the whole time. Not to say that Shula,
because there was a connection there.
There was a connection. So, and just like Ben Johnson did, sometimes you're not going to just take a job to take it, which is smart. And some guys would just jump on that grenade just to be a head coach. But I see what you're saying, that this looks like a better situation with Mike McCarthy because those guys didn't get hired, but we don't know the nuances between.
We don't.
What's happened.
But the only 2 guys that I wanted more than Mike McCarthy remain, at least for now, in their previous roles. Like, I can't ignore it. Like, it's clear that neither one of them was Ben Johnson or Kellen Moore, the hot coaching candidates from last year, or Mike McDonald from a couple of years ago. Like, if they were that hot of candidates, somebody would have picked them up.
Right.
Troy in Mount Washington next up on the show. Hi, Troy.
What's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I'm not to toot my own horn, but toot.
Toot away, my friend.
I said neither of these guys would get hired a long time ago. I said we'd get McCarthy. It just feels like to me that we were searching so hard for names, and because of where these guys came from and their tree, that we just automatically put them where they need to be. But I think they're making the right choice. If you remember Ben Johnson, he was really in talks to leave, and he decided to come back to Detroit. And when he did go back to Detroit, next year, anybody and everybody wanted him. And I think if the Rams have a good defensive year, Shula and Shieldhouse will have that opportunity.
You might be right. It has also happened the opposite way, though. Like Lou Anarumo a few years ago, he's the example I always bring up. He was a hot candidate. He's like, nah, I'm going to run it back with Cincinnati.
Yeah, he's older, right?
Yeah, he's older.
He's old. He's an old head, so he doesn't really count. Like, to me, it's like these younger guys, they have so much time in front of them that they could even take a couple steps back and still get a job. But there's one thing, guys, that over this past week I haven't talked about with you guys, and I'd like to ask Doran this. It's about Bill Belichick. Now, Doran, why did T.O. not get in the Hall of Fame when he should have?
Because of his attitude.
Why will Antonio Brown not go into the Hall of Fame when he should have?
Because of the off-the-field stuff.
Why is Pete Rose not in the Hall of Fame?
Off the field.
He is now eligible.
So what we do is we judge players in a different landscape than we're looking at Bill Belichick, and we're like, he won all these Super Bowls, he did all this, he's an automatic. But if a player like T.O. had all them stats and clearly a wide receiver that should be in the Hall of Fame, and Antonio Brown's going to be in the same position, we judge these players. If they had 3 cheating scandals on their record, they may not ever get in, let alone getting pushed back from the first ballot. So I understand at some point, just like that, I think Pete should be in the Hall of Fame. Bill will get there, but you got to do your due diligence. You got to sit back and say, hey, just because, you won all these Super Bowls and did all this, that doesn't mean you're getting in first ballot because you got some asterisks on your record. Treat the coach how you would treat the player. To me, that's fair.
I think that the whole deal is what some people are mad about. Like, change the way that you vote. Don't look at the off the field. Now with Bill Belichick, you should look at the on the field, and I think that that's warranted. But you stated this the other day. If you take out those cheating scandals, what does his resume say? Right?
He's got 6 total Super Bowls if you include the defensive coordinator stuff.
Exactly.
If you remove the 2 that he quote unquote cheated on.
Exactly. And how many Hall of Famers has he coached? Like things of that nature. If you remove the stuff, it still warrants being a first ballot Hall of Famer. I still think that you should take that in effect. Like you should account that. That should be a part of the process for sure. But with players, I think off the field, unless you like murder somebody or like go to jail for a long time for selling like something crazy. Yeah, okay, you shouldn't go in the Hall of Fame, but if it's just your attitude, that should not count.
I've always thought just what guys do on the field is the most important thing.
Yes.
Put them in based on their resumes. I mean, Antonio Brown and T.O., I mean, if you can list 8 wide receivers better than those guys, I think you're probably full of it. Same thing with Bill Belichick as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
If you took 2 Super Bowls away,
exactly.
If they legitimately, if they stripped them away like they were the Heisman for Reggie Bush, mother bleeper still a Hall of Famer.
That's where I'm at on it.
I get it, wanting to send a message, I mean, to an extent. Like, okay, cheating the game, but what kind of message do you really send when next year he's going to be in the Hall of Fame?
Well,
and are you going to do the same with Brady?
Exactly. Well, that was my point. Like, I think you're not.
9370. You can weigh in on that if you want to. Almost all of the head coaching vacancies have been filled. Who did a good job? Who didn't? Jason Mackey is also going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. There's Penn stuff to get to with him, Pirate stuff to get to with him. And, of course, the Steelers have now, according to Diana Rossini, hired Patrick Graham as their defensive coordinator. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reports coming in. Patrick Graham is expected to be hired today by the Pittsburgh Steelers to be their next defensive coordinator under Mike McCarthy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Has it even reached 0 outside? I know the wind chill tomorrow going to be -10. Actually, that's just the real temperature. Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should, doesn't it? Why? Well, might not be your furnace. You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. That problem was solved for me when I got new windows. And you can talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Your energy bills will go down, and you can't pass up this deal. Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale, plus 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. And if you act now, you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and do
it. Yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue. Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Do you want to walk, play pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy, but you can't because of bad feet? The Good Feet store wants to help.
I just had difficulty walking. I tried them on in the store, and my foot felt so much better.
Do you keep buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief?
I tried all kinds of shoes. It was the arch supports that made the difference from the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet, knees, or back problems get in the way of staying healthy and having fun.
Thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm bowling 3 nights a week.
Get back to doing what you love. At the Good Feet store, we'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to maximize your comfort. Stop in the Good Feet store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I was around Eli Manning. I was around Aaron Rodgers. I've been around Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's been who's traveled around but has been a productive player. I've been around a lot of good quarterbacks in this league, and I listen to what they're looking for. I pay attention to what they're trying to figure out pre-snap and practice. All that time, all that repetition I have of listening and watching them in practice is really important in terms of how I game plan against quarterbacks. The biggest thing for me is IDing what type of quarterback we're dealing with. Does he want the information? All right, I'm going to overload you with information. So what's that mean? The disguise element ties into that. If you want the information, I'll give you information. But now, if I know you're looking for it and you're trying to figure it out and it's going to slow down your process, I'm just going to overload you with the information. I'm going to tie in the front the shell, everything's going to tie in together.
It's Patrick Graham talking about his defensive philosophy. According to Diana Rossini, Steelers set to hire Patrick Graham today. He's meeting with the organization as we speak right now. I like that. I'm going to give the quarterback a lot to think about. Yeah. One of the things I read about Patrick Graham, too, Doran, is that he hasn't been a big blitzer, but he does a lot of simulated pressures, stuff like that, changes the picture at the snap.
Yeah.
All the kind of stuff that you want to see. And the Steelers, even when they got simple the last 2 years, they've had a ton of defensive miscommunication. So at least this will be a sight for sore eyes. I do want to talk about the other coaching hires that have been made in this class. Here's who we got. Joe Brady to the Bills, Jesse Minter to the Ravens, Jeff Hafley to the Dolphins, Todd Monken to the Browns. The Raiders are expected to hire Clint Kubiak. Titans have hired Robert Saleh, and the Giants, Jim Harbaugh. Cardinals,
John,
whatever. Cardinals still TBH. Let's start with the Bills. What grade would you give them for the Joe Brady hire?
D.
Man, you and I are on lockstep on that
D.
one.
I mean, it was almost damage control. Whenever they announced, obviously what the owner said, what Pagula said was ridiculous. And then obviously what they did with McDermott and how they kind of said that all went down. Whenever they announced that Josh Allen was going to be a part of the search committee of the next head coach, like I'm all for that to a certain extent, but this was all Josh Allen. Yeah, I give it a D. I don't know how it's going to go. I hope it goes well for them. They need it, but like it's going to be about the coaching staff for Joe Brady, but not a sexy hire whenever you had an opportunity with a quarterback like Josh Allen, and it seems like it was a convenient hire.
It seemed like it was a convenient hire, and I think that McDermott's a good coach. I think the roster was more the issue this year. Now, McDermott, the 13 seconds and all that, I mean, he has had his playoff issues, but I would have run it back with McDermott. I would have fired Bean, the general manager, and Joe Brady still would have been around because he would have been the offensive coordinator. Joe Brady wasn't getting hired anyplace else.
Yeah, did they do any other interviews?
No, I mean, I think he did, but I don't think he was going to get hired this cycle except by Buffalo.
Yeah.
So I thought I'll give that a D as well. Jesse Minter, I like that for the Ravens, but I would have gone with a McCarthy, or I would have probably thought about McDermott, although the issues that he had were similar to those of the ones that the Ravens had. I would have hired a guy who'd been a coach before, is I guess what I'm trying to say for them, because I think they're on the precipice. I would have done the same thing if I'm Buffalo. If I'm Buffalo, I would have thought about McCarthy. If I'm the Ravens, I would have thought about McCarthy.
I give them a D as well.
Wow.
I mean, because you have to maximize Lamar Jackson, and I think that they had an opportunity to go with an offensive-minded head coach, just like kind of what you're saying. It's all about Lamar Jackson, in my opinion, unless they're looking to go in a different direction at some point.
Stefanski would have been a better hire there.
Stefanski would have been a great hire there.
Yeah.
I think that this is Harbaugh, young Harbaugh. This is young Harbaugh. He was on the staff with Harbaugh. He's part of the Harbaugh tree with both brothers. He just came from L.A., so it just doesn't. I think that you need to get that defense together, clearly, which I think he will, or attempt to, but I think the most important thing is getting the most out of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and I don't know if that does that.
I don't know that it does that either. And Todd Monken now going to Cleveland, which he's a really good offensive coordinator, I think. He won 2 national championships at Georgia, but you hire an old offensive-minded head coach and old's probably too strong, but you hire an older offensive-minded head coach who's never been a head coach before.
Yeah, and you had Jim Schwartz right there, a guy who has, the only bright spot really about the Browns organization in the last how many years. Obviously, they made the playoffs, but the only bright spot is Jim Schwartz and getting the most out of Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett loves Jim Schwartz. Now you say basically Jim Schwartz is probably going to be your job, and then the last second you pull a Todd Monk. I could see if
you can't do that.
I could see if it was Clint Kubiak or one of those guys, even Clint, but Todd Monken. If I'm Jim Schwartz, I'm like, bleep you.
Was Todd Monken even interviewing for head coaching jobs? No. I didn't see his name pop up anywhere. I didn't know he interviewed there.
F.
I said he's not old. He's 59. He's 3 years younger than Mike McCarthy. and he's never done it before.
Right.
Like, if I'm hiring a guy who's in his 60s or near his 60s, then I'm probably going to get a guy who's friggin' done it before.
Yes.
Like the Giants did with Harbaugh. Now, that one I'd give an A.
A.
Yeah.
With what he has to work with and what they need stability. He's going to bring that. You have a young quarterback. You have a young running back coming off of an injury. You have a young wide receiver coming off an injury and Malik Neighbors, and you have that defense. Man, they're going to be a team to watch.
I guess for context purposes, I should tell people where I am on McCarthy now. I'd give that a solid B.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Shula. I liked Scheelhaus, or at least the idea of Scheelhaus. Neither one of them got a head coaching job. I have to factor that in. And who among this group would have been better for developing quarterbacks? You can maybe make an argument that you would trust a Kubiak to develop a quarterback based on what he did with Sam Darnold. When I thought Darnold at the end of last year kind of turned back into Darnold again, and now he's playing in the Super Bowl, and he just played the best game of his life against the Chris Shula defense. If the Steelers had hired a Clint Kubiak, I'd probably give that an A.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how I can go lower than a B with McCarthy, especially because I seemingly like a lot of his coaching hires.
Yeah,
the more I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I give it a B+ because of more than just what he brings to the table. He's bringing other things to the table, which is definitely different. And if it's like a Scott Tolzien, you could see him growing into being the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers in 5 years if this is just a stopgap type deal. So I think he's bringing a lot to the table, which makes the hire and more about him than anything. It's more about what he's going to bring.
Yeah, if I just view it through the prism of who's their new coach and how different is he than the old coach, and has this coach won before, then how can I dislike the coach? I don't. It's just kind of a goofy process. Texter, these always crack me up. Let's throw a hypothetical out there. Your doctor says you need quadruple bypass surgery. Then he says the doctor who's successfully done hundreds of them is not available, so a young up-and-coming doctor is willing to try his first. What do? We ain't talking about heart surgery. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm coming around on it, but like, no one's cutting into my heart. Some people are actually saying being a head football coach and a heart surgeon are totally different jobs. Not everyone's saying that clearly, but most people are saying that. I like Clint Kubiak with the Raiders. What he did with Darnold, if he winds up going there, and there's a lot of smoke around that right now.
Yeah, but can he develop a young quarterback? He can develop a quarterback with a foundation and that has been in the league, and actually not develop, but keep them going on the right path. It's going to be interesting to see because, I mean, who was Spencer Rattler? He was the offensive coordinator last year. Mm-hmm. Clint Kubiak. Spencer Rattler didn't have the greatest of year, and he was a young player. That's the only thing I worry about with Fernando Mendoza. Can he develop a young rookie quarterback? He can develop he can keep going and trending upwards with a Sam Darnold. That's great. Got them to the Super Bowl, but we'll see if he could do that with Fernando.
Yeah, I don't know that they could have done better than him based on their history. Like, Brady being there kind of changes the math a little bit.
Still not a done deal either, but.
And it's not a done deal. It's not a done deal. But for them, with Mendoza, Kubiak, or Shula, I'm going to go Kubiak.
Yep.
Kubiak or Scheelhaus, I'll go with the guy who calls plays. I think they could have done a lot worse. And then the Cardinals, what the hell are they doing? I mean, what are they?
I have no idea who their coach is going to be.
They're the worst franchise in the history of the NFL. They've won like 6 playoff games.
Titans, I like the Titans situation too.
Oh, yeah, with Saleh?
Mm-hmm. And Dable.
That's a hell of a hire.
Hell of a hire.
Dable's a great hire.
Mm-hmm.
You got Cam Ward coming in. Look at what he did with Daniel Jones.
Yep.
I've always thought very highly of Dable, the coordinator.
Absolutely.
It would have made me crazy, even crazier, if he had been the head coach of the Bills.
Right.
Like, Joe Brady, I guess, is a better hire than that. 412-928-9370. Jason Mackey's going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. We'll, of course, talk to him about Patrick Graham and some of these other staff hires for Mike McCarthy. But there's a Penguins question we asked earlier that I want to run by him, and also a Pirates story that we broke right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll get his opinion on that coming up at 9. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins were 6-2 winners over the Chicago Blackhawks yesterday. The Penguins have won 5 games in a row. And they've got a game tomorrow at 3:30 at home against the New York Rangers. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 83 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. And we met you at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things coming down a bit on the roadways for the Friday morning rush. Traffic on the inbound Parkway West, that remains heavy for you as you head past the runaway truck sand pile into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Green Tree down toward Carnegie. Parkway East jams at Edgewood, Swissvale, no problems on Route 28. Or for that matter, the Parkway North. Those HOV lanes, however, still closed till further notice due to weather conditions. And crews dealing with an accident in the Carrick section of the city at the intersection of Concordia and East Cherry Hill Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over, and football is officially done. The last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jason Mackey joining us in about 10 minutes here. We broke a little Pirates news this morning. We'll talk to Mackey about that. The Penguins are red hot, and the Steelers, it sounds like, are on the precipice of hiring their next defensive coordinator. So all that's on the way. Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Tomorrow, the high is 16, the low is -10. Hey,
what are we doing?
What can you even do?
Nothing.
Just you hang out inside all day, right?
Yeah, but
you
like
the
snow that's out there,
it's getting hard.
Yes, it's gonna be here until March.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Harry, you still on your big hibernation kick? Like, is that what you're going to be doing all weekend? You've been saying for days that you just want to hibernate like a bear.
Yeah, it was hard to wake up this morning. It was a tough one. and then, it's hard to breathe outside, so that's no good. But I do have to work this weekend.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I got a part-time announcing job.
Basketball.
Oh, I thought you meant you were working here. Oh, that's great.
No.
You doing play-by-play?
Public address.
Where at?
Swickley.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We gonna go take in a Swickley basketball game?
No.
Me neither.
They're undefeated. They're really good.
Hold on. Is this your first time you've done this?
No.
You've been doing it the whole season?
Yeah.
I knew you were going to do it. I guess I didn't put it all together.
They've had me run the scoreboard, do stats, do announcing. I've been all over the place.
Okay, good.
I told you about this back in September.
I knew you were going to do it. I didn't know it had started yet, but that's dumb on me.
Well, it's
'cause
basketball season.
Basketball season, yeah.
You know what I appreciate, by the way, speaking of all this cold? The sun. Can you imagine if the sun were just not here?
Like in general?
We'd be dead.
Yeah, that we wouldn't exist. We'd basically be Pluto.
At least it's here enough to give us a 10 below.
Yeah, my daughter said yesterday, Daddy, it looks like spring. I'm like, yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
The sun's a big deal, though. Like right now, it's shining. It does make you feel better.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mindset.
the days are getting longer. They're getting longer.
Mm-hmm.
6 o'clock last night, it wasn't fully dark yet. And you know, right around the tip-off for March Madness, Selection Sunday, last year was daylight savings. It's the greatest day of the year.
Yep.
It's the best.
Yep.
The hell were we supposed to talk about?
I don't know.
Mackie going to join us for a full hour coming up next. Someone texted in, you guys are going to look like fools. Like fools, I tell you. This McCarthy hire was ass. Oh. I mean, I think like the top two guys I wanted to see the Steelers hire didn't get hired by anybody. I'm feeling better and better about this McCarthy thing all day. Obviously, all these teams that need a head coach, and none of them hired the guys I wanted, something's going on there.
Yep.
Whether it's Shula and Scheelhaus not wanting to go places or them not being good enough candidates at this present time, there's either one of those things makes me feel better about the McCarthy hire.
I don't know why people were so up in arms about this, like for real, like deep down. If this was 2007 and they didn't hire Tom and they hired McCarthy, people would be so excited. Is it because of his age?
I think the biggest thing, and this concerns me too, is that we ran Tomlin out of town. He hadn't had a playoff win in 9 years. McCarthy's got one over the same time period, and he's had some bad playoff defeats. To me, that's the biggest concern I have. But I'm not one of these dudes who says it's going to be the same next year as it has been this last decade, because they come at things completely differently. I mean, his staff, it's a completely, save for three guys, it's a completely new staff and a head coach who looks at the game totally differently. So I'm willing to give it a shot. I don't know how I could look like a fool.
Right.
I mean, they could fire him at the end of the year, and we're still going to be collecting paychecks.
Yep.
Being highly rated.
Great for us.
Winning Marcodes.
Yes.
Mackey's going to join us next for a full hour. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Is everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous local football greats. On March 11th, Lamont welcomes Mel Blount and friends. Proceeds benefit the Mel Blount Youth Initiative. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for sponsorships and ticket info.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews checking reports of an accident on the outbound Airport Expressway. This is as you pass the airport interchange heading out toward the Clinton. Watch for delays around that. Also, an accident involving a vehicle into a structure, 7500 block of Roslyn Street. That's near the intersection with Noble. Inbound Parkway West, you are jammed as you approach the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
It's a new year, and Staples has fresh deals to get you fully equipped for 2026. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. This deal means business, and so do these printers. Shop in store and online today. Staples. That was easy. Inch 131.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
One of our favorite listeners and guys that we interact with all the time on Twitter, Nolan Cook. Big fan of the show. Maybe it's a Jason Mackey thing. He's from Cook Catering. I think it's his company then, eh?
Yep.
Just dropped us off a whole bunch of food.
Fantastic. Fantastic. He said he was going to. He's always interacting with us. This is awesome. He hit us up last week, said he wanted to drop off some food on Friday, and he's here, and can't wait to try it.
There's food?
There is food.
Wait, can we please pick it over before you do?
Why is that?
Good answer.
Yeah, I really don't have an answer that's not offensive. Feel free to, while we're on, just go out there and take a look. Peruse it.
Num.
What do we got out there, boys?
I don't know yet.
We're going to find out.
Cook's Catering. Texter, to Adam Crowley, you're not highly rated. You smell your own fart. Be professional. You act like you never had anything, and you probably didn't.
Marconi's actually probably the biggest thing you've ever.
No doubt. It's a Super Bowl of radio. Plus, our ratings are through the friggin' roof. And we have listeners dropping us off food.
Look at Mac. He's like, yeah, I
don't want to be a part of any of this.
He's like, what's going on?
I'm letting him go.
Jason Mackey.
Never had anything? What are we what's this person insinuating here? Catch me up.
It might be the Andrew McCutchen thing that I talked about earlier.
Yeah. I had an editor way back when who told me we don't spike the football.
Oh, no, you spike the football as much as you can. You do. If you don't pat yourself on the back, no one else is going to. At least that's my personal
you hand
philosophy.
the ball to the ref.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's how I operate.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's why I let him
do your
go.
job well enough for long enough. People will notice. You don't have to tell them.
Listen, act like you've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Adam's like
I'm with Doran on
We
this one.
literally have a president of the United States that got there twice because he said how good he is. I'm going to follow that model until
I
it
don't
doesn't
do
work for me
politics,
anymore.
brother. I don't do politics.
Yeah, be careful, like you told me on the pre-show.
No, I'm just saying, if you tell people you're the best long enough, they believe it. And by the way, our ratings reflect that. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Marconi.
But you're like the safety that's like rated a 70 in Madden that was on the Super Bowl team and didn't do too much in the game. But
wow, what does that make you then?
Wow,
backup.
I
nose
was
guard?
in the Marconi sample twice.
Yeah, no one's heard that, so we can't verify.
I was giving you grief, Crowley, and I'll say this on the air. Say, I'm not a reporter. We're not a reporter. We're not a reporter until you're a reporter if it's right. Then you're a reporter.
Well, that's right.
But if you're wrong, I'm not a reporter.
Now we're just letting Mackey take a dunk on all of our professions.
He's not.
I'm not taking a dunk on your professions. I'm just like, if I would do that, if I would have something and I would go out there and bang the drum and spike the football and I'm wrong, there are certain ramifications for that.
Correct.
Not so much for you.
No, it's the ecosystem that we live in
Okay.
modern media 2026. To that end, I heard Andrew McCutchen met with Bob Nutting. I heard that, and I was like, I'm not going to say anything. And then I texted somebody who would be in the know, somebody else who would be in the know, and they confirmed it.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the contents of the meeting is, which is why I'm not a journalist, because it's not like I could write 3,000 words on, hey, Kutch met with Bob, when I don't know what the contents of the meeting were. But, I mean, it seems like this is over, right? Like, there's.
What do you mean over?
McCutchen's not going to be a Pirate again?
I don't take it that way.
Okay.
I don't take it that way. I mean, I think it's still alive. I think it's still possible. My understanding of the meeting and understanding of all sides involved here, there was probably a need to sort of clear the air and say some things. The relationship has always been with Andrew and Bob, first and foremost. My understanding in all of this, and I believe I've written this, is just that he's sort of the wild card in this. Like, the Pirates can play on their roster as much as they want. If Bob Nutting wants Andrew McCutchen on the team, Andrew McCutchen's on the team. Simple as that. And I don't know what Bob is thinking about Andrew's spot on this roster, whether he belongs on the roster. I do think there was probably a breakdown in communication with Andrew. I think he felt like he was not talked to appropriately given his legacy. And you know what? I think he has a valid point there. If you're not going to bring him back, fine, tell him. If it's going to be a little while, fine, tell him. If there's a process here, fine, tell him. You don't have to tell the public. But I think you're seeing him lash out that way because he was probably not filled in on some of the details that other people had.
Sure,
if he
seems that
was,
way, yeah.
I think he'd probably shush it a little bit more.
I don't believe that anybody is ever really owed a roster spot. What he is owed as a Pirates legend is knowing where the hell he stands.
Yes. Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
Like, it's the same thing with Gino. Like, if during this Olympic break, Kyle Dubas and Gino talk, and they don't want to bring him back, I think that'd be dumb. But let's say they didn't want to bring him back just for the sake of this conversation. You tell him that.
Yep.
Hey, this is your swan song, Gino. We're going in a younger, different direction next year. Because he's won 3 championships. And McCutchen, while he doesn't have the championship pedigree, they wouldn't have been a playoff team if he wasn't an MVP, and probably should have been a 2-time MVP. So do you think that there's value to him being on the team?
I think and this is what I think also probably transpired in the meeting. Maybe an offer for a lower role and less money, and he probably didn't like that as well. I think that maybe being, part of the roster, but not the everyday DH because they're heading into a different direction and they need to upgrade regardless. That's the kind of mindset that they're in right now. And with everything else boiling up and him not, being communicated to, and it's like, yeah, we would love to probably have you back in a lesser role where you're not playing every single day, and he probably thinks he should be playing every day. That obviously this is all speculation, but it's kind of how I think it may have went down.
I mean, I think that's a valid assessment, Dorn. I will add this to that, though. I mean, he's very realistic about where he's at and what he earns and what he has.
Is he, though? Because he thinks he can play outfield still, and he said it wasn't because of him that made that decision.
I think he can play outfield. I think where he's unrealistic is playing outfield over 162. I think if he goes out there, he's not out of his depth.
I thought
like
he was pretty
can
good
play
last
the
year
outfield.
for a
I just
handful
don't
of
think he
games,
can
yeah.
hold up over the course of a season doing that regularly.
But does he think he can?
Boy, I'd hope he doesn't feel that way.
I feel like he feels like he probably could.
I mean, it just depends on usage. Like if you're using him once every other week, like fine, it's probably going to be okay. If you're using him regularly in your outfield, that's malpractice on the team side. You should have better options than that.
And I think they do in the outfield now. I mean, Mangum's a good defensive player. Cruz is, I mean, I thought he
You got to
improved
play him anyway.
significantly.
He's got to be part of your outfield.
Cruz?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right,
Oh, yeah.
exactly. And
I
same,
mean,
thing,
I think
same thing
Andrew,
with Reynolds.
I don't think this involves outfield, guys. I think Andrew wants the opportunity to compete for at-bats. If he's one of their better hitters, he wants to be in the lineup. I don't think he wants automatically told, look, no matter what, this is where you're going to play. You're going to be an off-the-bench guy, play 1-2 days a week. I think what he probably wants is an opportunity to compete for at-bats. Right now, the way their roster is currently constructed, that's hard to do. And that's why I've been saying in writing, like, you probably need to trade Joey Bart. Does it make sense for them to trade Joey Bart if you get something in return?
Why? Because Bart's good against lefties.
Yeah,
and
because you're a guy without a defined defensive position who hits lefties well. You don't have two guys like that on your roster. Now, they need a third baseman. They need a starting pitcher. They're probably different deals. You don't have a clear path for Joey Bart to catch a whole lot. You can't really DH and play him at first base because of other guys you have to get at bats. O'Hearn, Horwitz, whatever. You know, he's in a compromised spot. He's probably not worth $2.5 million to you, but he might be worth $2.5 million to another team. So what you have to do is sort of keep the peace, try to trade Joey Bart, mortgage some of his value into maybe a third baseman. The Mets would be an option. I've seen the Houston Astros as an option. Isak Paredes, they need a backup catcher, I believe. Texas Rangers is another spot I've seen sort of like, you know, that would be a fit. But you can't bring Kutch back until you make the move with Bart and you make the move for a third baseman. And that's why I don't think, my own theory is that wasn't explained to Andrew and said, look, we need to clear this stuff and then we'll get to you. It's not like we don't care about you. It's just there's a method to our madness.
Ben Cherington, just like Crowley, the consummate procrastinator. Like, I'll have that conversation when it's important. Why do it now? Yeah, if they brought Kutch back, I obviously would not be upset about it. But
in what capacity, though?
Yeah. Correct. And I will say, and this is something Doran brought up earlier, Jason, that I think is a really good point, that Andrew is not just an afterthought. Oh, yeah, we'll sign him for $5 million right before spring training. That tells you the improvement that this roster has undergone. And it's significant. It's probably not as far as they need to have gone.
In the mindset of where they're at. Like, I think that I said feather in the cap for the Pirates, even though this is somewhat messy right now and they didn't communicate it well, it tells me that their mind has shifted of, oh, this was a feel-good story. We're not in feel-good story mode anymore.
Right.
We're
in
looking
win
to
mode.
get better.
Yeah. Yeah, which is, there's nothing wrong with that.
I think
at
it's
all.
a great sign.
I don't begrudge them at all. I think the one thing we can pick at is say this probably wasn't communicated appropriately because you let your star player, or, you know, an important player in franchise history feel sort of slighted by the process. You can't have that happen. You can't have that relationship go sour.
And wouldn't you want to have him at Pirates Fest? Like, I mean, regardless, like, I mean,
see, I disagree with you there.
Okay.
I disagree with you. I think they would have got crushed if they brought him to Pirates Fest and didn't sign him. They would have gotten killed.
When, like later? Like if they didn't sign him like in like a month?
like if he wasn't under contract and they just brought Andrew McCutchen there to like show up and wave his hat and then go home and then they don't offer him a contract, you don't think people are going to criticize that?
Well, I mean, you could say like, all right, well, this is our term and he didn't want the term and, you know, we're parting ways. But like, I mean, that brings people to Pirate Fest.
I'd give him the option.
Don't you want as many people at Pirate Fest as possible?
I know,
that
but I think it's awkward to bring somebody who's not under contract just as a sideshow. I think they're going to be accused
He's been a
of
sideshow.
I know, but I think they're going to further
for the last 3 years.
But you're saying the idea is for them to win and turn over a new leaf, which I agree with you. But I feel like you're kind of flying in the face of that by bringing a guy out there just to wave his hat and be a sideshow. I don't. Yeah. I don't think there's a way for them to win that. I mean, the way for them to win that would have been to get the move done ahead of time.
Or if he's not coming back,
yeah,
it might have made more sense.
But it's not going to
bring him
happen because he
Fest.
doesn't want to do that. He doesn't, I don't even think, even if he doesn't have a contract for the beginning of the season, I don't think you're going to see Andrew McCutchen say, oh, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just going to stay ready and work out. And if he comes back in May, he comes back in May. I don't think that's a likely scenario. I'm just saying that he wasn't going to, he wasn't going to announce his retirement before Pirates Fest.
Last thing on the Bucks. 76.5 is their win total.
Yeah.
Seems low to me.
Yeah. Same.
Their pitching staff was top 5 in baseball last year. It should be again. And their lineup was ass cheeks. I mean, it was. Now you've got what looks to me like an average lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, average lineup with a great pitching staff makes me believe you're probably right around 500, which is 6 more wins.
I mean, you've added 2 guys to the lineup.
3, really, if you think about Mangum and potentially Connor Griffin.
I mean, those are all. I mean, Connor Griffin's a hope.
Sure, but you did just added 50 homers between the 2 guys you did bring in.
Previous homers. I mean, we know how whenever the Pirates sign free agents and what they do when they come here. I mean, I'm just going off of history. I mean, think about it. Is Brian Reynolds going to be an all-star? Is O'Neal Cruz going to figure it out? Like, there's still a lot of questions.
Yeah, I mean, O'Hearn was an all-star last year, and Lau hit 30 homers last year. It's not like Rowdy Tellez where it's like, let's bank on what he did 3 years ago. Like, this is a different end of the pool they're swimming in here. Like, these are proven guys.
2.
I don't think their offense needs to light it up for them to be halfway decent.
That's what I'm saying.
If you look back at 2013,
you had 50 homers, and I mean, don't you?
So where do you think it should be, the win total?
Probably 80.
I mean, I think when they finish, I'd put it about 81, like an over-under, and I'd take the over on that. I think when they finish what they're doing this offseason, I'd put them at about 83, 84, 85 wins.
Well, depending on what they do, that number is going to go up. Right?
You'd hope. You'd hope. They make the right – I mean, they have a couple moves left. They make the right moves. That number should go up.
And they're going to add a 5th starter, you'd think. Probably a lefty. I mean, that's what Cherington said at Pirate Fest. And that's the one thing Cherington's always done well. But I can't assume it's going to happen because it hasn't happened yet. But, like, Brandon Lau, to me, like, it's a different class to me of what they brought in. Like, even Mangum, like, that's just a better player than they've added the last couple of years.
I mean, you still got Henry Davis, right? You still have no third baseman if it's Triolo can't hit.
Definitely.
You still have Gonzalez who's going to play shortstop. Maybe he can hit every once in a while. You got Lau, like you said.
All valid.
Yeah, and then Horowitz is, okay, he, came on at the end, towards the latter portion of the season last year, but still a lot of unproven in the infield. And then you have the outfield with Brian Reynolds. He had his worst year last year.
He did. No
O'Neal Cruz.
And Cruz needs to be better, too. Like, there's no question about that.
I mean, those 2 guys might be the biggest question marks, the biggest, dials you can turn in this lineup, man. Like,
Reynolds and Cruz?
Yeah, for them to go from terrible to respectable.
100%. They
like,
do
you
that.
need those 2 things.
Hold on, though. And so, last year they won 71 games. Now their win total is 76.5. Jared Triolo, here's their lineup from the last game of the season last year. Triolo, Gonzalez, Tommy Pham, Andrew McCutchen, Brian Reynolds, Alexander Canario, Nick York, Cam Devaney. I think that what they've added helps them be more than 5 games better than that.
That was the last game?
Mm-hmm. Those guys suck.
I mean, a lot of Horowitz and Davis, I mean, you got to throw them in there.
Good point. And Horowitz, you get a full season of Horowitz, too, which is massive. Because he was really good, I thought.
I hope that the win total goes up, and I hope that it's wrong. I'm just saying, like, the history of last year, and you did add, you're adding 4.5 more games. Yeah, that, to me, is almost right than what your win total was last year.
Here's where I'm at,
2 guys you add.
In 2013, it was a great season, right? Everybody can sort of agree on that. Their offense, where did they rank that season in runs? Anybody know?
13th.
Doran? They were 20th. If you can get from 30th to 20th.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal with the pitching staff that they have. They had a top 5 rotation back then. They have a top 5 rotation this year. If you can get to 20th, 19th, 18th, something. And Lau and O'Hearn did a lot to get there. Cruz and Reynolds bouncing back means a lot. A full season of Horowitz. I realize there's some hope in there, but you add let's say they go out and sign Suarez. Like that's let's
Well,
go.
now we're
There.
now we're talking.
But I'm just saying it would be very difficult for that offense to be lower than 20.
Well, and again,
and that's going to add up to a pretty good season.
I keep bringing them up, but the Reds pitching staff was a little bit worse than the Pirates last season, and their lineup was middle of the pack, and they won 83 games.
Right, exactly.
I think right now that's what you could be in that ballpark. You need a third baseman, and you need Connor Griffin to make an impact, hopefully sooner than later. We have food waiting for us, and it's the longest 9 o'clock segment we've ever done.
I loved it.
Make that make sense.
This was great.
Little Bucko talk.
It was great.
Little Bucko breaking a little news here on the Fan Morning Show. How about that? Journalists. All right, coming up next, the hottest team in town ain't just hot, they're good. We'll get to them, and then the Steelers. Quit throwing stuff, Mackie. Steelers, it looks like, have hired a defensive coordinator. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This just in, I guess Adam Crowley's a journalist now. That's breaking news. Also, reports say that the Pirates met up with Andrew McCutchen, though the conversation specifics are unclear. Patrick Graham getting hired today by the Pittsburgh Steelers, according to reports, to be their defensive coordinator. And the Penguins won yesterday 6-2 over the Chicago Blackhawks. They next play tomorrow afternoon against the New York Rangers at home. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's a fresh start for a head coach. Robert Saleh is back in that seat and was introduced as the Tennessee Titans head man yesterday and said he'll be calling plays. That's what will be different compared to his time with the New York Jets. And between Saleh and Daboll, this feels like the right restart. I like what the Titans are doing. I'm Drake Toll.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore. Time for new stuff, right? New year. Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford, SchultzFord.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Whoop, bang, Schultz Ford right there. And you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport? Let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. SchultzFord.com.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
In a world in need of a hero,
One man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Hola, amigos. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, covers the biggest sports stories nationwide, live and interactive. From the build-up to the big game in Santa Clara to the road to March in college hoops. As the night's games are getting underway, we're following along for the stories that matter. Tap in. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com, and we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some things we need to sort out in the morning rush. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. We have a few accidents crews are being busy with right now. One of them is on the outbound side of the Airport Expressway, I-376, at the ramp to Floggerty Run Road. We also have one on Route 28 inbound at the 31st Street Bridge, and also a third one in Robinson Township. This is blocking a portion of the eastbound ramp to Route 2230. Watch for delays there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, those chicken wings are unbelievable.
Insane. Oh, my goodness.
And Mackey's too much of a rule follower to eat chicken at 9 a.m.
Listen, you crazy people are up at like 3 and 4 in the morning. I have not been up since 3 and 4 in the morning. I'm still in coffee and breakfast mode.
Yeah.
You're over here pounding wings.
No,
More
that's
power
fair.
to you. I'm not on that schedule.
Yeah, my wife laughs at me every day because I'll come home and I'll take like buffalo chicken dip from the night before and I'll put it in a tortilla and I'll eat a buffalo chicken wrap at like 10:27. Yeah, makes people sick.
It's like Colin eating spaghetti at like 7 a.m.
Hey.
I mean, if you're doing this every day, I get it, but I'm not.
Food is food.
Here comes Balkan the other way. Off to Chinnakov. Makes a move.
Cal-
Chinnakov scores! Lead pass. Mathis in alone. He scores!
The Penguins played with their food for a period, and then they stopped doing that. And Crosby, Malkin, Letang, Carlson all combined for just 1 point. Brian Rust out of the lineup, and they still scored 6 goals. I think they're more than just a cute story. I think they're more than just being hot. I think they're really good. Not like Stanley Cup good, but they're really good. This is an actual legitimate hockey club they got going right now.
So I was talking about this on the evening show on Wednesday night.
Talk for a while here. I'm just need some.
All right, you got it.
Yeah.
How is Dan Muse not in the conversation for the Jack Adams Award?
Should be.
It's crazy.
He's 20-1. That's insane. He's 21.
I don't know who's ahead of him, Adam, but I know that he's not the favorite at this point. How is he not? This was a bottom 5 NHL team. That was the rub on the Penguins at the beginning of the season. We're talking about them tanking. Like, they should draft Gavin McKenna. They should be absolutely terrible. This is them bottoming out. Right now, what, second in the Metropolitan Division? Scoring 6 goals against the Blackhawks, who I know aren't very good, but, like, they're doing it every which way. They're a 4-line team. They're actually getting good goaltending. They're now protecting leads. He's a very good hockey team.
It's a very good hockey team. He's 11th right now in the odds. 11th. Jared Bednar of the Avs, plus 175 to win it. I mean, they are having a historical season.
They are, but that's a stacked roster.
They were supposed to be pretty good.
Everybody expected them to be really good.
Quenneville of the Ducks, Lindy Ruff, John Cooper, Todd McLeod. All these guys have coached multiple stops before, too.
Yeah.
Which
that's
drives me
another
nuts.
good point.
Like, this is his first friggin' year. And Pittsburgh hasn't caught up yet on how good this team is. Now, I realize weather had something probably to do with it last night, but just 16,000 people in there. They have the second worst attendance in the league. And I'm just wondering why people aren't fully buying in yet. I mean, it's not like we haven't had winters before. It's not like tickets haven't been expensive and beers haven't been expensive before. Now, I know the parking's bad and Fifth Ave's bad. It's all bad, bad, bad. But it's not like we haven't dealt with these issues before and nobody's going.
Yeah, it's a good point, man. I mean, the get-in price last night, I think, was what, $46?
Yeah.
Something like that. Like that. That's something I think about with the Hoffman family companies buying this team. Like, they have to lower that. They have to make it more accessible. I mean, that's something Lemieux and Burkle did an excellent job of, getting people in that building.
Rush, stuff like that.
Yeah, find ways to make it appealing to the broader audience. And Fenway Sports Group did not do a good enough job of that, in my opinion. And I think it lost some of its brand identity. I don't think the team felt as tangible. It has nothing to do with success on the ice. The success on the ice is happening. But you need to get people in there. And I agree with you, Adam. Like, the stuff around the rink does not help. The Steelers drama and the fact that it still feels like football season. I mean, look at what's happening on our airwaves, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's constant Steelers talk, and it should be because it's a gigantic, once every couple decades story. I'm not disagreeing with it. It's just there's been a lot of stuff in front of it. Even the Pirates offseason to a degree. Like, there just hasn't been that opening for hockey.
I hadn't thought of the Steelers angle of it all. Like, you got Mike McCarthy coming in here. Your head coach that nobody thought was going to step down, from the fan base's perspective, step down. That is going to be the number one story. And there's more. Because according to Diana Rossini, the Steelers are expected to finalize an agreement with the defensive coordinator today. Who is that? Do we like it? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, we eat chicken wings. Now a hairy headline.
Oh, hold on. My hands are full of sauce.
Are they really?
Oh, I made the mouse dirty. Not good.
This is why I didn't want him to get the food first.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Drat. Well, the Penguins won yesterday 6-2 over the Chicago Blackhawks. Their next game is tomorrow at 3:30. They play against the New York Rangers, and there's a 10-year anniversary celebration of the Stanley Cup team that beat the San Jose Sharks. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Oh, Shizzo by Izzo. Rivals Michigan and Michigan State throw down on Friday inside the Breslin Center. This season, the Spartans are 11-1 at home and ranked top 10 in points per possession allowed. Yes, Dusty May's squad is one of the most balanced around, but the Sparty Party kegs won't run dry. Give me Michigan State on the money line at plus 100. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your Start Something New sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res, and it's their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Leave all the 2025 dirt behind with the new year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, hard surfaces. Basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. We celebrate the new year with the ball dropping, but you know that crazy Uncle Ken, he's gonna drop some of that pork and sauerkraut. You don't need that, but if you get that, call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead, get clean. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus 15% off regularly priced services, air ducts, upholstery, area rugs, tile, hardwood, and more. Call Zero Res right now for the best deal of the year, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. .93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm burping chicken wings and macaroni and cheese. Jason Mackey with us until 10 o'clock. And according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, the Steelers have hired or are in the process of hiring their newest defensive coordinator.
Didn't Jerry Dulac have that yesterday?
He did have it.
Okay, let's check.
Your boy.
Yeah, why do you hate Dulac?
I come in here and you try to tell me I hate Dulac. I don't. I'm trying to pump his tires a little bit.
Where did that start
You're
from?
slighting the guy.
Why does he hate Dulac, though?
I don't hate.
I don't remember the origin of that either.
It's been going on for like a year.
Jason, I'd like to make a discrepancy real quick. He never said that you hated Dulac. He asked why you did hate Dulac. There's a difference.
That's an assumption.
Right.
He assumed.
Right.
And you know what happens when you assume? Make an ass out of you and me.
We're not going to tolerate that kind of language on this here show, Jason.
I never heard that before. That's a dad joke, huh?
You never heard that before?
No.
Doran.
I don't understand why.
Never heard that.
Can you explain, Jason? I don't understand.
You don't understand what?
Why'd you say ass? We were talking about assumptions.
Right. You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me.
The Steelers are expected to finalize an agreement with Patrick Graham today, according to Diana Rossini, to be their new defensive coordinator. He's in the building now. Thoughts?
Callis is going to fall over.
I don't know why you stopped this segment. We were having a great conversation there. I don't understand the joke.
I thoughts are, who the defensive line coach is going to be, who's he going to hire as a pass game coordinator, kind of what they're trying to do on offense. I think that, they're bringing back Gerald Alexander for the secondary. They're bringing back McCurley for linebackers. I think that you get maybe a cornerback coach and still have Alexander, their assistant secondary coach, pass game coordinator, a good defensive line coach. I want to see what staff he does assemble with, obviously there's some staff there now, but outside of those guys. And then, hey, you have a lot to work with, in my opinion. Utilize their talents, as was said earlier.
Yep.
He's been some places, man. People are attaching the Raiders stigma to him. That was not a good defense. But was that not a good defense because he was not a defensive coordinator or good defensive coordinator, or because of personnel?
The pieces sucked.
Yeah, I don't know what you could have done to coordinate that better. I feel like that's one of these things that we don't truly know. Doran would have better insight into this than anybody else. How this person is actually putting pieces in place. What's he going to do when he has more pieces? I mean, I know this. The Steelers need to make some changes defensively because what they did based on what they paid was not good enough. You are not getting return on investment. I feel comfortable saying that. And so if it's Graham, if it's anybody, this has to be cut up a different way. I don't think they're deep enough in the secondary. I'd probably like to see a little bit of help up front. I question what they're going to do at linebacker, inside, not necessarily outside. But, I mean, you need to change your scheme and find a way to put people in a better position to make plays. They did not do a good enough job of that.
I think it's a good situation for Patrick Graham because he's not going to have to look over his shoulder at the head coach meddling into what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be able to call what he wants to call and not have to worry about, hey, we put in this game plan and then the head coach coming in and saying, I don't like that. Let's change it to this. Let's change to that. I don't want TJ Watt to roam around because we want TJ Watt in one spot. But he's not going to have to worry about that stuff. He can get as creative as he wants. And I think that that's what was lacking with the Pittsburgh Steelers defense is Terrell Austin or Mike Tomlin weren't trying to get too creative because maybe, they obviously had communication issues as it is. And maybe Terrell Austin wanted to get creative and, was overridden by Mike Tomlin. You're not going to have that situation.
No.
Mike McCarthy probably won't step foot in a defensive meeting room ever.
No, I think Graham's going to be the head coach of the defense. Yep. And I think naysayers will say that the majority of his defenses have ranked lowly. I think people who are willing to give it a shot will say things like the Steelers had the second highest paid defense last year, and were 26th in yards, 29th in passing yards, and 13th in rushing yards, whereas the Raiders were the 4th lowest paid defense, and they were 14th in yards, 14th in passing yards, 17th in rushing yards. He actually got more, did Patrick Graham, out of the Raiders' defense, given where they were spending their money, than Teryl Austin and Mike Tomlin did out of their defense. So this isn't one that I have a strong opinion on. I know it's not a great place to be as a radio host, but I'm open-minded, I guess is what I would say.
That's exactly where I'm at.
I think this is an underrated part of the McCarthy hire, and I'm not as against it as a lot of people. I was talking Wednesday night about how there are actually parts of it I like, and understanding I'm going to get ostracized for it. I don't care. Mike McCarthy, to your point, Doran, does not have a history of meddling at all with defensive coordinators. So he's hiring somebody that he clearly trusts to do the job, who's done the job. There's going to be a free hand there, which I think was a huge misstep for the Steelers. I can't get that mad about it. Like you're saying, this guy who you've worked with, who is, to your point, Adam, who has done some things with players that are certainly less than he's going to be inheriting in Pittsburgh, you're going to give this guy an opportunity to do the job. I can't get that mad about it. You can maybe say they should have waited. Jim Schwartz is now available. He would be a really good fit here. That's also 2020. Hindsight being 2020. Like, I can't muster up the vitriol for it.
Is my take allowed to be, because I think we're all sort of living in the same vicinity on this. I just don't have to be negative about every single thing that they do whenever, and pretend like I know.
Right.
I'm not going to pretend like I know Patrick Graham's going to suck.
Here.
He might be good. He might be good. We're trying to give you the positive. We're trying to give you the negative. One of the positives, we talked about this earlier, is 3 different head coaches have kept him around as the defensive coordinator.
Yep.
That's worth something to me. Like, management changes. Like if Craig left and I was going to draw a bad analogy. Forget it. I suck.
I mean, what I do know is Mike McCarthy probably will hire like a senior assistant, a guy that has been around the league for 40 years to kind of, help Patrick Graham if he needs it. I don't even know if he needs it, but just there's more eyes and voices in the rooms of the Pittsburgh Steelers than there has been in the last 19 years.
Right.
That's what I know, and especially on the offensive side of the ball and now probably on the defensive side of the ball, you're going to get a lot of input and a lot of knowledge that goes into the game plans every single week more than you.
Well, he might be the older, experienced one. I mean, I know he's not old, but he might be the guy who's got the experience. 6 years defensive coordinator, and he might have a lot of minions underneath him.
Yeah,
and that doesn't matter. Minions is a good thing.
You know what I want to see in out of the people that I want to see it from? Minions is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about somebody who finally challenges Mike Tomlin? And we're not going the yes man route. Like, I don't know if Patrick Graham can do that, but that's another place my head goes with this. Like, I'm so tired of having one guy sort of overlording over everything, whether it's offensive game plan, how aggressive you are down the field. Like, you are the head coach of the offense. You are the head coach of the defense. Empower those people and allow them to do their job. I think that's a fair criticism of Mike Tomlin, that his hands were in too many areas.
Mm-hmm.
Be the CEO. Have relationships with the team, empower people, bring along the collective. I don't want to see him meddling in a defense, and I see a guy in Patrick Graham who's done this at various stops and who should be capable of operating independently, and I hope he has the power and the confidence to challenge Mike McCarthy on things.
I don't even think it will get to that level.
Well, at some point you're going to not see eye to eye, but McCarthy seems to be a lot more of an easygoing personality than Tomlin, from everything I've heard.
He's pretty stern.
I think he's stern, but I don't think, like, there are some people you work with right now. I can draw an analogy, and maybe not necessarily here, but there are some people you work with that they're only going to do something even if it's your idea, if you make them feel like it's their idea.
Yes.
I don't think McCarthy's that kind of guy.
No.
412-928-9370. Coming up next, who knows? Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins winners yesterday 6-2 over the Chicago Blackhawks. Penguins have won 5 games in a row. They have 65 points, and they are second in the Metropolitan Division, 6 points behind the first-place Carolina Hurricanes. Their next game is tomorrow at 3:30 against the New York Rangers. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. The Black and Gold got a new head coach, and he's an Irish guy, just like me. And Hampton Beer Outlet has just received fresh deliveries of all your Irish favorites to celebrate Mike McCarthy's arrival. Great Lakes Conway Irish Ale and Irish Stout. Great Lakes Irish Party Packs. Southern Tier Irish Coffee Ale. Fathead St. Fatty's. And, of course, Smittix, Harp, and Guinness. So let's raise a glass to head coach Mike this weekend at Hampton Beer Outlet. Sláinte.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the scene of an accident now on the McKees Rocks end of the McKees Rocks Bridge that's approaching the intersection with Route 51 Island Avenue. We also have an accident on Route 28 inbound at the 31st Street Bridge. Watch for delays there as you try to make your way down toward the north side. Parkway East, you have an earlier disabled vehicle right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. Delays as you approach Edgewood Twisdale now down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. And the Parkway West, that remains jammed right around the Banksville Merge Point. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We're having fun. It just gets slappier and slappier the longer the show goes on Fridays.
I'm going to miss this, man.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to be in Florida starting. Well, I'll be here next week if you guys have me in. But the week after that, I'll be in. I'd love to.
On the video? I mean,
okay.
Video in?
If you guys will have me, sure.
Can I say something that might be offensive?
Don't you usually do that?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
You know, if the Post-Gazette's planning on, going under anyway, what's adding me and Doran to the bill, too? Let us come down with you. Stay in your flat.
We ain't going under. Let's just. I refuse to believe that. This
I
place
refuse to
means
believe it
too
too.
much to too many people. I'll leave it there.
I want to go.
I want to go.
I want to go. Let me go.
I mean, you might fit in a suitcase. Dora and I don't feel confident in that, but I might be able to fit you in a carry-on.
Man.
What a nightmare that is. Like a legitimate nightmare.
Being put in a suitcase?
And
Does that happen a lot?
And then on a plane and then just bumping up.
If there was a suitcase where you could fit in, but you really couldn't move, and you had to fly to Cleveland for $5 million, would you do it?
To Cleveland?
Yeah.
Short flight.
Short flight.
But I'd have to land in Cleveland? No.
For
I
$5
read
million.
something somewhere once that people.
Where do I go?
I think.
Where are you flying to?
No. Like, do I have to be in the overhead compartment? I don't know why. That's like more terrifying to me. Like somebody picking it up. I don't know.
No, you could be underneath the plane. Like you're just in the suitcase the whole time. You could breathe and everything, but you can't move.
Adam.
Yes, Harry.
For $5 million.
Yep.
I think I'd do it.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, $5 million. I'd give it a shot. I think my wife would leave me if I turned that down. Have a chance to turn our lives around.
You don't get claustrophobic or anything?
I am terribly claustrophobic.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Not to be able to. I'd lose my mind.
You've had a closed MRI, right?
Yeah.
They suck.
Oh, brutal.
Harry, do you think you'd fit in an overhead bin?
No.
What was it that you wanted to say?
I think I read somewhere that people used to mail themselves places before it was illegal.
All right.
You could do it for cheap.
Mail yourself to Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What? Look it up.
Where do you go with that?
I don't
What do you mean?
know.
Where do you go? What assumption? Ass? Where do we go with that, Jason?
I don't know.
That's a very common expression, Harry.
I've never heard of
People aren't
once.
on the street talking about mailing themselves to another
I've
state.
never heard of such a thing.
I can't believe the 2 of the 4 people in this room have never heard of assume you make an ass out of you and me.
Jason, I'm not in that room. I'm in a booth next to the room.
Probably for good reason.
Oh, man.
Wow!
I'm going to leave it at that for the weekend.
Whoa!
I'm going to run out of here. I'm going to be a vapor trail because Callis is going to chase me down and beat me with a sack full of pennies.
Adam knows I can't chase anything but like wings or something, right?
You did chase the wings, though. He did chase wings today.
Also,
Actually, Crowley was out there before you, Callis.
I
Don't
was.
take that crap.
I also dropped my Zinn container and his trash can in there, reached in and went right in his ranch. I got his trash ranch on my hand.
Why are you acting like it's my fault?
It wasn't.
You reached into a trash can.
Ooh.
All right.
This has gone off the rails.
Generally does in the last segment of the week. Starkeys up next. No doubt to talk more about Patrick Graham and the hot Penguins. Talk teams on Monday at 5:40. Thank you, Jason.
Star key. I get it. Like ass assumption, star key. Get it? A star key.
He just says stuff that has no meaning. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 14. Tomorrow, high of 16. Low of -10, which is what I wish my heart rate was right now. Wish I was dead. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit St. Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident tying up the inbound side of Route 28. It blocks the right lane at the 31st Street Bridge on-ramp. Traffic getting by in the left lane and stacking back to the Route 8 at the bypass. Earlier, disabled vehicle blocking a lane of the outbound Parkway East right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. Watch for slowdowns there. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom! That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Yes.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins have won 5 in a row after a dominant performance last night against the Chicago Blackhawks. They win it 6-2 as the plethora of goals, the brevy of goals. Maybe that's a Malsey Thesaurus word. 4 in the second period. After Connor Dewar scored in the first, it was Kindle, Chinakhov, Mantha, and Shea all in the second period for the Penguins. Dewar's second of the night, is 13th of the year. Capped it off in the third period. Connor Bedard scored his 21st for the Blackhawks. So Penguins will now play against the Rangers. They'll host at 3:30 tomorrow, PPG Paints Arena. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a football Friday.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Did Limits just say a brevy instead of a bevy of things?
Yeah, Limits, I'm a little bit worried you might have messed up there.
It's a bevy, not a brevy?
There is no brevy. Brevy's not a word, I don't think. You better check your Malsey Thesaurus.
That's why I added that in, because I don't know. I have to check the thesaurus.
Bevy, I think it's Bevvy.
It's not brevy. Really?
Yeah.
24 years on this earth, and I always thought it was brevy.
Yep. You might have to take a Mulsey Blue Chew while you're at it.
It's up there with Zygest now.
The Zeitgeist. No, that's an all-timer, Donnie.
Donnie Football sitting across from me. It's a Donnie Football Friday here at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. We get ready for the biggest football game of the year. We have tons of stuff happening with the Steelers. We have a show-opening six-pack in honor of Ron Cook. But Ron Cook isn't the guy being honored today, isn't the person being honored today, Donnie. Let's talk about the person we really should be honoring in your life.
My mom is on her final day of work, Joe. So I texted you guys this morning just asking if I could very quickly give my mom, Lisa, a shout-out. 40-plus years in the retail world. Wow. And today is her final day. So big props to her. Phenomenal work ethic. I'm glad that it brushed off a little bit onto me. But yeah, very, very well deserved. I know she's got to be buzzing. I would be. I mean, you walk into work on your final day.
Oh, that pre-quitting elation is the name of it. Yeah,
you got to be fired up. So very, very happy for my mom. The work is going to be over. I'm sure she'll get some little side job or whatever she wants to do, but her life in the retail business soon to be done, and I know that she's been waiting on this day for a long time.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, Lisa Football.
Congratulations.
If you're out there, you raised a fine son named Donnie Football. That is something, really. That makes a tear come up, Donnie. All those years. How many kids in your family?
Just me and my older sister.
Older sister, yeah. Okay. So her and your dad raised two fine people. Although I've never met your sister, I'm just assuming that.
My sister's a lot more impressive than me. Yeah. She was number one in her high school class. I was somewhere in the middle. You know, she's gone to do actual important things.
What does she do?
I get the yap about sports. She works in public health.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Lisa. We hope you have a great work day out there. That's awesome, Donnie.
Thank you, Joe.
And you know how we're going to celebrate here? With a six-pack, my friend. That's how we're going to do it on a Donnie Football Friday. And here's where we begin. Aaron Rodgers is inevitable, it would seem. All signs are pointing to him being back as the Steelers' quarterback for a second run. Now, could we be surprised? Sure, we could. It's Aaron Rodgers. Nothing he would do would surprise anybody, really. But listen to this. From our friend and yours, the big boy, the man that you did some pregame stuff with, didn't you, Donnie?
I did.
He wrote a column for the Pat McAfee show that says things like this. Not only do the Steelers want Rodgers to be their starting quarterback, but officials within the organization believe Rodgers wants to continue playing, despite telling the McAfee show last year he was going to retire after this season. At this point, Big Boy writes, the Steelers believe Rodgers will return. They want him to return and expect to hear something definitive before free agency on March 11th. That'll allow the oldest player in the NFL a little time to definitively make that decision. Meanwhile, Mike McCarthy went on the flagship over there and said of Rodgers, reiterated, quote, I hope he's coming back. Bob Pompiani thinks this is kind of a big smokescreen or something, that this isn't going to happen, Donnie. I'm convinced it is, and the hiring of James Campen figures in here, too. I think Schefter reran an old tweet from Rodgers, an old social media post, saying that Campen was like a mentor to him, one of the most important people in his football career. Listen, I'm not going to be shocked if he doesn't play, but all signs are pointing to this guy coming back, right?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly feels that way. And I even was exchanging messages yesterday with somebody who is around the team and covers the team that told me, stop complaining if you don't want him back because he's coming back, period.
Yeah.
So it seems like people are pretty confident that the one coach that Aaron Rodgers said he would play for was Mike Tomlin. The Steelers managed to replace him with one of maybe only two that he would still play for. I would think if they would have somehow pulled LaFleur from Green Bay, then maybe Rodgers would have considered playing for him. But it seems like McCarthy's the only other guy that was a reasonable option that he would actually consider coming back for. I thought when Tomlin stepped down, Art Rooney had his presser, that felt to me like it would be it. Okay, clean break. Art said pretty confidently, well, Aaron came here for Mike. And that's that. They hire Mike McCarthy, and now here we are. We're turning this baby back up. Tim Benz asking the question very early in the intro press conference the other day, and then it really got off and running because he said, what? Yeah, definitely I'd like to have him back. Who wouldn't want to have him back? Yada, yada. So I think all the arrows are pointing there. Not that I'm necessarily in favor of that, but it feels like that is where we are headed. I will say this, and I know Ray will give us a little bit more detail next hour. I am glad they're going to try to at least hold him to a closer timeline.
Sounds like it anyway,
like, hey, We'll give you 4 to 6 weeks here from the time that the last game ended. We'll give you 4 to 6 weeks to figure this thing out. But we have to know going into free agency or else we need another plan.
Right. So the big boy writes it. At this point, the Steelers believe Rodgers will return. They want him to return. They expect to hear something definitive before free agency on March 11th. From the big boy's pen to your ears, what's your reaction to that out there at 412-928-9370? I had forgotten, Donnie, that Art did say that at the Tomlin. I was so focused on how strange the whole Tomlin departure was. 19 years and everything's happy, and he just disappears into the ether without a goodbye or a happy news conference with Art, that I had forgotten that Art basically said, yeah, I don't think so. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, I don't think so on Aaron. He came here to play for Mike. Well, what Art also said that day was he was ready to rerun it. I would have run it back one more year. He basically is. He brought in another Mike who can't win playoff games, and now they're going to bring back Aaron Rodgers. And that brings us to item number 2, Limits, if you'd like to crack one in celebration of this. Donnie, this is a bad idea. I thought Aaron Rodgers would be late-stage Ben or a recreation of Russell Wilson. I think he was slightly better than that. Slightly, but also very similar in that he couldn't get it done when it mattered, really, in the playoffs. He was done. And also, and this happens late in careers, against the better teams, you can't beat them. How many playoff teams did he beat this year, Limits? Wrong. 1. Just like Russell Wilson late in his career, he did some damage still against the mediocre and bad teams, but once he faced that season-ending stretch here, he got killed. Aaron Rodgers went, I believe, 1-4 against playoff teams, and even the game in New England, I think he only threw for 139 yards. Their offense was mostly awful that day. Donnie, how does this get better? I don't understand how it will. Do you?
I think the only thing people will hold on to is that McCarthy's an offensive guy. But here's the thing. What at this point would he possibly untap out of Aaron Rodgers? What would he bring out of a guy that's going to be 44 midway through next season that he hasn't already gotten? Not to mention, he did have this guy during his prime and got to and won just one Super Bowl. And you would think with a player as great as Aaron Rodgers, you would be going back more frequently, maybe to a degree of how many times, maybe not quite as many times as we saw Brady or Mahomes, but maybe more in that Peyton Manning where a guy got to plenty of Super Bowls and he was like 500 in the games, whatever. He only went to 1.
Yeah.
They won it, but he only went to 1. What is he possibly going to bring out of that player that we haven't already seen? So I think the reasons for optimism are, well, there are people who are just going to be optimistic no matter what. No matter what that Steelers roster looks like, they will be optimists no matter what. That's fine. There's certainly there's always going to be people like that. Otherwise, it would just have to be, well, McCarthy's an offensive guy. They've worked together. Maybe they can rekindle that old magic. I just don't see at this stage of Aaron's career how that would possibly get them back over the top.
Get him another weapon or two for sure. And you have an offensive guy, a system he already knows. I get it, but you said it. He's a year older. And 1 year in the NFL is a lifetime, especially when you get into your 40s. I just don't see that ending with anything beyond sneaking into the playoffs and getting hammered in the first round. Art said he'd run it back. Art's running it back. Your reaction out there to what Cavalli wrote and to the notion that Aaron Rodgers will be back for another run, the notion of it. We don't know yet. We don't know for sure if this is going to happen yet, but man, I know Pompiani doesn't think it'll happen, but it sure looks that way. 412-928-9370. Welcome to Adani Football Friday. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, the Rodgers story is accompanied by another one, Limits, and I would like you to crack one in favor of this. Thank you. It's Will Howard, and we have Donnie in here, a tried and true Yinzer. And I mean that as a compliment, Donnie. You're an unbelievable Yinzer. And I want you to judge who had the better Will Howard. A caller to your guys' show the other day who said I'm a Will Howard guy, or Mike McCarthy. And I suspect that McCarthy, even though he needs no lessons in Yinzerese, really went hard on Will Howard in his news conference to appease the masses. So, Limits, why don't you play for Donnie, the caller, and then Mike McCarthy multiple times, and we'll let this man, and there's no better judge that I've ever met, to judge which one was more pure Yinzer, the caller or Mike Mack.
I'm a Will Howard guy. I'm a Will Howard guy. I'm a Will Howard guy. I'm a Will Howard guy.
I'm really excited about Will Howard. I'm really excited about Will Howard. I'm really excited about Will Howard.
Donnie, do you need another sampling, or was that enough to judge?
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
I'm a Will Howard guy.
I initially want to go with the caller, Will Howard. Like, he gave it even more. Like, there was no sense of a W.
I'm a Will Howard guy.
Yeah, there's no W there. There's no W's anywhere in this situation.
I feel like McCarthy might have snuck one in a little bit. I feel like I want to go with the caller. Those are a lot closer than what I thought they would be.
It's they might go to penalty kicks here. Let's hear it again, Limits.
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
I'm a Will Howard guy.
There is. I think it's McCarthy. There's no hint of a W there, Donnie. And I'm convinced.
Yeah, there really isn't in either one.
He went full bore there.
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
Yeah, I mean, I get accused of that often by people I noticed on the chat. Like, I'm really working up the
I know,
the
you're just being your natural self.
Well, it is always funny when I then meet people out in public and they're like, oh, that's actually how you sound. I'm like, yeah, what do you think I am? Like, if I was this good and I could fake my voice for 4+ hours at a time, I'd be in Los Angeles, pal. I wouldn't be in Pittsburgh. I mean, look around you. There's like 6 feet of snow.
I need a final verdict, Donnie. I need a final verdict.
I'm going to go with the caller.
All right. One more time, Limit, so everyone can make up their own mind.
I'm a Will Howard guy.
I'm really excited about Will Howard.
I'm going to go with Mike. We're going to be split there. Limits, you want to settle the tie?
Yeah, I'll break the tie. I think I'm going to go with McCarthy. There is just the semblance of Howard for me.
Will Howard.
Is the one
that puts it over the top.
It is fabulous stuff. And, of course, all of this brings up the Will Howard situation, for which I would like you. There you go. Thank you. This is just unbelievable, this Will Howard phenomenon. I've been talking about this for a week. If a new coach had come in after they drafted Oladukin, or whatever the hell his name is, or Dennis Dixon, a turducken, or Brian St. These guys were drafted. Oladukin was drafted around after Will Howard. These other guys were drafted earlier than him. Dennis Dixon, Omar Jacobs. Can you imagine if a new coach had come in and there was some uncertainty about the Steelers quarterback situation, and everybody from the owner on down was talking about Omar Jacobs or Dennis Dixon? Well, the new guy, he really loves Brian St. Pierre. He can't wait to work with him. And Donnie, now we have a new fan from out of nowhere. Maybe I'm missing the connection here, but Max Crosby comes off the top rope like Benzie at a Tomlin news conference and says on some podcast somewhere, listen to this. Did you hear about this? Max Crosby, quote, "I'm a Will Howard believer, not gonna lie. I think he's a hell of a player. He's got the size, the intangibles. I think Will Howard learning behind Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers for another year is going to do a lot of great things for that franchise." Where the hell does this come from?
I don't know what their connection is or if they have one. Maybe he genuinely is just a Will Howard fan and in some ways saw what he did at Ohio State. Now, I do have a friend that you know well. Joe Smelter, used to have him in class. He covers Penn State football now.
Great guy.
He will always push back against the Howard idea, and he'll bring up, well, you know, how many guys in college got to play quarterback and their wide receiver room was like the Avengers. Right. Because that really is what Ohio State has. They always have the cream of the crop at wide receiver, and I think that's a fair argument. I think a lot of times that is the pushback that Ohio State QBs get. That's a little wild, though, that one of the best defensive players in football just comes out and says that.
Yeah.
I mean, part of me wonders how much do they really like Will Howard, or is this a little bit of how a few years back, if you recall, it was going into the Combine, I think, and Omar Khan was speaking there at the Combine. And remember, he was talking so highly of Kenny Pickett, and then weeks later, Russell Wilson is the new Steelers quarterback, and Kenny Pickett's on his way to Philadelphia.
You can't believe anything anybody says, really. I think they know that Will Howard is a fan favorite, and that they know they know this is all unpopular, pretty much everything that's happening, and the more they can inject Will Howard into the proceedings, maybe just a little good PR. Or maybe they think this guy's going to be Tom Brady. I don't know. Max Crosby brought up the national title, and he's a winner and all that. And Bob brings it up, too, and I respect Bob's opinion. Maybe I'll be totally wrong. I don't know yet either, by the way. I'd like to see the guy play a preseason game, but if we're going national championships, and I've read this list before, this is just since the year 2000. Among the national champions, and I didn't hear anybody, by the way, saying at anybody's NFL camp, man, I can't wait till Matt Mock gets here. I'm real high on him. And Josh Heupel. Here we go. National champion since 2000, Josh Heupel, Ken Dorsey, Craig Krenzel.
Ohio State, I remember him.
Matt Mock, Matt Leinart, Chris Leak, Matt Flynn, Tim Tebow twice, Greg McElroy, A.J. McCarron, Stetson Bennett, Jake Coker, and Cardell Jones. Man, we can't wait to give this Jake Coker a shot. Man, we're really thinking ahead to a couple of years how he's going to turn out. The whole thing is bizarre that this guy is a central talking point in the future when he was drafted in the 6th round, and nothing has happened since that day. I guess he got off to an impressive start in training camp. I heard somebody on the radio talking yesterday, I can't remember who, honestly, who said, yeah, his first week, he really impressed people. By doing what? How he walked to the cafeteria? Donnie.
Football in shorts. You know who else impressed people in that stage? Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, he did. Wilson. Oh, they couldn't stop talking about Caleb Johnson. Right.
So that's just something else to consider, and those are guys that got picked second night of the draft, not even midway through that third day.
Right, and people confuse my opinion with me thinking that Will Howard stinks. I don't know. But the idea that he's a central talking point everywhere I turn about the Steelers' future at quarterback, if I were a Steeler fan, would be downright frightening to me. He might be a backup plan. I'd like to see him get some preseason work. I'm a little bit curious, but I was curious about Omar Jacobs. I remember writing a column about him. I think he came from Bowling Green. He was a curiosity, a talented kid. So was Dennis Dixon. St. Pierre. Landry Jones was taken in the 4th round. Josh Dobbs was taken in the 4th round. And I know Ben was here. If Ben wasn't here, and it was just Mason, would we have been talking about, wow, man, this Josh Dobbs guy, you should have seen him the first week of camp. I think he might be the future. It's ludicrous, Donnie.
I do think if there was no Ben, that a lot of those guys probably would get hyped up back in their time. I mean, Dixon was an absolute star in college, and then he got hurt, and that pretty much derailed.
I know, but he wasn't taken till the 4th or 5th round.
I know,
but that just doesn't happen. Usually, those guys are afterthoughts that you're taking a big time flyer on.
I think there are a few things at play here. I do think they know that he is turning into a bit of a fan favorite. I think there is what some people would call backup quarterback syndrome, where we haven't seen the guy and we know of what he did in college. Oh, this guy won a national championship, and everybody's going to jump to his side. I mean, think about how beloved a guy like Charlie Batch is. I mean, and Charlie Batch won some big games, there's no doubt, but, you know, guys that were backup quarterbacks here are beloved. Duck Hodges was a cult figure.
Most popular guy in town, yeah. The backup.
Yeah, so you have a little bit of that, I think. I also think there are two camps with the Will Howard as the Steelers starting quarterback thing. I think there are people that have a genuine curiosity, and I would say that you and I are in that boat.
Yes.
Of, hey, let's just, throw the guy out there for a season. Let's see what we got. If he stinks, he stinks. Hey, high draft pick, maybe that bodes well for you. If he's actually pretty good, maybe there's something here. Let's continue to mine this thing. And the other camp is, and it might be people that are like diehard Ohio State fans that think there is truly, truly something great inside and the Steelers can untap him.
They're feeding that every day.
They are. I think that's unrealistic. I wouldn't say unrealistic. I'll say it's unfair. I'll say it's very unfair to the player because now the poor kid is being talked about as if he was a first-round pick. He got taken 185.
It's very unrealistic that he'll ever be the Steelers starter. It might happen. I mean, it was unrealistic that Willie Parker and James Harrison would be Steelers starters.
Yeah,
but it's very unrealistic is a good word.
Okay. I also just want to think that it's unfair to the player because the moment this kid steps in, he already has expectations to be, this guy can be the next Tom Brady. There's only one Tom Brady for a reason. Okay, there's been a couple of okay quarterbacks to come out of round 6. Mark Balger, who's a local kid, Matt Hasselbeck. If he ends up like one of those guys, that is a fantastic career for a guy that got taken 185.
For sure.
Tyrod Taylor, another one, round 6. If he has a career like that, fantastic career for a kid picked 185. We should just be happy if he is a career backup, but I would go back here to the beginning, Joe, and say, let's at least see what the kid has.
Yes.
I am curious there. Don't let somebody else find out because, if he would end up in some offensive wizard system, if he ends up in a Shanahan offense or O'Connell or somebody, he's going to look good. And then we're going to be left looking like the idiots again.
I'd be glad to look like an idiot again. I'd be happy for Will Howard and for everybody else. But here's the other question, Donnie. Limits, can you crack one, please? You mentioned back. We're talking about him as a, quote, backup. What about Mason Rudolph? Well, if I told you had to bet everything you own, let's say Rodgers is coming back. Let's say that's going to happen. Who's the backup for week 1? Mason Rudolph or Will Howard?
I would say Mason.
So would I. I think he opens as their third-string quarterback.
I think there's a chance that the quarterback room just looks the exact same as it just did.
Yes, I know. They're running this back.
And for Will Howard, that's fine. But it is odd, you think, if there is no Rodgers, how do they go about things? Do they say it's Mason? Do they make the transition mid-season? Like, how do things go there? I think a reason why with Mason there's really no hype is that we know what the guy is.
We'll know how much they believe in Will Howard if they get rid of Mason, quite frankly. Because if you're grooming Will Howard to be the guy, if he is Aaron Rodgers' apprentice, then you can't have him not get snaps ever during your season.
Yeah,
I'm not talking games, I'm talking
away.
reps, right?
Yeah, and you want him one snap away.
We'll find out soon enough about him. And we'd love to talk to you, 412-928-9370, as we work our way through what is rapidly becoming a 12-pack. How many beers deep is Ron right now in Fort Myers, if you had to guess?
4.
Yeah, I think 4 is reasonable. I think 4 is reasonable. We got to move to the Penguins. What is happening here? They've combined now, the work ethic team, the little engine that could, now with the Harlem Globetrotters. Now everybody's scoring highlight reel goals. Chinnikov looks like an unbelievable acquisition by Kyle Dubas. And now people are talking about Jason Robertson coming here. And what would they do to try to get him? Now, it seems still like a little bit of a pipe dream. But I just read again today where if the Stars are going to unload him because of cap purposes, that they'd want to get more now. Tyler Kennedy brought up yesterday on our show. He said he would deal Miroshov and a first-round pick for Robertson, assuming you can sign him. Would you, Donnie?
I would do that.
Yeah.
If you feel good, about what you have between Skinner and Shelovs right now, two guys that are still younger goaltenders. If you want to move on from the third guy who you were hoping, would maybe emerge.
Yeah.
And when we talk first round picks in hockey, it's not of the same value, I think, to be fair, as, we're talking in football.
Right.
Where maybe there's a generational dude at the very top, but then a lot of people will say it turns into a crapshoot after that, after the first couple of picks. So
even then, sometimes.
That's a reason why we saw a ton, too, during the Jim Rutherford era, where he would be trading those babies off left and right. He wasn't really worried about them, and it got them back-to-back Stanley Cups. I would do that.
I would.
I mean,
I hear you, and Tyler obviously would. He brought it up. I can't remember what Pomp said. I think Pomp said he would do it, and Limits and I said no. It made me think. I think it's a great question. I just can't give up on that kind of talent and future at 21 years old. I want Miroshov as my future goalie. I think he's going to be an absolute star. I do get it, though. I get the thinking. Limits, are you with me on that?
Yeah, I am with you. I would not trade Miroshov. I just think that for a team that has struggled with goaltending ever since Fleury was taken by Vegas and Matt Murray fell apart, if you do have the anchor in net for the next 10 years, I just don't think you can give that up, and I think that Miroshov has that potential.
Me too, but believe me, the more I thought about it, to get a guy, this kid's only 26. Miroshov's 21. Robertson is 26, so I hear them. Give me another one, Limits, if you'd be so kind. All right, Donnie, we still have more to get to coming up next with Patrick Graham, seemingly going to be their defensive coordinator. I know you wanted to get a word on some of these other hires by Mike McCarthy. Andy Weidl staying. We'll talk about that. But first, before we go, one other item. We're getting real close to pitchers and catchers reporting, my friend. February 11th in Bradenton. Limits and I are trying to combat your show so that we're the ones that get sent this year because I want to play golf in Bradenton. So,
I don't think a show has been sent there in years, right? We haven't gone there.
I thought Pony went there last year.
Pony did, but that wasn't like a PM team invite.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
per usual, Pony got the special treatment. Malsey and I just stay back here.
Right. Okay. Well, that's an aside. Let me gauge Donnie Baseball's excitement level on the Pirates going into this season, especially relative to recent years. Scale of 1 to 5. Donnie Baseball, if you're a 1, it's same as ever or maybe even lower. 2, all the way up to 5, where you are so beyond fired up for this, you don't even know what to do with yourself. Where are you?
I'll meet you at like a 3 or maybe like a 3.5. Because something that I texted you about before the show, Joe, was that they came out of the gate and actually made a couple of moves that should get people excited. They acquired Brendan Lau, who's going to be, I think he steps right in. He's their best offensive player. And I also think that helps out everybody else in the lineup. There's finally some protection there for guys we have been hoping to take that next step up, maybe like O'Neal Cruz or Brian Reynolds getting a bounce-back year in him. The Ryan O'Hearn signing, another good one. You bring somebody in that can, knock 15-ish balls out of the ballpark. So they added power, and that was nice. A guy that had 30-plus last year, a guy that I think had 16 in O'Hearn. They added something they desperately needed, but then the next question became for us, Joe, when is that next Pirates move?
Yeah.
Because it seemed like after that, folks who cover the team, and I know Jason Mackey, who will be on his way down to Bradenton in a couple of weeks, he said, well, at the time, I don't think they're done. I think there's going to be another move here.
Carrington said that.
Somebody at third base. Yeah, I mean, there was reason for people like Jason to say that and others who cover the team. I think there's going to be another move here. They have to figure out something at third base. And then I think that would have people maybe at a 4 or a 5. Who knows when it comes to excitement level. But that move hasn't happened.
Not yet.
And now we're getting close to the team being down there. Not to say that it can't happen still, because there are some names still out there. But we're getting close to them reporting, and that void at third base has yet to be filled.
It's pretty big. All right, last one, Limits, a very quick one before we come back with Patrick Graham talk. Emma Larkin from Geibel Catholic last night, Donnie, puts up 62 points in a 106-19 squeaker over Mapletown. But still, 62 points. 3 points short of the Whitfield record. That would be Clareton's Iana Wade from last season, I think. 65, wow. What was Donnie football's greatest single game accomplishment at any level? At any level, going back to the first time you ever played a sport?
Oh, there is one that always pops into my head. This would have been back in like the rec football days. I think I was 10.
Yeah.
Like 10 years old. So I'm again, this is like pee-wee football. But I got very quick penetration up the middle, and I actually stole the handoff from the quarterback before the running back got there.
Oh, my God. You did a Lawrence Taylor.
Yes. Yeah,
that scored a touchdown?
I did not score because I just ran into like both guys, but I got back there so quickly I stole the handoff from the quarterback.
That would, if someone filmed that, you could have sent that into top 10. Seriously, that is awesome. Limits, what about you? Single greatest achievement. You're not matching Emma Larkin, I can tell you that.
No, probably Baldwin Wiffle Ball playoffs, game 1, walk-off home run in the 10th inning. And
is there a bat flip there, Limits?
Oh yeah. Game tying home run in the 6th inning to send it to extras past the 7th, and then walk-off 3-run home run 10th inning to send us to the championship, or to send us to game 2. How about that?
This guy's like the David Ortiz of wiffle ball.
Against our big rivals, too. It was even better. There was a lot of swearing going on back and forth in celebration.
A lot of swearing, Limits.
Yeah, for my team being like,
that sounds like extra church time brewing.
Yeah,
let's bleep go and all kind of stuff like that. Yeah, we were very excited.
I actually have a funny baseball one, Joe. The first or second year of, when like we got out of coach pitch. I don't even remember how old. Maybe around the same time that I stole the handoff. It was bottom of the last inning. It was early in the playoffs, but it was the playoffs. It was kind of a movie situation. Bases were loaded, game was tied. I was at the plate. I didn't come up with a big hit. I got hit in the head. The kid hit me in the head with the pitch.
Jose Tabata ruining a perfect game.
Hit me in the helmet with the pitch.
Did you celebrate?
And we won the game. And my coach spray painted my helmet gold.
That is tremendous. That's the best one I've ever heard. Oh, my God.
Yeah, not like, I hit a walk-off grand slam. No, the kid just hit me in the head.
Is that like when Harry Callis got hit in the farce? Did anybody get a video of this?
I mean, we're talking, this is probably like 2004, 2005 when this happened.
God. Is that great? All right. I'm glad we got that out of the way. Andy Weidel, Patrick Graham, Steelers assistants. Let's get Donnie Football's thoughts on other very important things that are happening with Mike McCarthy's ball club. All right. Time to check out 9 Yards Lounge. It's 10:40. Now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday. To hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The high is 15, O'Neill Cruz. The low -3, nobody. It is cold out there today. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
According to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, who's been breaking a lot of the Steelers news, they're expected to hire Saints assistant offensive line coach Jari Evans, who was an all-pro offensive lineman for the Saints. He's a finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame in the class of 2026. He has worked in New Orleans for the last 4 years. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It flew under the radar this week, but after all the moaning and whining about the snow in the AFC Championship game, Broncos CEO Greg Penner said the retractable roof in their new stadium would have been closed in such a situation. Add roofs in new stadiums in Kansas City and Cleveland over the next few years, and we may as well play these games in empty warehouses. Stop trying to de-weatherize football. I'm Chris Mack.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Coming to the Byam Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds, who have toured with the Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, and others, live at the Byam Theater. Also appearing special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, performing all your favorite hits. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band. Saturday, February 7th at the Byam Theater.
Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Welcome back to a Donnie Football Friday. Why did I do the weather already, Donnie? I did the whole hour's worth of reads because it went so long in the first segment. I thought it was the end of the hour, and it's only the second segment. My apologies for that. But we are That Bowser Chevy, I'm looking at new cars. If I was still drinking caffeine, I would have a down payment on one today. I just have a hankering to buy a new car. I've had my Camry since 2020. It's been paid off. I think I could start making payments on a car. But why would I want to do that, Donnie? Isn't that stupid? Or is it smart?
I would keep going with the car that you got. But then again, I'm somebody that normally has a vehicle basically until it falls apart, so.
Yeah. I normally sell around 100. I'll tell you what, this is the spot here. Power of Bowser. There's some beautiful vehicles out there. I'm going to keep looking. And if you get me to drink a cup of coffee, I may drive away in a new car today. I'm teetering.
I've always been impressed with the array of like the Grand Prix that Gary has lined up. Like some of them have been featured in.
There were starter cars.
Notable races.
Yes.
Yeah. Indy 500, I think, for one of them.
I'd love to take a spin. Not today necessarily with the roads, but I'd love to take a spin in some of those. Back to our 6-pack, which is turning into a 12-pack. Limits, crack one. We'll get to your calls in a moment as well. Big Ben won't let go of this one. He thinks Mike Tomlin may come back in college and try to win a national title somewhere. Limits, once upon a time, Tomlin was asked if he was interested. I can't remember if it was USC or LSU or both, and he didn't like the question.
That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never. Okay? Anybody else got any questions about any college jobs? There's not a booster with a big enough blank check. Anybody?
That was one of his greatest rants ever. There's not a booster with a big enough blank check. He didn't like that questioning, but I don't know. I didn't ask the question, but if I did, I wouldn't have felt like I was insulting somebody by asking him if he would go to a higher paying job than the one he had then. I think USC or LSU would have come in with literally that, a blank check, and said, fill it out. But anyway, I'm not seeing this ever, Donnie. Are you?
No. I'm really starting to have doubts that people had probably around this time last week, maybe even earlier, that he ever even coaches again. Because he's been out of sight, out of mind, and more power to him. I mean, he's not the Steelers' head football coach anymore. He's free to do whatever, with his life. I know that ESPN caught him at his daughter's gymnastics match a couple of weeks ago, but I'm wondering if Mike Tomlin ever coaches again.
He resigned.
We had the same I know I was younger, but like the same conversations were had about Bill Cowher.
Yeah.
Never coached again.
I know. Sometimes once they get out of it and they realize there's a life to be had and the money enough for generations to come, you realize maybe I just want to live now. Kind of like Ron had that revelation. Ron read that Jimmy Johnson book, Quality Time Left, QTL, and off he went to Florida. You could have knocked me over with a feather, Donnie. Next. Andy Weidel looks like he's staying because the Falcons went out and got themselves a GM. I'm assuming you think this is good news for the Steelers?
Yeah, I think it's good to have Andy Weidel still around, still in the fold, because one of the big criticisms of Omar Khan from people is that, well, he's always been more of a numbers guy or analytics guy. He's not necessarily a football guy. Andy Weidel is. Andy Weidel seems to have more control over the draft board, and that might even take a step up now because, to Mike Tomlin's credit, but also something that, you could argue that it kind of hurt them, he loved the offseason part of football where he was able to go to the Senior Bowl. And we're going to have Alan Saunders on next hour, who's at the Senior Bowl and the actual games tomorrow. He loved doing that, getting involved with the players, going through drills at the combine. Like, he was present at all of that stuff, pro days, all of the big pro days.
Yeah.
The Steelers sent out their entire brass for, the Ohio State pro day, or Georgia, Alabama, just name a big-time program. I don't sense that Mike McCarthy is quite that same thing. It kind of feels like this is going to be a
Not
marriage.
unless the combine's at 1137 Greenfield Avenue. No.
This feels like it's going to be a marriage of the coach is going to coach, the GM and the assistant GM are going to put the team together. So I think that's important to keep somebody like Weidl around. He's the only one, I believe, unless Omar has since gone down there or McCarthy has since gone down there. Weidl's the only one that's down at the Senior Bowl right now. I'm sure with some other scouts, but he's the only person in the front office that's present.
All right. Well, that gets us to one thing Mike McCarthy certainly will be doing and is doing rather quickly, and that's putting together his staff limits. Why don't you crack? Thank you, Patrick Graham. I mean, this is a gigantic hire. You've got two sides of the football, last I checked, offense and defense. Mike McCarthy's he's Andy Reid. He's calling the plays. He completely controls the offensive side, and he hands the defensive side with, I think, almost total autonomy to his next coordinator. So it's to me, it's right up there with the McCarthy hire. Is who's controlling the defense? Who's the defensive coach of the team? It looks like it's going to be Patrick Graham. In a minute or less, Donnie, because I want to get to some calls at the end of the hour. Your thoughts?
I would actually be in favor of this.
Wow.
Yeah, I know that might surprise you, but Graham, at least based on what I've seen, what I've read, he has done more with the Raiders, who have one-star player on their defense. They have Max Crosby. Otherwise, I mean, there's not many guys you can name. Landon Roberts, but that's only because he played here. He did more with that by a lot of numbers than what Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin did with the highest paid defense in football. So I do want to give that one a shot of, well, let's see what that guy can do with more at his disposal, because we know the Steelers never really, they don't really spare expenses when it comes to that defense.
Yeah, I hear you. That's actually a good point. It's sort of like anything else, where is it a function of what was around him, or is he just not very good? Because the numbers aren't very good, but that doesn't mean he's not good, right?
I hope. I mean, I'm not going to act as if it's Dick LeBeau or Belichick when he was with the Giants, but I'm at least...
It's kind of like Will Howard. That's what I was trying to think of. We were talking about Howard before. You talked about everything he was surrounded with at Ohio State. So to me, I interpret that as, we don't know about Will Howard, but just because he was surrounded by greatness doesn't mean he can't also be really good. It doesn't, and in this case, it's the opposite. Mm-hmm. Just because this guy was surrounded by crap and the numbers are crappy doesn't mean that he's crappy. You know what I mean? We don't know until he gets a shot with a more talented unit.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Like, there's concerns of, okay, he's been with now, this would be his fourth team in, I think, 7 years. So that's something a little bit concerning. And I believe every team he's been the DC for has finished with a losing record, but you can't really just throw that on the defensive coordinator.
You can't.
Because you also have to consider how bad was the offense, how bad was the quarterback.
But what about a proven coordinator? What about Raheem Morris, who beat Joe Burrow in a Super Bowl with the Rams defense?
I would have liked something like that. I thought that they could have been a little bit more patient and maybe considered Jim Schwartz once he blew up over the Browns not hiring him. And I thought Aditi made a great point with the guys the other day, because a lot of people had the quick pushback about Schwartz of, well, he runs a 4-3 predominantly. We can't do that. Steelers are 3-4. And her point was, it's insulting to somebody like Jim Schwartz to think he can't adapt to what another team does, to think, yeah, he prefers the 4-3, but to insinuate that he would have no idea how to run a defense if they are built for a 3-4 like the Steelers historically have been and still are.
Yeah. But isn't everybody just built for sub-package football that they play 75% of the time anyway?
That's another point that I thought of, that, okay, yeah, their base is 3-4, Schwartz is used to the base 4-3, but there's so many times where that's not even like
relevant.
That's not even like the defense's alignment. It doesn't always really matter.
Let's take a call or two to end the hour, Donnie, shall we? On a Donnie Football Friday. Go ahead, City Sweeper.
Emmanuel and Carnegie start us off.
Hello, Emmanuel.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Yeah, I'm a Buckeyes fan. I'll admit, I'm a Buckeyes fan, and I just don't understand all the hype for Will Howard. He's an unproven sixth-round pick that hasn't taken an NFL snap, and everybody's booking our future on a quarterback that has not even taken a pro snap yet. I don't understand all the hype. So that leads me to the fact that the best quarterback, unfortunately, will be in our locker room if he decides to return. That will be Aaron Rodgers. And if you're following Rooney's philosophy, win now, he gives us the best chance to win in that locker room. Unless you try to go out and get a quarterback like a Will Levis or something and try to see what he has.
Levis and Butthead.
Yeah, so that's the situation where we are now. I don't like the defensive coordinator. People are saying, we can't pick up players from the Browns, can't pick up coaches from the Browns. Well, you're going to pick up a defensive coordinator for the Raiders that has not really done a great job. So,
thank you, Emmanuel.
I like that point there because you get somebody that admittedly is a fan of the school that Will Howard won a national championship at, and he very quickly says, I don't understand the hype.
What does Jeff Hathorn say? He's a diehard Ohio State
Jeff
guy.
is kind of the same way.
Yeah.
Jeff has been extremely measured in all of this, where he's wondering, like, why is there all this hype? And Jeff graduated from the school, so there's
Watches
even
every
bigger
game.
reason, that he's a fan.
One more to round out the hour limits.
Here is Dan. He's in Pittsburgh.
What's up, Dan?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So my theory is this, is the Bengals had a pretty good defense back with Flacco when he had a wide receiver one. I think they can do the same thing with Rodgers if they focus on a wide receiver one. You had Flacco throw for 400 yards, 40 points with the Bengals. I think we're well better than the Bengals on offensive line and defense. I think there's success that could happen if they get a wide receiver one.
Let me ask you this, Donnie. Who's better if you give him the exact same supporting cast right now, Flacco or Rodgers?
Rodgers. I do think Rodgers is still better than Joe Flacco.
Okay.
I thought you were going to have something like ready at the disposal. I thought you were like loading up the ammo.
I was buying a little bit of time here.
No, I would say that Rodgers still is better than Joe Flacco, but Flacco has oddly aged well in the National Football League, if that makes any sense. Like
Once he got to Cincy, 13 touchdowns and 4 picks. I think they're almost the exact same right now, I'll be honest with you.
Well, I also think it's fair to consider. You said when all things are equal.
Yeah. Well, he does. You're right.
Aaron Rodgers wasn't playing with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Sure, but he also wasn't playing. He was playing with, not a great defense, but a better one than the Bengals, right?
Yeah, definitely a better one.
Running game.
The Bengals, they got it rolling when they beat the Steelers, and they got it rolling the rest of the way.
Did they?
After that.
All right. I'll give you that one. Rodgers over Flacco. Not by much, you would acknowledge. As a pure, you put both guys back in the pocket.
It's closer than I ever
thought. They have to deliver
a
ball, and they have plenty of protection. I think they're both great passers of the football still. Maybe Rodgers slightly better. But Flacco was unbelievable that night against the Steelers.
Yeah, he's been like
he outplayed Rodgers.
Yeah, he's also just been like the same player for such a long time. Whereas like Rodgers, we've seen him noticeably dip because of how great he was. But Flacco never really had a season where he was godly good.
You're right. Oh, no. If we're comparing them in their primes, there's no comparison whatsoever. But at this point in their careers, man, Super Joe can still fling it. He really can.
Cowboy Joe.
All right, Donnie. I apologize for that delay. I was trying to look up some ammunition, and I couldn't find what I was looking for as far as the game logs for Flacco. Coming up next, our friend and yours, Ray Fittipaldo. What does he make of all this? What does he think's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers? How high is he on Will Howard? We'll talk about all that next. It's Pomp and Joe. It's a Donnie Football Friday from Bowser Chevy in Monroeville.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball will take the floor tomorrow. It's a matchup against number 22 Clemson at noon. Our coverage right here on The Fan begins at 11:30. Also listen on your Odyssey app at AUDACY. Penguins victorious on Tuesday against Wake Forest, 80-76 in overtime. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 83 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Patrick Graham, according to multiple reports, is going to be the new Steelers defensive coordinator. Was formerly the DC with the Raiders, has previously worked with Mike McCarthy. Scott Tolzien, who worked well with Tyler Shuck in New Orleans this year, is interviewing to be the Steelers offensive coordinator. Mike McCarthy did say at his introductory press conference on Tuesday that he will be calling the plays. So no disputing what's going on there. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, Limits, it's official. I've just signed up for Donnie's wedding.
Nice.
Have you already done that?
Yeah, I did that 2 months ago.
Now he has to insult me. I try to make a little banter and talk about how much fun it's going to be at you and Sarah's wedding, and he takes a shot at me.
No, you asked when did you sign up, and I told you when I signed up. I'm very excited for Donnie's wedding.
I didn't say when. We're like an old couple, just arguing about these trivial things. I didn't say when. I said, did you? And then you had to throw in, Donnie, that was absolutely a shot. Would you agree?
A little bit. I made him feel better, Austin, because he was far from the only person that we've been waiting on.
Hounding.
Limits, it's all black. We have to dress in black. Do you have your outfit picked out?
Yeah, remember what I wore to our steak dinner? I asked Donnie, is this okay for me to wear? And Donnie paused for like a couple of seconds and said, that might be okay. So I still don't really know what I'm wearing.
That was a little flashy, Limits, and I think you'd stand out at the wedding and perhaps steal some of the spotlight if you wore the same thing. I'm being honest as your friend.
What?
Yeah.
Don't you think other people are going to be wearing a suit coat and like a black dress shirt?
Well, why do you think Donnie paused?
I don't know. Maybe the shirt wasn't all. It wasn't all black.
The shirt was loud, Donnie.
I'm trying to remember. You had like some stuff going on with the undershirt, right?
No, I didn't have an undershirt. It was just a black shirt.
Well, the shirt that was under your jacket, you sure did.
Oh, yeah,
it was like the button down.
Yeah, it was a like black dress shirt, and it had some flowers on it.
It was like something Dennis Rodman would have worn at one time.
I don't think so. I think it's a really nice shirt.
I can run that by the boss, but I mean, I promise you that the black jacket and black pants is perfect.
Yeah. Other than that, you look great, I thought.
Can I wear my bright blue shoes, Donnie?
You can bring those for the dance floor.
Nice.
All right. You know what that music preceded? Mr. Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette. What a man he is, Donnie. Would you agree with that, first of all?
I would agree.
One of the nicest men I've ever met. He's brought to you by the AV-rated super lawyers, LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. I thought that said Garrett. It started me thinking about Miles Garrett, but it's Garbett. Ray, we opened the show with the apparent inevitability of Aaron Rodgers. Is that what you're hearing? Is that what you're feeling? What % chance would you put on this guy coming back to Pittsburgh as we sit here today?
Yeah, it certainly seems like it has that kind of momentum, Joe. I think everything is lining up for that to happen. All the players voiced their opinions. They wanted him back after the season ended. They hire Mike McCarthy. They're going to hire a bunch of assistants who are familiar with Aaron, including guys on the offensive line and some other positions. So they're not doing this for Aaron, but I think it lines up very nicely for Aaron if he does want to come back.
Do you think that's the right move to want Aaron Rodgers to come back?
Yeah, I mean, Donnie, if the stated goal, as Art said, is to compete, then Aaron Rodgers definitely gives you the best chance to do that. I mean, name your free agent, whoever you want to bring in, name your draft pick. I mean, if you want to try to compete in the AFC playoffs again, Aaron Rodgers, even at age 43, which he'll be next December, I think is your best bet. He played well enough this year to get them there, got them to 10 wins. Obviously some ups and downs in that season, but yeah, like Art said, they want to compete, and I think Aaron definitely is the best guy if that's the goal.
To compete for what, though? I mean, are they really competing for a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, Joe, you can make an argument that, look at Denver this year. Bo Nix is by far not a finished product. They had a really good defense, but what else was good about them? The AFC is down right now. And unless the Cincinnati Bengals and the Buffalo Bills figure out ways to build around your quarterback, or unless the Kansas City Chiefs find a way to, discover that old magic, the AFC is probably going to be wide open again next year. Now, I'm not telling you the Steelers are going to do what the Broncos did or what the Patriots did. I think that's a little bit, whimsical given the state of their roster. But I think they are good enough again to get to the playoffs, as they have been for what now? 6 out of the last 7 years? I mean, it's not a fluke. Now, the window's likely closing for some of their players, especially their older defensive players. But, yeah, right now I think they still have the makings of a team that can compete in the AFC. For what? A playoff berth? Maybe a playoff victory? Probably not a Super Bowl.
Hold on a second here. I must have missed something. When have they competed in the AFC for anything beyond sneaking into the playoffs and getting blown out?
Competing for a playoff spot. That's what I said.
Well, everybody competes for a playoff spot. I mean, you have to be like 2 and 15. The Brown. Okay, then there's the. Although the Browns do have a playoff win more recently than the Steelers. I mean, I just see this going nowhere. The Broncos had a great defense and a young quarterback who could move around and make plays. I don't know. I guess we see it from a different. I think they're running in place with, especially if they bring back Rodgers.
You think Denver's going to be like the team in the AFC for the next 5 years, Joe?
No, I didn't say that. But other teams have Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Justin Herbert.
I'm just saying Bo Nix and Drake May. It was one of those years. Like, I don't think either of those teams are going to be back.
Exactly. It was one of those years where it was wide open and they were nowhere near the rest of them. They got blown out by the Texans on their home field with C.J. Stroud begging to lose the game. So if they can't even compete for anything significant this year, when will they?
I mean, Joe, they got blown out in the final quarter of that football game. If they had any kind of an ability to score points in that game, which brings us back to your original question about Aaron Rodgers, but if they had any ability to capitalize off all of C.J. Stroud's mistakes, they could have won that game. You could argue they probably should have won that game, but the Texans defense was really, really good, and that's why they lost that game. So,
Ray, the other quarterback that is getting a lot of hype, he got a ton from the new head coach and the team's general manager at the intro press conference the other day. How much do they truly like Will Howard? Or is this a bit of a smokescreen as to how much they like him?
Yeah, I don't think it's a smokescreen. I think even the previous staff, and there are still some remnants of that previous staff who were going to be on McCarthy's staff. So, I think Arthur Smith liked him. It's obvious that Art came out and said that. So the front office, the scouting staff liked him. And now McCarthy likes him. So, I don't know what a smokescreen would serve at this point. They're not trying to hide anything that they're going to do. They're still in the market for a quarterback this spring or next spring. That's not going to change, unless Will Howard goes out there and wins a Super Bowl for them. They're still going to be looking for their long-term answer. But, he is intriguing. He was a winner at Ohio State. He's going to be a guy who's, steely because he already went through a ton of adversity as a college player. He's got a little bit of mobility, which I think McCarthy likes. So, there's some stuff to like there, but I think he's probably a bit of a project at this point as well.
Well, what happened between the draft and as we sit here today that would make them like him so much more than only making him worthy of a 6th-round pick? You know what I mean? It seems like his stock within the organization has risen, and I don't know exactly what he did because he wasn't really around doing much. Like, what were they so impressed with? How has his stock risen in the time that he's been here?
Well, you see how he interacts with coaches, how he learns, how he picks up things, his work with teammates. He was lauded for that. He was a guy who, DK Metcalf was coming back from the suspended list. Will Howard was the one on an off day who was throwing him passes. So he's one of these guys who just does everything right. He wants to be good, and I think they've taken notice of that. Now, we don't even have preseason games to judge him by, but based on him being in that building for 10 hours a day for 8 months now, they have a pretty strong feeling that there's some potential there to work with.
Ray, the thing that worries me a little bit, I brought this up to Joe last hour, that outside of preseason games where we didn't get to see Howard play, and okay, he looked good in some drills with the football and shorts period of things, the other guys that have been highlighted players in the football and shorts period of the offseason are Roman Wilson and Caleb Johnson. So it doesn't exactly paint a pretty picture because it's two guys that were healthy scratches for majority of the season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Caleb Johnson never recovered from that special teams gaffe. I would make an argument that there really wasn't a way for him to get into the lineup because they got a pretty strong 1-2 punch there with Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell. So I don't hold that entirely against Caleb Johnson. And the Roman Wilson thing, listen, he just never meshed with Arthur Smith or Aaron Rodgers. Now, this offseason is going to be big, Roman has to take it really seriously. I trust guys like Adam Thielen who come in and earn a role on this team basically in days, and a guy like Roman Wilson couldn't do it in months. I know he's inexperienced. I know he was like a rookie last year, but hopefully Roman had his eyes wide open because Thielen, a guy who's at the very end of his career, came in and helped this team out when that probably should have been Roman Wilson. So this is a big offseason for him. He's got to get it done. But Donnie, I understand your point. I mean, there's potential, and then there's going out there and doing it in a game and contributing to the cause to help your team win. And to your point, none of those guys have done that to this point.
What should we expect the dynamic to be when it comes to coach, GM, assistant GM? Because Mike Tomlin used to love the off-season activities like the Senior Bowl, like the Combine, everything with free agency, the draft, and he would even get into the activities if he was still the coach down at the Senior Bowl this week. Mike McCarthy not really striking me as that same guy. So is this going to be more of the coach is going to coach and the GM and assistant GM are going to put the team together? Or do we think McCarthy will have a lot of input in who they have on this roster week one?
Yeah, I think eventually Mike's going to have a lot of input, but I think right now he's putting his staff together, and he views that as more important than going down to the Senior Bowl where, you got some good prospects, but, the majority of the guys who are going to be first-round picks are underclassmen. So they're not even down there this week. So even Omar stayed back. Omar is not there. Andy Weidel is taking care of that. Now, by the Combine, he'll have his staff together. I think he'll get more involved in the process. But, I think this is going to work very well. I think Andy, Omar, and Mike have known each other for like 25, 30 years. I think it's going to be a good relationship. It's not going to be like Mike. I was thinking about that this week. Like Mike Tomlin would actually be in the drills coaching these guys. I was down there for many of those Senior Bowls. He would actually he would be involved in the actual practices. Mm-hmm. And like you said, McCarthy probably isn't going to be that way, but that doesn't mean that Mike McCarthy and his staff won't be involved, at some point either.
Ray Fittipaldo on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Also on our YouTube channel, you can watch the show. All you can see from me, and it's probably a good thing, is the back of my Warriors cap on the YouTube channel. But you can see Donnie. You can certainly see Ray. Get there through our website at 937thefan.com. It's 11:24. Time to make the call to Gina Giampietro of Remax Select Realty if you're looking to buy or sell your home. And you can get on the fan text line and communicate with the City Sweeper. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Ray. Lots of things to talk about here. Your thoughts on Patrick Graham? They had a Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator and some other guys with, quite frankly, better resumes than Patrick Graham. I'm referring to Raheem Morris, who beat Joe Burrow in a Super Bowl as the Rams defensive coordinator. Were there better choices out here? Assuming he's going to be the guy. It's not final yet. Were there better choices, and what do you think of Patrick Graham?
Yeah, I think they'll probably announce that today. And I think in any coaching situation, Joe, sometimes you'll see a head coach go out and hire somebody he really doesn't know or he hasn't worked with. But 95% of the time, those guys are hiring guys that they've already worked with or guys that they've received very high recommendations for. So Patrick Graham worked for Mike back in 2018. I don't know if you guys remember this. You guys might be able to dig up some old audio or some old Tomlin transcripts, but he was always very complimentary of Patrick Graham's defenses when the Steelers faced, I guess it was the Raiders, where Graham was most recently. Mike always had good things to say about, what Graham was doing with his defenses. So he's well respected. Is his resume the same as a guy like Raheem Morris? No, it's not. But maybe, he can get some more stuff on his resume working with this group of Steelers and under Mike McCarthy again. So I don't have a big issue with his hire. I think he's going to be just fine. The big thing is, what do you do with the roster? What does McCarthy, what does Graham think of TJ Watt, Cam Hayward? How does that all mesh with the salary cap? Those are the questions going forward before the new league year gets here in a couple of weeks.
Well, respectfully, what makes you think it will be fine? Because his resume is pretty bad, Patrick Graham, and he's walking into a situation where he's going to inherit the highest paid defense in the NFL, and the expectation right away is to win playoff games. I don't have any real reason to be confident in him.
Joe, you say his resume is bad. He worked for Bill Belichick when the Patriots were really good. And this is how it works in the NFL. If you want to climb the ladder, you got to take a job. Now, it's not always going to be the best job. And listen, we're going to see two guys accept positions with the Arizona Cardinals and the Las Vegas Raiders probably here in a couple days. You got to take those jobs if you're a coach. You just have to do it. Maybe you're the guy to turn it around. But Patrick Graham going to the Raiders, he was trying to improve himself and, become a coordinator. So, I mean, that's how it works. It's like going to the Browns. Maybe it's not going to work out for you, but maybe you
I know, but he's been at 3 stops as a defensive coordinator, 3 of them. He was last in the league in Miami. He was 23rd in the league in his last year with the Giants and then the Raiders. Now, I get it. Maybe those are 3 rough stops, but his resume as a defensive coordinator, simply looking at the numbers, is objectively bad.
Yeah, I just don't think Mike McCarthy knows him very well. I don't think he would have hired him just for the sake of hiring him, Joe. Now, there's probably other guys who, like Raheem Morris, who put up better numbers because he had better personnel to work with. But I'm telling you, even Mike Tomlin, there are other guys who have spoken up on Graham's behalf. They think he's a good football coach. I mean, I'm willing to give him a chance. If it doesn't work out, he can make a change in a couple of years. But I'm willing to give the guy, a chance, knowing that he does have some good stuff on his resume going back to his days with the Pats.
Ray, you mentioned to the guys yesterday afternoon that Mike McCarthy is going to be allowed to expand the coaching staff a little bit. Yep. So we are going to see physically more coaches. Is that so? You're pretty confident in that? We're already kind of seeing that. They're going to interview Jari Evans, who is a borderline Hall of Famer. He's down to, I believe, the finalist for the class year of 2026. Now, clarify if you can. That would be as the assistant offensive line coach, right? Because they already have Campen coming in here.
Yeah, and they also interviewed somebody else for that position whose name is escaping me at the moment. But they could have 3 offensive line coaches, and maybe their titles, one of their titles is running game coordinator. If you look at Mike's Dallas staffs, he had analytics people on his coaching staff. He had somebody with the title of director of football operations. So I think you're going to see new stuff like that. It was inevitable, like with the new coach coming in. These coaches are very, regimented in what they do. So if Mike had a big staff in Dallas, I'm sure he was going to have a big staff in Pittsburgh. And like I told you guys last week, I don't think, the Rooney family or the Steelers were going to stand in his way. If it's a couple of $100,000 or a couple $1 million, I think they'll see that as a wise investment if it can help the Steelers win.
Donnie, may I engage Ray in a game of free association, or do you have a burning question you'd like to ask first?
You may.
Ray, you ready?
I am ready, Joe.
Scott Tolzien, is he going to be the coordinator offensively?
He's got a good shot.
Who's the competition? Oh, yeah, the guy that neither you or I can pronounce his name. How about Kenny Gainwell? Will he be back?
Yes, he'll be back.
Broderick Jones get a 5th-year option?
No.
Sayamalu back?
I will say no.
Dylan Cook, the long-term answer at tackle?
He might be, Joe.
Where are you on Cam Hayward's possible retirement? 50-50?
Yeah, until we hear from Cam, I'm still going to say 50-50, but he's playing at a high level, so I think he wants to come back and play somewhere.
Will one of the outside linebackers get traded? One of the edge rushers, Highsmith or Watt?
I don't think it's going to be Highsmith. I'll say no.
Jalen Ramsey back?
I'll say no.
Enough confidence in Pierre to have him start opposite Joey Porter, or is that a draft need?
I think that's a high draft need, probably right behind receiver.
Thank you, Ray. I have no further questions.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Ray.
That was fun today, wasn't it?
Who was the coach you said you couldn't pronounce the name? Lunda Wells?
Lunda. Yeah, Lunda Wells. Right. And he's being interviewed, right? Or has been?
Yeah, the tight ends coach with the Cowboys. We're going to have somebody on right around noon to talk about.
Who's that, Limits? Who are we having on right around noon?
Garrett Padell, CBS Sports. We've had him on many a times.
I like him. And coming up next, another man we like, Alan Saunders is going to talk some Steelers. Maybe we can get his opinion on the tarps coming in for the pit games as well. Oh, Limitless Wonder, yes?
Yeah, why not?
That's what I always say. It's Pomp and Joe. It's a Donnie Football Friday. We're out at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, having a wonderful time. The fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Donnie, you've heard me talk about my feet before. My feet have hurt from time to time. Discomfort is probably the best way I could put it. And for me, it was the joints of my big toes. That was the problem. And that's when I met the Good Feet store, the fine folks at the Good Feet store, and specifically the Good Feet foot arch support system. Fits in any shoe, whatever you got going on, your daily work shoes, your walking sneakers, your running shoes, golf, basketball, hiking, whatever you got, it fits. And what I noticed was that the discomfort lessened. It got better. Worked for me, could work for you. You can visit one of the stores. There's one in Robinson Town Center. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Crowleytown, otherwise known as Morgantown. Plus, you can go to goodfeet.com. All kinds of places you can go right now. There's one also out by Fox Chapel that you can go to. And that's it worked for me. It's so comfortable, so easy. And the people there are great. Not Fox Chapel, the waterfront is what I meant. There's one down at the waterfront. You can go down there. All right. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins victorious against the Blackhawks last night, 6-2. PPG Paints Arena. Artur Shilovs with 18 saves on 20 shots, 2 goals for Connor Dewey. It now has 13 on the year. Kindle, Chinakhov, Mantha, Shea all score for the Pens. Mantha, his 17th of the year. Kindle, his 11th. Penguins are back at PPG Paints Arena for second of their homestand against the Rangers at 3:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And this CBS Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. ForThePeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
When Sean Payton cast aside Russell Wilson, threw him under the bus, backed it up over him, then ran over him again for good measure, we all sort of shrugged and thought, oh, that was awkward, but understood because, well, Russ just wasn't very good. But Payton sparring in public with Bo Nix over his ankle injury gives a real pass-the-buck middle manager vibe from one of the least endearing people in the league. I'm Chris Mack.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limits apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home,
you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Today, it's actually frigid in the beer garden, but I'm still enjoying a Trogs Blizzard of Hops IPA. Blizzard of Hops was created to toast the hop growers around the world for another successful global hop harvest. This storm of hoppy orange peel and pine notes with slivers of pineapple serves as a bright reminder that the end of the hop cycle is only the beginning. With a slightly hazy golden straw hue, Blizzard of Hops blankets the palate with an array of hop flavors and finishes clean and dry with 6.4% alcohol by volume. Blizzard of Hops pairs well with dry-aged beef ribeye, aged sharp cheddar, smoked salmon, green curry, or even lemon meringue pie. Let's toast winter's bitter bite with a Blizzard of Hops IPA from Trogs Independent Brewery in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Available wherever better beer is sold. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/van, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of our team of highly trained employee installers. Schedule a free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 15.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I hope everybody's on YouTube watching Joe right now with the air guitar.
Joe, I feel like you're a lot better with the acoustic, I think.
I like this.
I've heard you play the acoustic.
Yeah. I might be playing in a coffee shop near you soon. Will you come out, you and Sarah come out and watch me?
Yeah, just let me know when.
Intern Dom keeps promising he will, and then he blows me off at the last second. I'll tell you, there's one over in, not Bloomfield. Where is Seton LaSalle, that direction? What's the name of that little town?
What, like Dormont?
Right next to Dormont, okay. Yes. What's the name of the town where Seton LaSalle is, Limits?
You talking about Castle Shannon?
No. My daughter's been going to school there for 5 years. I can't even think of the name.
5 years? Keystone Oaks is right across the street.
Yes.
Is she a super senior?
Town? I don't. You know what I mean, Limits. Yeah, no, she's not a super senior. And now it's going to it begins with a B. Check the text line. Someone will tell you.
Brookline?
Yeah,
Brookline.
Yeah, it is Brookline. Yeah.
Legendary part of town. Yes. All right. Well, we're sort of looking at the next phase of the Steelers, too. We're looking ahead to the draft. Are they going to draft a quarterback? Are they going to draft a receiver, a corner? What are they going to do? Alan Saunders from Pittsburgh Sports Now is at the Senior Bowl, and he's been scouting players. Alan, we appreciate you coming on. How are you?
I'm good, Joe. How are you?
I've never been better, and I appreciate the inquiry. Tell me what has been the biggest Steeler-related story down there this week?
I think it's everything that's happening in Pittsburgh. I mean, the Mike McCarthy press conference and then quickly going into all these coaching hires. You know, I think it was really hard without having an idea of any of the coaching staff to really envision players in a Steelers scheme. But I think, you know, you hear Mike McCarthy say, oh, we're going to keep the 3-4 defense. And then he hires Patrick Graham. And now I can kind of say, okay, this is going to be the same scheme mostly. It'll be familiar alignments. Now you can start to look at some of these guys and say, oh, okay, now this player looks like a Steelers guy. And so I think it was really hard. I think it's still really probably tough on offense. But you know what Mike McCarthy's going to do. But now that we kind of got the defensive scheme figured out, now we can really look and start to dig into these players in a more significant way.
I'm sure it was also different, Alan, that the Senior Bowl was something that Mike Tomlin usually shined at. He would even get involved in the drills with the players in all of the practices leading up to the game on Saturday. We don't get that from Mike McCarthy. Omar Khan stayed back in Pittsburgh. Andy Weidel, the only guy in the front office that was down there this week. Not sure if you had any side conversations with him or if you were able to notice, was there a particular group of players that he had his eye on more than others?
I don't think it will give you any surprise to know that Andy Weidel spent most of his time watching the linemen. That is just who Andy Weidel is. They could be drafting 11 wide receivers and a quarterback with their 12 picks, and I think he still would have been looking at the linemen. There are other guys in the front office there as well, and of course all the scouts. But yeah, Andy heading things up in Mobile, definitely almost everyone I talked to over the week said, man, it's weird without Mike Tomlin here. Not from a Steelers perspective, but from a Senior Bowl perspective. I mean, he was a big part of this event, the way he embraced it. Not every head coach is like that. Most of them aren't. And it definitely makes my job a little tougher. Mike didn't make it much of a secret as to who he was looking at and who he was interested in during this process. We've got to do a little more digging now, I think.
Alan Saunders, he is live from the Senior Bowl down in Mobile. So who are the athletes at positions of need who have jumped off the page for you? A couple of them.
I think this is a really good wide receiver class. The best of them skipping the Senior Bowl. 6 guys really at the top of the class. 7 maybe even not there. And even with what was left, I was really impressed by the guys that were there. Malachi Fields, if you're a Pitt fan, you don't really need a reintroduction to him. He's already had more yards at Acrisure Stadium than all of the Steelers' returning receivers other than DK Metcalf. He's a big guy, really good combat catch, physical player from Notre Dame. And I thought another one that really stood out to me this week maybe that I kind of went there thinking Malachi Fields is going to be one of the best receivers there. Kevin Coleman Jr. from Missouri is a little bit of a smaller guy, a little bit more of a route runner. I think when you look at the kinds of receivers that Mike McCarthy has used over his career, he probably fits that mold even better. And, man, he was impossible to cover this week. So I think a couple of guys there at wide receiver, and I'll give you a safety. Bud Clark from TCU just feels like a Pittsburgh Steeler, a really physical guy who likes to get in the box and hit people, but also has great closing speed, really good hands, made a diving interception to end practice yesterday. Thought he was really, really good.
Alan, one of the quarterbacks down there, Garrett Nussmeier, he made it known. Now, I'm sure these guys say it about a lot of different teams, but his dad does have a connection to Mike McCarthy. Garrett Nussmeier made the comment that he would love to play in Pittsburgh, love to play for the Steelers. They have a lot of draft picks. Are they going to use one on a quarterback? And would you say that in the middle rounds it could be Nussmeier that they choose?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I think how much Mike McCarthy has already said about Will Howard. I've always kind of believed it's really hard to develop 2 quarterbacks at the same time. You know, those reps are precious resources. And I think when you try to have 2 guys do that, you're not really doing a service to either one of them. I don't know that I like Nussmeier's upside significantly more than Howard's anyway. I mean, he just feels like a guy who's probably a backup quarterback in the NFL. Not that I don't think that about Howard, but I think he does, because of his size, you know, does have a little bit more of like a starter's profile. But Nussmeier has, I mean, obviously his father is the offensive coordinator of the New Orleans Saints. Scott Tolzien, who's the quarterback's coach of the Saints, going to interview for the Steelers' offensive coordinator job when he gets back from Mobile, was Nussmeier's offensive coordinator this week and for the Senior Bowl. So lots of connections there. It wouldn't totally surprise me, but I kind of feel like they're gonna at least give Will Howard a shot here. So if it's not an early round quarterback, I don't know that they would feel the need to do that.
So I did want to ask about Tolzien, but you bringing up Will Howard and mentioning that you think they will give him a shot. Are you outside of the camp that feels like Aaron Rodgers coming back is starting to look very likely? Where do you come down there?
Oh, no, I think that's very likely. The way Mike McCarthy answered that question in his press conference, saying he would definitely have him back, and that he had talked to him about it. I mean, if he had talked to him about it and he said no, he wouldn't have said that way. You know, he'd have probably tried to couch it a little bit. I mean, I don't know what ultimately Aaron Rodgers is going to decide to do, but it sure feels like looking like a likely possibility. And, I mean, he has a great relationship with James Campbell, the new offensive line coach. It just seems like everything's coming together for an Aaron Rodgers return, and I don't think that precludes the idea of them trying to develop Will Howard. This is a guy who hasn't taken a single meaningful NFL rep yet. So, I mean, it really feels just like a run it back on his rookie year, get him in the preseason, give him a chance to win a backup job maybe, and see what happens.
What has your impression of Scott Tolzien been since he's down there calling the plays for the national team?
Seems like a really smart guy, very passionate, kind of soft-spoken, which you don't normally get from a lot of these guys. But there's still a lot of passion and knowledge there, even though it's not being screamed at you. But definitely a little bit of a gentler voiced guy. You can tell he was a quarterback. He understands the position, I think, at a high level. He was really hands-on with the three quarterbacks on his team, which, in addition to Nussmeier, were Taylon Green from Arkansas and Luke Altmaier from Illinois. He was really hands-on with those guys. They all spoke very highly of him. Just being the coordinator at the Senior Bowl is kind of a big deal. Like they're handpicking someone who is a position coach from around the NFL that they think has the potential to take that leap sooner rather than later. And so I think you look at what he did with Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck. Those were not well thought of players going into this year with the Saints, and they produced some significant results.
Alan Saunders from Pittsburgh Sports Now. He's down in Mobile. You mentioned a name there, Taylon Green. Now, his numbers weren't good at Arkansas. There's no arguing that. But he's 6'6", 230, and he's a great runner and an interesting sort of physical specimen. What's the talk about him down there?
Yeah, I mean, the passing is very inconsistent. He runs well. I think that most of the talk I've heard is that someone's going to take a chance on him because you feel like you get two shots at it. If he doesn't work out as a quarterback, you can try to turn him into Taysom Hill. And I don't think that he would be bad at that. He's a great runner, and he's big. He was bigger than Taysom Hill. He's one of the biggest players on the field every time he's on it. And so I think he's an interesting project that you get two bites of the apple at, and I think that's attractive for NFL teams. But there's a lot of work to be done there, no question.
Alan, how about the big boy that is becoming the fan favorite down at the Senior Bowl, Jennings Dunker, the offensive lineman from Iowa? Joe, have you seen this guy?
No.
He has flaming red hair, a mullet, and simply goes with a mustache. I don't know. Have you gotten to talk to this guy, Alan? I know he's been playing some tackle and guard, so there's even an opening if he's a middle round pick that maybe the Steelers want to keep the guy in the black and gold.
Yeah, I think he's probably best suited to play guard at the NFL level. He was a tackle at Iowa. Has that sort of wild man look about him, but is not just a mauler of an offensive lineman. Also plays with really good technique. I think he could sneak into the first round at this point. I think he'll more than likely fall between the Steelers' first and second picks. But he's a really good player. He feels like a Steelers kind of player. Obviously, they've been very comfortable going to Iowa lately. They've got 4 Iowa guys on the roster right now. He's a fun player to watch, man. He's feisty with the red hair out the back of his helmet. They don't see too many guys like that. And I think one of the real stars of this week at the Senior Bowl, probably from the offensive perspective, the guy who lifted his stock the most.
Alan Saunders, a couple more questions here. Limits the notion of leaving you out of this conversation. Has Alan Saunders near tears?
What about the defensive backs and middle linebackers, Alan? Because I feel like that might be, maybe not middle linebackers as much, but definitely corners and another safety. You mentioned one. Who were some others that stood out to you?
Yeah, a couple of good safeties. Skylar Thomas from Oregon State is a guy I didn't know anything about before this week, but he looked really good. Put him sort of firmly on my radar as a potential Steelers pick. They have a big need at safety. It is just Deshaun Elliott and maybe Jalen Ramsey is a safety. Maybe he's not. I don't think anybody really knows at this point. He was good at corner. I like Colton Hood from Tennessee. Got a little. I think he got banged up. He didn't practice yesterday, but he looked really good when he was out there. And linebacker, man, Kyle Lewis from Pitt made himself a ton of money this week. He was probably the biggest riser compared to expectations. His draft stock, if you look at some of the consensus big boards coming in, down around the 5th round, I think he looked like a day 2 pick to me. He was awesome in coverage. A little bit undersized for a linebacker, but also played the run really well. I thought he was one of the best players on the field at times and really had a great week for himself.
Alan, we appreciate you taking the time today. We'll let you get back to it.
Thanks, fellas. See you around.
Thanks,
All right,
Alan.
man. That was good stuff. Huh?
I was. If he wasn't going to mention Kyle Lewis, that's where I was going to go, because I had heard and seen some very good things about how he performed this week.
Yeah, I'm reading the CBS Sports thing right now. He's a fast riser here. Speaking of CBS Sports, Garrett Podell covers the Cowboys, really good NFL writer. We're going to talk to him next, obviously, about Mike McCarthy's time in Dallas and what he thinks of this hire, plus various other treats with him. He's always really good. In the meantime, it's cold. You don't need me to tell you that, but I'll tell you exactly what it is. A high of 15 today, O'Neill Cruz. A low of -3. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. What exactly happened with Mike McCarthy in Dallas? Did he do a good job, a great job, something less than that? Let's talk to Garrett Podell next about his take on the Steelers' hire.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Patrick Graham, according to multiple reports, is going to be the Steelers' next defensive coordinator, former DC, and a couple of different stops. Formerly worked with Mike McCarthy, previously the defensive coordinator with the Las Vegas Raiders. Steelers are talking to Scott Tolzien, quarterback coach with the Saints, former quarterback backup in Green Bay for Mike McCarthy for their offensive coordinator position. And all signs are pointing towards an Aaron Rodgers return. It's just dependent on Aaron wanting to come back. But it seems like, why not reunite with a lot of Green Bay guys? Seems like the stars are aligning that might end up being the case. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium, explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sagmaster, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, it's been a busy week for the Steelers as they continue to add to their coaching staff. Crowley with a report earlier today on the Pirates saying that Andrew McCutchen and Bob Nutting had a meeting yesterday. We'll dive a little bit more into that in the breakdown coming up later this hour. But that's per our own Adam Crowley with Andrew McCutchen voicing frustration earlier this month after not being at Pirate Fest about his future with the Bucs. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and Garrett Padella, CBS Sports, joins us next.
So are Are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I like that music, Donnie, don't you?
I do. I don't know if that was just chosen, if that was just the random rotation or if it was just fitting for this segment.
I think it is fitting. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's bring on Garrett Padell from CBSSports.com. Covers the Cowboys, does a great job covering the NFL, many different facets. I know he's at the East-West Shrine game. We're going to ask him some stuff about that. Garrett, thanks for taking the time. How are you?
I'm great, Joe. Thank you so much for having me on this Friday. I survived the snowstorm in Dallas this past weekend, and now it's okay to be out and about again. We got 40-degree weather, the sun's shining, life is good.
Man, I'll never forget the ice storm in Dallas when the Steelers were there for a Super Bowl, and they haven't been back since. And there's mixed reaction here to the Mike McCarthy hire, whether he'll get them back anytime soon. I wanted to ask you, Garrett, from your time covering the Cowboys, how would you grade Mike McCarthy's tenure there, and where did it go wrong, and why?
That's a great question, Joe. I think I would give Mike McCarthy's tenure with the Dallas Cowboys over 5 seasons, give him a B to B plus, because when he walked in there after over a decade of Jason Garrett, I mean, this was a team that was in and out of the playoffs, not really consistently making it. 2020 was kind of a weird year with the pandemic, and he hired Mike Nolan, who he used to serve under as a coordinator, as a defensive coordinator, and they were one of the worst defenses in football. But, you know, he cut bait immediately, brought in Dan Quinn in 2021, which also coincided with the first-round draft pick of Micah Parsons. Boom, 3 consecutive 12-win seasons. Dak Prescott was the NFL MVP runner-up in 2023. You could argue statistically maybe should have won that award over Lamar Jackson that year. And 3 straight 12-win seasons for the first time in Dallas since their 1990s Super Bowl glory years. They only won 1 playoff game in those 3 trips, which is what a lot of people in Cowboys land wrung their hands about. And so obviously understand, you know, there's a friend of mine, Paul, who's a big Steelers fan. You know, he was kind of unsure about it because of the playoff thing. But, you know, they're always scoring a lot of points. They were the number 1 scoring offense across those 3 years from 2021 to 2023. And Dak Prescott, when I've spoken to him about McCarthy over the years, is someone who he felt really helped uplift his footwork and just really command and knowledge of the game running McCarthy's West Coast offense. So I think there are some things to certainly like if you're a Steelers fan, and obviously from listening to his press conference and from talking to him in Dallas, loves Pittsburgh. He had so many stories bringing Dak in the quarterback room to his parents' house before the 2024 rain-delayed Sunday Night Football game that Dallas won at the last second. Lot of fun Pittsburgh stories from Big Mike over the years.
So even though Dak Prescott was already into the league for a few seasons, already showing that he was a pretty good quarterback, it sounds like he took that next step with McCarthy. Would you say that's pretty fair to say?
I would say that's fair. Dak said he felt like he really grew from setting the protection at the line of scrimmage, pass protection before the snap. He felt he really grew as a pre-snap quarterback with Mike McCarthy, and Mike also gave him a lot more control of audibling and changing different things at the line of scrimmage, and so he felt really grew in the more cerebral elements of the game under McCarthy. And I think you've seen that. I mean, last few years, I mean, look at this past season, right? Dallas was the worst scoring defense in football, but Dak was still top 3 in the league in passing yards and passing efficiency stats. He was in the top 10 for most of them, despite playing from behind almost the entire time because the defense was so horrible post Micah Parsons trade. And, you know, I think McCarthy deserves some credit for that development.
Limits, you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, Garrett, I'm curious because there's been some flack on McCarthy because a lot of people think that he's very similar to Mike Tomlin because maybe the offensive version of Mike Tomlin. Do you think that's fair in your assessment of McCarthy?
Austin, you and I had a lovely back and forth on Twitter about this early in the week, and I think there's some fairness to it in terms of, they're very consistent in the type of culture they want to have and the way they approach handling their guys. I will say that Mike McCarthy in years past, I think, has been maybe a little bit more open to bringing in different defensive minds or coaches who could push him. I think the Dan Quinn hire, bringing in somebody who was a former, Super Bowl appearing head coach to be his DC, I think that was kind of a big step for him, having another kind of big leadership type of guy in the room as an assistant. So I do think he's evolved in some ways. In some ways, his offensive scheme looks very similar to how it did in years past. I think it's kind of one of those, you wait and see, but I think someone who's a little bit more offensive minded could maybe be a nice change of pace for the Steelers after years of Bill Cowher and Mike Tomlin. Who knows?
Garrett, what happened to McCarthy's high-powered offenses in his 3 playoff losses? I think he had 12 against the Niners, 17 against the Niners, and then just 1 touchdown in the first half of that horrifying loss to the Packers. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, in the 49ers games, those were some elite defenses, and then the second one they lost in 2022, I think 19-12 is what you're referencing. Starting running back Tony Pollard, his fibula exploded in the first half of that game, so the game plan really changed in the middle of that one, losing the dynamic dual threat abilities, both catching the ball in the backfield and rushing that Tony Pollard provided in 2022. Yeah, the 2023 loss I was in the building for here in Dallas against the Packers. That, to me, I mean, that's probably definitely the most damning one, because talking to the guys after the game, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, they almost kind of sounded like it was a deer in the headlights thing, and that they were the number 2 seed, won the NFC East, and I think they just got a little too over their skis mentally. So I think that last one, I think, is the one you can bang McCarthy the most for. But yeah, I think by and large, he had gotten consistent regular season production out of Dallas that hadn't really been seen, since the 90s. And but yeah, that last 2023 playoff loss, pretty inexcusable. And then his last year and after that, he honestly, there should have been a divorce after that game, because Jerry Jones spent the fewest amount of money in free agency the following off season, and then it was just weird vibes all year. Dak got hurt mid-season in 2024, and it all kind of crumbled.
Do you think the ownership approach that Jerry Jones had made it more difficult for McCarthy to do his job? I mean, we know how outspoken Jones is and how he wants to take over every situation. Do you think it made it more difficult for McCarthy and really anybody who has to coach the Cowboys?
I think that's undeniable. I mean, I love him as a media member. He'll talk to us after every home game in the hallway during the head coach's press conference. And so, head coaches, they like there being one voice, right? Being the culture setter, and that being him. Jerry kind of overrules pretty much anything that the coach says, because his voice is the loudest. He's the owner. He's also the general manager. And so not having that untraditional general manager situation, it leads to what we saw with Micah Parsons, where Jerry kind of skirted around negotiating with David Mulligetta in those negotiations and sat Parsons down. And once Jones felt, okay, there's a handshake agreement here, Micah said, hey, I want to go back and talk to Mulligetta. Let's look over the fine print here, make sure everything's all good. Jerry took umbrage to it because he wanted to obviously just negotiate with Micah, because he has a leg up on negotiating with a player over a contract. And then from there on out, it was a stalemate, and he gets traded. So I don't think many general managers would have gone through a contract negotiation with someone like Parsons, talked to the agent, and eventually dealt them in their prime like that. So I would say that if you're the head coach in Dallas, a very different experience than anywhere else, which maybe, has equipped McCarthy to be better this time around in Pittsburgh.
Garrett Podell of CBSSports.com. All right. apparently you have talked to Scott Tolzien down there. We know that he's a candidate for offensive coordinator here. Before we get into your conversation and all that, this is what I'm curious about. What are the duties? How significant a role is it if you're Mike McCarthy's offensive coordinator? It's interesting because these guys don't call plays, yet a couple of them have been promoted to head coaches like Brian Schottenheimer. What's the role there under McCarthy? What would it be here when he's calling plays?
Yeah, I think getting to know Schottenheimer the last 3-4 years in his OC capacity versus now this past year head coach capacity, they still have a heavy role in putting together the game plan, red zone packages, third downs. So Mike likes getting his OCs involved in kind of those critical situational game planning components like third down, red zone, and really getting a lot of feedback there. Obviously, when you watch during a game on a Mike McCarthy coach team, he's got his, Cheesecake Factory style menu of plays that's ginormous, and he's the one making those decisions. But the offensive coordinators that he's had in recent years do have impact in putting the game together. So certainly working with the quarterbacks a lot and getting those plays lined up here.
Having a little bit of a background on two of the guys that have gotten interest from the Steelers to be the OC. Tolzien was mentioned. Also, Lunda Wells, the other one, Garrett, that's a little bit more of the unknown, the tight ends coach with the Cowboys, who was with Mike McCarthy the whole time. He stayed on with Brian Schottenheimer this past season. But talk about his work with the tight ends. Is he somebody that you could see fitting as Mike McCarthy's next OC?
I could see it's certainly very possible. I spoke with Lunda Wells face-to-face after the East-West Shrine Bowl on Tuesday night. Wells was the head coach of the winning West team. I believe he was on the West team. Winning head coach, spoke to him, and he said the Shrine Bowl was a great experience for him. It was his first real head coach experience of really putting together a practice plan and making sure all the logistics around getting the players ready, especially players he had never really worked before because it's an all-star draft showcase. And he really said he learned a lot from that experience in terms of the management of it all. And so Lunda Wells, he's been the Cowboys tight ends coach for the last 6 seasons. Before that, he was with the New York Giants for 8 seasons. And in the last 6 years with Dallas, you've seen the growth and development of Dalton Schultz, who earned a Pro Bowl nod, is now with the Houston Texans. Jake Ferguson, who was a 4th-round pick, he was a Pro Bowler in 2023 and was up there in the NFL in touchdown catches this season. So I think Lunda's done a good job developing tight ends. Dalton Schultz leaves, another Pro Bowl caliber tight end is developed. And the players absolutely love Lunda Wells. For media access after practices during the week, we'll be standing outside the hallway of the locker room, and you'll see assistant coaches, Schottenheimer, players jog into the locker room after practice. Almost every single time you see Lunda Wells walk down the hallway, there's at least 1 or 2 players who he's got his arm around them or they have their arm around him, and they're deep in conversation about what just happened at practice, getting feedback. So he's somebody who definitely gets the buy-in of the players and is one of the assistants who I've just observing tangentially in small moments like that, who seems to really be comfortable getting in players' ears, and players have no issues listening to him. And I asked him, how would you feel about, working with Mike McCarthy again? And he said he loved that opportunity and said it would be a great opportunity. And he found out he was going to be a candidate for the job last Saturday, and he's gearing up for those interviews.
Limits?
Garrett, when we talk about Lunda Wells and just some of his experience, you talked about it with the tight ends. What's one thing that you think that he can bring as a coordinator type with McCarthy? We talk about all the familiarity. The Steelers are bringing in a lot of guys with McCarthy that he's either worked with in Green Bay or in Dallas. How important do you think that familiarity is with a guy like Wells compared to a young up-and-coming guy that McCarthy might not be that familiar with but is trying to break on the scene?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, Austin. I think it's one of those things where it all comes down to a lot of times in the coaching business, the relationships. And McCarthy's going to bring in a young up-and-coming guy. I think it's worth, making sure that he's got good recommendations from other people. And I think even though Brian Schottenheimer was someone he knew for a long time because Mike McCarthy's first job in the NFL was working for Brian's dad, Marty, Brian brought in a lot of different concepts, whether it was like some more motion, under center, things like that. So I think Mike McCarthy has shown that he's open to different types of schematic feedback. I think the case for Wells is certainly players have shown, and McCarthy's been able to observe work ethic, really enjoying working with him and being open to his feedback. And so I think, Lunda's a little older, but it would kind of be an up-and-coming position for him because it would be his first chance at a coordinator job as well. So I think you'd frame it both ways, but I think the big takeaway is making sure that Mike McCarthy's open to different schematic ideas. And I think toward the end of his time in Dallas, they did start incorporating more motion, more under center type of things to show maybe in his older age, he's more receptive to feedback.
Lastly, Garrett, any diamond in the rough quarterbacks around there? I know they're not as great as Will Howard, but how about Mark Gronkowski from Iowa, somebody like that? I don't know. Anybody there that jumped out?
Yeah, the Iowa quarterback was the offensive MVP of the Shrine Bowl. He had a nice, performance managing the game, rushing touchdown. He actually blocked and set up a rushing touchdown for Houston running back Dean Connors around the right side. I don't know that this is the draft that is going to yield a ton of diamond in the rough guys like a Will Howard. I mean, even Spencer Rattler a couple years ago was productive for New Orleans for a spell out of the 5th round. I don't know that this is a very deep quarterback draft. Now, edge rusher, you're looking at Rieger out of Wisconsin. He was the defensive games MVP. Pittsburgh's had some nice success with Wisconsin edge rushers over the years. So if you're looking to add it, he had 2 sacks on 2 different quarterbacks in the Shrine Bowl on Tuesday. Maybe Rieger is someone you want to put on Pittsburgh's draft board for the later rounds.
Garrett, we appreciate you taking the time. That was great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Joe.
Thanks, Garrett.
Man, is he good, huh?
What'd you think there, Joe?
What a polite man as well.
Something I think would be interesting if Lunda Wells is added into the fold, Joe. What a relationship between Wells and Darnell Washington could be, because Wells is a former offensive lineman, former offensive line coach, and has also become a tight ends coach. And we know there's been so much talk about Darnell Washington until he became the receiving threat that he did this season. But that guy is the best of both worlds. I feel like that if I'm Lunda Wells, like that would be a player I am incredibly excited to coach if he gets that opportunity.
Yeah, kind of low-key, because there's been a couple of other things happening since the end of the season. Mount Washington had a really, breakout year. He's an interesting player moving forward. He became an important player for them.
It's nice that they have been able to use a player of that size and stature and find a way to make him dynamic in their offense, because it did seem concerning the first couple of seasons for him.
Yeah.
That, man, are the Steelers really going to fail to find a way to utilize this guy in some sort of downfield passing game? But they did.
And Garrett Padell was interesting with the McCarthy era in Dallas as well. Put a little context around that Packers disaster, for instance, where his offense only had 1 touchdown in the first half and they got blown out. Tony Pollard was lost in that game. And then the other losses, it's true. No doubt they faced a very good 49er defense, but that's what you're going to face in the playoffs. So these high-powered Cowboys offenses under Mike McCarthy fell flat on their face, no matter the context, in the playoffs. That's a fact.
We also have seen the best seasons of Dak Prescott under Mike McCarthy. And I think it's pretty good to note that something Garrett brought up early in the conversation was that Dak absolutely credits McCarthy with taking that next step. Because, yeah, when he had Jason Garrett, looked like a pretty good young player, and he was a mid-round quarterback. You don't get those often that actually become pretty good ones. But I do think if you look at the transition from Garrett to McCarthy, there was a step taken where Dak, and he makes the point a couple of years ago, Dak absolutely had an argument to be the league's MVP. He had a great season.
All right. That was good stuff. Good get there, Oh Limitless Wonder. Coming up, it's your show, big boy. What do you got on the Bechtold breakdown?
Yeah, we have an update from our good man Crowley on Andrew McCutchen. Plus, Mike McCarthy was on the McAfee show earlier and said a couple of things about Aaron Rodgers. One other item, Donnie, you and I are good friends with one Steelers insider. This Steelers insider pointed to 2 potential quarterbacks for the Steelers in the middle rounds. How will Donnie Football feel about these said quarterbacks when we break it down? That's up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pitt basketball is in action this weekend. The Panthers will play number 22 Clemson. The game is at noon, and you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 11:30. Panthers winners against Wake Forest earlier this week in overtime. They are 9-12 overall. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The most volatile situation in the NFL just added an inexperienced 33-year-old offensive coordinator to the mix as the Eagles hired Sean Mannion yesterday. So now, in addition to trying to turn around a wildly underachieving offense, he gets to manage the personalities of Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and work under Nick Sirianni, all in a city with unwavering expectations. Good luck, Sean. You're going to need it. I'm Chris Mack.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet? At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner, WindowNation.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
So Donnie Football Friday on Pomp and Joe. Donnie and I enjoying ourselves thoroughly, as always, at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Pretty big football game coming up next week. Quiz show coming up top of the hour in honor of that. I think it'll be a Steeler-related Super Bowl history quiz show. But first, we present to you the man, the myth, the legend, Austin City Sweeper Bechtold. He has Bechtold's Breakdown.
Thank you, Joe. This Bechtold Breakdown for January 30th on a Friday in 2026 begins with our man, somebody that you might consider a radio mentor to me, one that I do, Adam Crowley, breaking some news earlier today, Joe.
Yeah.
Saying that Andrew McCutchen and Bob Nutting had a meeting yesterday, I'm imagining to discuss McCutchen's future. What do you make of that? And do you think that Nutting is going to step in and basically say Ben Cherington, give him one more year, he's going to be on the roster? That's what I think is going to happen.
That's my fear. I mean, if that is the case, haven't they been through enough PR gaffes that would be way worse than this? Like, are they afraid that there would be a fan revolt at this point? I think the opinion is probably mixed on McCutchen. Everybody loves him. That's not a mixed opinion. But at this point in his career, there have to be better options at DH. The only thing, in my view, that they really owe Andrew McCutchen is to tell him if they're moving on. And they should be moving on. But, man, that sounds like the potential is there for Bob Nutting to step in and say, you'll just like the old Mike Tomlin thing. You'll decide how long you're staying here. And I don't know if that should be how it works in this situation.
I think the Pirates would be surprised, the front office that is, that if they don't bring back Andrew McCutchen, it won't be like some heartbreaker across the fan base.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some people, sure, but it won't be like an overwhelming, I can't believe these guys, they didn't bring back Andrew McCutchen. We got 3 years of the reunion tour, okay? And I get when bands do that, I think the Rolling Stones have been on their last reunion tour since like the year I was born, and here we are 30 years later,
right?
And they're still rolling. I don't think people would really be all that upset if Kutch doesn't come back. I mean,
I agree.
He's, for somebody at his age, sure, putting up okay/decent numbers, somebody in his late 30s, really, really close to retirement. But that's not really what the Pirates need. I mean, if he wants to come back as some dude that's going to be on the bench a lot, fill in as a DH, maybe play a game or two out in the field, that's one thing. They should not have him as some sort of priority of, hey, we're bringing Kutch back again. He's going to be back in the lineup every day or as many days as he possibly can. Like, he should not be viewed as a starter. And I also think there's a little bit of, I don't know if it's McCutchen himself maybe overvaluing because I did think Jason said something interesting to the guys yesterday that teams that are contenders right now probably aren't reaching out to Andrew McCutchen because the thought is, why doesn't Kutch want to perhaps chase a ring? You know, maybe this last season, why not give himself a shot at a World Series? I don't think those teams that are truly contenders in Major League Baseball are thinking that Andrew McCutchen is their missing piece.
I agree with you, but I think the City game doesn't. City game?
I would be very upset if Andrew McCutchen was not a part of this year's team. Maybe that's a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but I still think there is a role for him as a right-handed bat, as a DH, against left-handed pitching. They're a very left-handed hitting lineup with Cruz. They brought in O'Hearn, Brandon Lau.
O'Hearn has reverse splits limits.
I know that. He's still a left-handed hitter, which is what I said. And Brian Reynolds, who's a switch hitter. So I think that McCutchen is valuable in spots. You're not going to start him every day. He should not be your everyday DH. I'm not saying that. But against lefties in late-game situations, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, I think he could still be used as a pinch hitter. And I still think that that last spot on the bench, maybe we're overvaluing how much that guy is truly going to be used in a DH lineup, because I think we've seen over the past years that last guy is not utilized as much as people might think.
Next.
So you also pointed something to my attention, Joe, about what Keith Law had to say about Connor Griffin. So, of course, Keith Law made Connor Griffin the number one prospect on his list for The Athletic, saying he's the most exciting prospect we've had in the minors since Mike Trout. I think he's going to end up as one of the best players in baseball once he's established. But, Joe, you could fill us in a little bit more. Keith Law said something that this could be an Ohtani on the Angels-like situation?
Well, the news here is that Keith Law has moved the Pirates farm system up to number 4 in all of baseball and says they're building the Sistine Chapel. That's what he said. And, of course, it begins with Connor Griffin. So the question is, here's the other thing, though, that Keith Law said, is that he warns against bringing him north from Bradenton. I want to see him come up right away, don't you guys?
I would like that move. I think it would be pretty bold, and I also think it could absolutely pay off. I think they kind of, I don't know if I'd say wasted his time. They should have had him actually getting some at-bats in AAA last year. Late in the season, I get that, but at least let him get a little bit of time there. He was tearing the cover off the baseball every step of the way. So I would applaud them for the boldness if they brought him up that early.
So would I, but I don't think it's going to happen. What do you think, City Slicker?
Yeah, I don't think they will unless they sign him to a long-term extension. And Mackey has said that they haven't had any conversations, but it seems like there's some mutual interest on both sides. Obviously, those conversations need to happen. So I'm intrigued by that. But in the back of my mind, and I know, Joe, you say, who cares about 7 years from now? I do. If Connor Griffin is going to be as great as people think, why not have him for as long as possible? So I'd rather bring him up in mid-May, beginning of June, than have him here on the first day of the season.
I'd rather maximize the Paul Skeens era, which who knows how many years we have left starting now. This year is critical, and I don't care about 2033.
You say that now, but in a couple of years, we will. We're already having that conversation. Yes, we will.
Won't.
We're already having that conversation with Skeens. We're already saying, there's just 4 years left of Paul Skeens.
Right, which is why you needed to maximize it while he was here, and that's still the case. So call this kid up. Have him in the lineup if he's the best option from day one.
I disagree, Donnie.
We also have a lockout looming in 2027, which is something fair to consider in all of this.
I know we
do. with the Paul Skeens
maximize
argument.
The present. That's what I'd do. Next.
Donnie, what do you think of Pitt dropping its game day capacity at Acrisure Stadium down by 17,000? It's basically around a 20-25% decrease in the seats. They're taking away the east and west ends of the stadium, trying to make for a more intimate environment. For me, this is just, again, another sentiment that there needs to be an on-campus stadium in Oakland that's like 50,000 seats. I know where you're going to put it, who is going to pay for it. That kind of went away when the Pete was built. I think that is just so necessary for Pitt. What do you make of the whole situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy for all of us to say that they need the on-campus stadium, but, none of us are the ones that are going to be tasked with actually putting it together. We're not going to be the architects on the job to configure how difficult that would be. I think it's a smart move because it will allow you to make it feel like a better environment, even though you have seats in the upper deck that are tarped off. And I heard Pat Bostic talking about this with the morning guys earlier this week, that the stadium as is, with the 68+ thousand capacity, it was like the second or third biggest in the ACC. Maybe Clemson, maybe Florida State, higher than those. So this brings it down a couple of notches, and I think that's right where it should be. Because now if Pitt can, even put some advertisements on those tarps, who knows? That's money, that's revenue, and that is going to be the most important thing. It's always the most important thing, but definitely now in college sports. I think it's a good move to cut it down, because that also drives the demand a little bit more when there is a big game in the building. Supply and demand, the oldest adage of business in the entire book.
I think this just underscores the issue with Pitt. Not enough people go to the games, and they're in the wrong stadium or in a bad stadium situation. Not the stadium's bad. You know what I mean. It's too big. Alan Green's making this sound like because you move people into the lower bowl, it's going to have an atmosphere like LSU on a Saturday night, or like the Horseshoe or something. It's going to be a giant cavernous stadium with tarps across the upper decks. It's still going to look horrible on TV. Sorry, it is. Will it be better? Is it a smart move within these circumstances? Sure. But for me, let's not pretend it's anything but what it is, a bad situation over at Pitt with attendance, and it always has been. And it's unfortunate that there's no on-campus stadium, and I get it.
Yeah,
I get all the roadblocks to that. I really do. But maybe they should have thought of that when they replaced Pitt Stadium. This is just bad, and it will continue to be just a little less bad.
Joe, did I mention to you my very funny / very unrealistic, more so unrealistic than anything else, the stadium route they should have gone way back when?
What?
Just plop another dome right on top of the Pete.
Yeah.
Just make
like
that baby a double-decker.
Like Madison Square Garden, where you have to get to the second floor.
People
to get
stroll
to the
on
big
up
part.
there.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
And the capacity didn't have to be more than like 30K. I mean, that would make it feel like a big deal. I mean, think about it in this sense. Well, I mean, you could see it with other, places that have smaller venues, but think about like Duke basketball. I mean, that's a very tiny tiny place.
For me, that's ideal at Pitt.
But it's awesome.
Imagine a little dome with 35,000 people in it. It would be incredible. But I know there's no room. I always tell Bob, though, it seems to me in all other walks of life, when rich people want to build things, they find ways to build things. Am I wrong about that?
That is a good point, yeah.
They knock things down and build them. Now, I wouldn't want to displace people from their homes and things like that. But, man, it sure seems like where there's a rich person and a will, there's a way. I don't know if there's a rich person in this scenario. Limits?
I want to ask this question to people to chime in on the text line. So, Pitt has an enrollment right now north of 35,000. There's a big alumni base. Obviously, it's a big university. It's huge for the area. I'm just curious, why is attendance the way that it is for Pitt? Like, I feel like it should be higher.
Because they're not that good all the time. That's one.
Right, but even when they're solid, like when they were in that run of 7-0 before they ended up losing to SMU, attendance was okay, but it wasn't great. And I just wonder why that is for a city that is so football crazy and, is an event town and loves sports, is it an oversaturation of the market where Pitt just finds itself obviously below the Steelers and I guess a couple of other things? I've always wondered that. Because it's not like it's a small university. Why don't people go to more Pitt games? I'm curious.
I've still always thought, and I know that the Panther Pit gets a lot of love, and I'm not saying that students don't go. I don't want to call out the students that do go to, like, every game.
The student section is always full. They do a really good job.
And I almost wonder if they should. I know they've just, they expanded it a couple of years ago, that they should almost do that a little bit more, because that's something that could be difficult if you have to, like, hop on the shuttle. I don't know how that operation works over in Oakland to get over to the stadium.
Yeah,
whatever it may be. But, I mean, there is some sort of gap here as to Pitt playing good football and outside of, like, the big games that they'll play. If they have a Notre Dame on the schedule or when they have Miami on the schedule at home, they just can't get the place full.
Well, they're second fiddle in a pro sports town. That's always going to be a fact. But the other thing is, Limits, that it's going to take a lot more than a 7-0 start built on patsies to get people real excited about this team. It's going to take things like high-profile games nationally where you're playing them, like Clemson with Kenny Pickett. You have a Heisman Trophy candidate. You got a huge game. They got 60,500 people out that day. Larry Fitzgerald way back when people were paying attention nationally to Pitt football, they sold out back-to-back games against Virginia Tech and Miami. Be better.
Next, John Gruden denies a, quote, stupid rumor that he was offered by the Jets. Did you see the story that Gruden was reportedly offered to be on Aaron Glenn's staff? Gruden said on WDAE, there's a lot of reports we're not going to get into. There's a lot of stupid rumors out there. Some of these reports are ridiculous. Let's just say that there was never anything from the Jets, and I wish them well in their search for a new offensive coordinator. Can we please just – a lot of people are crying for John Gruden to be an OC or the head coach of the Steelers. I think Gruden is just happy being in TV. Can we get off the Gruden should coach somewhere narrative now?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's perfectly happy at Barstool unboxing gifts from people, from universities, from football programs. I like that he still does the whole quarterback camp thing, and that's what I think a lot of people watched was his episode with Will Howard, and that was where their infatuation may have started, if they weren't familiar.
I know, but has there ever been somebody who's done one of those episodes with Gruden who didn't come out of it looking like he's going to be the next Peyton Manning?
Yeah, that was going to be my next sentence. I mean, he's very rarely jumping all over those guys and critical of
this guy
what their
stinks.
game is.
You know who John Gruden was very high on?
Nate
Johnny
Peterman.
Manziel.
And Nate Peterman.
Yes, he thought Johnny Manziel was the next best thing. So just because John Gruden says it, it's not the end-all, be-all.
Thank you, Limits.
Are we done?
Are you done? Are you done?
No, we still have some time here. Unless you want to get to the quiz show early.
I mean, no. Keep going. You're on a roll here. Who am I to step in right now?
Did you see what Emmanuel Acho had to say in a clip now that has...
I never see what Emmanuel Acho has to say, but go ahead.
Well, you probably didn't want to see this one, but it has 8 million views on Twitter saying, what has Todd Monken won? Why should Shedeur Sanders listen to Todd Monken? To which there's a video the Browns put out today of Shedeur Sanders and Todd Monken meeting for the first time, which I think is hilarious because Shedeur Sanders is already talking to and meeting with Todd Monken. But I thought he wasn't supposed to listen to anything that Todd Monken said. I just think that the whole thing is kind of dumb. And it's just one of those hot takes that is just so stupid that it's just great for clicks and engagement. What do you make of it, Donnie? And do you think Todd Monken can get the best out of Shedeur?
I mean, Acho absolutely got what he wanted. He got all of the clicks about it. He got everybody telling him he was an idiot because, I mean, if that's actually how he feels, he is. And I guess him saying that about a football coach of, well, this guy's not a Super Bowl champ. Why would I listen to him? That may explain the length of his career That was not a fruitful one in the league. This also just comes back to the idea that, people get on us for whatever reason. I mean, and they're allowed to. I mean, we're kind of in that spotlight where people can say whatever about us. Do we always say the smartest things? Absolutely not. Do we always have the best takes? Absolutely not. But I feel like the pro athlete in media culture really shines when it's somebody like Acho, a guy that had a cup of coffee in the NFL, and now we're supposed to listen to nonsense like that. Basically, why listen to your boss? What has he ever won?
Well, but the underlying sentiment here is that Todd Monken wasn't a great hire. Is he going to be good for Shedeur Sanders? Like, he went overboard, clearly. But do you think Monken was a good hire? I don't.
It also felt like it came out of left field.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like they were down to Schwartz and Scheelhaus, and then in just classic Browns fashion, they managed to completely screw up the situation because they had other coaches back out because their intention was, if we want to hire a guy, we want to make sure that Jim Schwartz stays on the staff. A bunch of guys back out. They hire Todd Monken thinking, well, good, now we're going to get best of both worlds. Schwartz tells everybody to basically F off after he doesn't get the head coaching job. So now they have Todd Monken and nobody else, and they have to try to have Schwartz crawl back to them. But the guy's got interest all around the National Football League. They just have to hope that he cools his jets. They completely screwed up that situation, though, in true Browns fashion.
How about this quick breaking news? The Vikings have just fired their general manager.
Wow.
Even though he just spent the week at the Senior Bowl and was extended last offseason.
Was it his decision on Sam Darnold or the head coach to move on?
That's
I wonder.
Great question.
Thank you, Limits, and thank you for the Bechtold breakdown.
Thank you,
it was
Joe.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Donnie.
High 15 today. O'Neill Cruz, low of -3. Wow. It is very, very cold out there right now. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Coming up, me against Donnie, Donnie against me. A Steelers Super Bowl history quiz show. I'm coming off a pretty big win, and I'm on a roll here. Well, is one win a roll? It is when you've lost 11 in a row before that. It's Pompin' Joe and a Donnie Football Friday.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so the Steelers making a plethora of moves to add on to their coaching staff. They are making Patrick Graham their new defensive coordinator, former DC with the Raiders. They are also hiring James Campen, veteran offensive line coach, as the new O-line coach. He was formerly working with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay. Scott Tolzien, quarterbacks coach with the Saints, who worked well with Tyler Shuck to develop him, is interviewing for the offensive coordinator job. Lunda Wells as well, the tight ends coach for the Cowboys, is going to interview for the OC job for the Steelers. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 83 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Got junk? JunkTruck.com.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium, explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This is Around the League, powered by Factor. As the pro basketball season moves deeper into the second half, the intensity is rising. The team from New York is making noise in the East. The defending champions are finding their rhythm, and contenders across the league are jockeying for position as the trade deadline comes into focus. All-star storylines are taking shape. This is the stretch where preparation matters. Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor, eat like a pro.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Donnie, Pitt basketball will play tomorrow against Clemson on the road. They're ranked number 22 in the country. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 11:30 with the pregame coverage. Penguins, they're on a roll. Hottest team in town, 6-2. The final score of last night's game against the Blackhawks. They're 27-14 and 11 overall. Good for second place in the Metropolitan Division standings. They score 1 in the first, 4 in the second, 1 in the third, including 2 from Connor Dewar, and Ben Kindle scoring his 11th of the season. Anthony Mantha, his 17th. Kindle, his 11th. Mantha, his 17th of the year. Ryan Shea, his 3rd. Chinakhov, his 9th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's that time again. Your favorite time. Or maybe not. But regardless, it's always that time. 1 o'clock for the quiz show.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm really liking this music. You said this is Craig choosing from our available.
Yes, this is Craig's big-time new content music.
This is good stuff, Donnie. I like good old electric guitar. Don't you? What's your favorite kind of music?
It's rock.
Good old-fashioned rock? Alternative? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like AC/DC? You like metal?
A little bit.
Yeah. I had you pegged as a metal guy in the locker room before your high school football games listening to Black Sabbath and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's...
Okay, so I had that right.
That's fairly accurate, yeah.
All right. So is this, that you've dominated the quiz show, but once we got to the postseason, the savvy old news sound posted a win last week. I feel like I'm on a roll here. Limits, are we ready?
Joe, we're ready. Let's see if you can make it 2 in a row. Okay, Joe, dealer's choice. Would you like to receive the football, or would you like to defer to the second half that we don't have on the quiz show?
Is that a great question? This is Steelers Super Bowl themed?
Steelers Super Bowl themed.
I feel like I'm going to be pretty good at this, and I feel like if you get off to a lead in the quiz show, you're at an advantage, and I'm ready. I'm going to take the ball and try and score.
All right, Joe. First question goes to you.
Yes, sir.
Joe, Super Bowl 9 and Super Bowl 10 for the Steelers were very unique because in both games, a team in the game scored points because of what?
Scored points because of what? Super Bowl 9 and 10 is Cowboys and Vikings and Cowboys?
Yes.
Okay. They scored points. What do you mean because of what? What? What do you mean by that?
Well, so the Steelers scored
because.
Well, do you want to talk it through?
Steelers. I mean, they. Because of is a very weird phrase. There were special teams touchdowns.
Weird phrase.
Yeah, there was safeties. They scored
points due to what? Due to a
safety.
It was much more complicated than it needed to be. But you got it right. They scored
Horribly
points
worded
on
question.
safeties in both games.
Yeah. Dwight White got off his sick bed.
How about that?
How about that?
Donnie,
I'm up
hopefully you
1-0.
won't insult the question. The next one goes
Donnie,
to you.
I'm really confident. When I get confident in these things, I'm not afraid just to fire away, to question the questioner. I'm sitting back here. I've got my feet up. I feel good right now about the quiz show.
You are riding high.
Just wanted you to know.
Joe, can I throw one thing out there from the text line real quick? Texter says, did music peak in 2016 like intern Dom says it did?
I mean, I thought it peaked in about 1974 myself with the release, or maybe 76 with the release of Rumors from Fleetwood Mac, but that's just me.
Oh, what an album.
What an album, huh?
That's a great
Every
album.
song, yeah.
What year was The Stranger by Billy Joel?
I don't know.
That was 70s.
Yeah, the 70s. Somewhere in the 70s is when music peaked for me. Donnie?
Don't talk to strangers, Donnie.
I mean, the 70s and 80s had some phenomenal music. I mean, you can find greatness in the other years, but
Donnie's a big Engelbert Humperdinck fan. Do you know that, Limits?
You know I'm an old head, Joe. You know I'm an old soul.
Yeah, you're an old soul. It's one of the things I like about you.
I think it is undeniable that the best movies of all time came from the 80s. Like, completely undeniable. Back to the Future, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
You might be right,
I mean,
actually.
I could,
You're right.
The Goonies. I could just continue to go on and on and on about my thoughts about 80s movies.
Is Animal House 80s?
That was
No, that was 70s.
Well, you know, right around there, Limits. Go ahead. Question 2.
Question 2 to you, Donnie. Donnie, in Super Bowl 13, Terry Bradshaw threw 4 touchdown passes. 3 of them were to either John Stallworth, who caught 2, or Lynn Swann, who caught 1. Who caught the 4th?
Rocky Blyer.
2 for 2, gentlemen.
That was the Sports Illustrated cover, was it not? Was that the leaping catch?
That was the leaping catch. Good pull
All
there,
right.
Joe.
Thank you, Limits.
Okay,
Actually,
Joe.
That was a Mulsey I just pulled because I wanted to add on what I knew. You know what I mean? I take that back. I'm sorry.
Oh, be careful of that.
You should take points off
Be
for
careful.
things like that. All right,
Don't
I'm
have
ready.
Malsey disease. Okay, Joe. Joe, I'm going to preface this with this, and you might be very upset about this question. This question.
It couldn't be as horribly worded as the first one, but go
This
ahead.
question has been asked on previous quiz shows twice. You, or Donnie, has not gotten it correct in the 2 previous quiz shows, and I've given you the answer in both. Let's see if a third time can be the charm. This was
Okay.
a question that was submitted on a quiz show almost 2 years ago from Ray Fittipaldo.
Yeah.
When Roy Jarella slipped on the kickoff from the Steelers and Vikings Super Bowl 9, and there was a fumble on the return. It was fumbled and recovered by the Steelers on the kickoff, okay? Which Steeler recovered the fumble?
Do you remember, Donnie? I don't. Lauren Taves?
It was not Lauren Taves.
Mike Wagner.
It was not Mike Wagner.
Glenn Edwards.
It was not Glenn Edwards.
Give us a clue.
Give you a clue?
Yes, give us. Yes, give us a clue.
Limits might not know what a good clue is.
Look up his college. Where's he from?
His college was Wichita State.
Wichita State.
He played outside linebacker. He played for the Steelers from 1974 to 1976, a 2-time Super Bowl champion.
See, Lauren Taves would have been my guess again.
Because
I
you
have no
like to
idea.
use Lauren Taves in your songs that you create during commercial breaks?
Robin Cole.
Ooh.
Ooh. Incorrect. Not to be confused with Nat King Cole. Or the
what if
actor
you give us
Gary
his-
Cole.
Would you give us his initials? Does that count, Donnie, if one of us gets it then?
I'm fine with that.
All right, give me his initials. My turn.
MK.
Merrill
MK.
Codd. Merrill Codd.
Did you just
I thought
use
you said-
Merrill
I thought-
Hodge, but with a K?
Mike Carryweather. I don't know. Mike.
Mitchell Kingsley.
Marlin.
Marvin.
I don't know.
Marv.
No, I do know. I do. No, that's Marv Fleming.
Marv.
Forget it. I don't know.
Who is it?
Harry and Marv from Home Alone?
Give us the answer.
Marv Kellum is the answer.
I knew it. Marv Fleming, Marv Kellum.
Remember
I swear to God, I knew
Jack Fleming.
Remember
I'm
that
pulling a
next
Mulsey
time
again.
we do a Super Bowl quiz show, because I will ask it again.
This
and
time
see
next
if you
year.
get it right.
Donnie's
this time
turn.
next year. Okay, Donnie. This question was submitted today by Ray Fittipaldo. I love asking Ray for questions. He comes up with very obscure ones and really nice ones.
Yeah, they're more in Joe's wheelhouse, though, usually.
In Super Bowl 14, Donnie.
Can you give us the game limits? I don't have the numbers memorized here.
That would have been Rams.
Steelers and Rams.
Okay.
Who threw the only touchdown pass for the Rams in that game? And Ray is offering up a bonus point if you know who caught it. Who threw the only touchdown pass in that game for the LA Rams?
I mean, I'll go with the guy that played QB for them, Vince Ferragamo.
That is incorrect.
That's incorrect, Donnie. It was Wendell Tyler, one of my favorite running backs, number 26 from UCLA. Now, who caught the ball is a different matter. How about, wouldn't have been Billy Waddle. Who would have caught that ball for the Rams back then? Yeah, Billy Waddle.
Billy Waddle?
Yeah, Billy Waddle.
No, we're not waddling like a penguin in this Super Bowl.
All right, I get the point, though, right?
No, he shouldn't.
You got both wrong.
Yeah, I didn't get the point for...
Wait a second. He threw a touchdown pass on a halfback option pass.
Say the guy's name again?
Wendell Tyler.
No. Do you want me to give you the answer?
No.
Because it was not.
It was the other guy then.
The other guy.
Oh,
it was
my.
not
I mean,
not Wendell Tyler.
Are you sure?
Yes, and I'm looking at the box score right now.
Tell me where this guy went to college. Is that okay, Donnie?
That's fine.
Colorado State.
Cullen Bryant. No, it was a halfback. It was Wendell Tyler, and who was the other halfback for them?
Who was the other halfback, Donnie?
I got no idea who it was.
Oh, this is
Wendell
bad.
Tyler did go to UCLA, by the way, third round pick in the 1977 NFL draft.
It was a pitch. I can see the play. I don't know. Who
This
was it?
halfback was a third round pick by the Rams in the 1972 NFL draft.
I don't know. Give me his initials and I'll get it.
LM.
Oh, my God. It's one of my favorite players of all time.
He knows.
Lawrence McCutcheon.
Lawrence McCutcheon. Not to be confused with Andrew McCutcheon, different spellings.
Donnie, we went kind of deep there, but
Yeah,
I still got it.
he kind of walked you to the water, but it's whatever.
Joe,
You're allowed to step up and nix it.
Donnie, should the point count?
Let it count.
He never said no.
Let it count.
Wait a second. On the previous question, I said initials.
Well,
and Donnie
wait.
said okay. So
Well-
then this one, you didn't say not okay.
But it was a two-part question, so...
I got the first part right.
Yes,
He was
no
offering a
bonus
bonus point. Who caught it?
It was caught by Ron Smith.
Great for
Well, wait
talk radio, my man. You're a pathetic person, you know that?
Ron Smith.
Well, now I'm going to bring something up from last week.
Here we go, Donnie.
I got screwed on the Tom Landry question because I didn't get both parts.
Because he said last week he delineated that you needed both parts. This week he said you get one for the guy and one for the other guy.
Donnie, if you have an issue with it, take it up with Ray.
There we go.
Take it up with Ray.
Yeah, I would take that.
We're making rules as we go here.
No, it was clear to me.
Yeah. I mean,
it was.
Donnie, you know that I prefer you to win the quiz show over Joe. So, no, that's a joke, Joe.
Finally, the truth comes out. 2-1 me.
But
Sorry, Donnie.
that is how the question was phrased. Joe is correct on this.
We have anything post-1980?
Yeah, they're coming up right here, actually, Donnie. The next three questions,
Now
the
he
last three
complains
questions.
after an entire year of gearing the questions to him.
Dominating
I
the
get
quiz
three
show.
questions from the
gearing
70s.
the questions
and now
towards
it's fixed.
Donnie. I'm sorry, Joe, that you can't comprehend the last 20 years as much as you comprehended 40 years ago.
Try me. I'm ready for this one.
All right, fine. This question goes to
Donnie.
Donnie. Okay, Donnie. The Steelers sacked Matt Hasselbeck 3 times in Super Bowl 40. Casey Hampton and Clark Higgins had 2 of the sacks. Which Steeler defender had the third?
I'll go Aaron Smith.
Aaron Smith is incorrect. The buzzer was a little
you said
too loud.
who got sacks?
Higgins and
Hampton.
I'll say Peasy.
That's a good guess, but it's incorrect.
Higgins, Hampton.
I'll go Farrier.
That is incorrect. These are good guesses.
Chemo.
No.
Palomalu.
Would you like your hint?
No, we don't need a hint. We said the whole defensive line. How about...
Yep, keep going.
I was going to say the Farrier. Oh, Travis Kershke.
Good guess, but incorrect.
Oh!
Joe was already gearing up. He had the fingers in the air.
I had the point to the heavens already.
Ike Taylor.
Oh, good guess, Donnie. Incorrect.
Lawrence of Arabia. Larry Foote.
No. Donnie was getting warmer.
Deshae Townsend.
Boom.
What?
Deshae Townsend had a sack. How about that?
I did not remember that. All right, we're tied at 2.
I remembered the first two. I don't even know when that happened in the game.
I have no idea. That's crazy. All right. Next.
Question 6. In the fourth quarter of Super Bowl 43, Joe, this Steelers player was called for holding in the end zone to make the score 20-16. Who was he?
God help me. It was the center who couldn't play. Yeah, Hartwig. No. Wait, was it Hartwig or the other dude? Now I can't think.
He can't think, Donnie. Donnie has that look on his face like he is just ready to pounce on this answer.
No, it wasn't Hartwig. Or was it? Sean Mahan. No, Hartwig. I'll go. See, Donnie has the poker face. He's not giving me either one. It's one of those two.
It might be someone else.
No, it wasn't. It was the center. And I know it was the center. It was Justin Hartwig.
What is your final answer?
That! Hartwig.
He got it.
Hartwig is correct. I actually wore Justin Hartwig's Super Bowl ring before. How about that story?
How'd that happen?
How long have you held it, Lemons?
I wore the ring for like a good 30 seconds, and I have a picture with it. A couple of years ago.
30 seconds.
Were you able to lift it?
Yeah, it was on my finger. It felt like a 5-pound ring. But he was speaking at an event at my cousin's church. So we went, and afterwards we met him, and we were able to put on the Super Bowl ring. It was cool.
All right, I'm ahead 2-1.
No, you're ahead 3-2. Final question goes to Donnie. Okay, Donnie. The Steelers have won 6 Super Bowls. I don't know if you knew that. Can you name the Super Bowl MVPs from all 6 Super Bowls? From all 6 Super Bowls. Ooh. Can you name the Super Bowl MVPs?
Is this the last question?
This is the last question.
Already?
Yeah, this is the 7th question.
All right.
All 6 Super Bowls, who were the MVPs?
How many can you name should have been your question.
How many can you name?
Donnie, you can answer now.
I'll name 5.
I'll name 6.
Joe can name all 6.
And he has
Super
to get
Bowl MVPs.
what Super Bowl, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that.
Yeah,
okay,
that is what I said.
I got it. Minnesota Super Bowl, the first one, Franco Harris.
Correct. There's 1.
Second Super Bowl, Lynn Swann.
2.
3 and 4, Bradshaw.
4.
And then Seattle, Hines. And Arizona, Santonio.
Our man has really improved over the last 2 weeks.
It's all confidence, Donnie. Donnie, how could you not have gone 6? That's your first mistake ever in the lightning round. You've never made a mistake in the lightning round. I am stunned you didn't just name them.
Me too.
You know those like the back of your hand. You know more than that. You know who the left guard was that made the block on the play in the Arizona Super Bowl. Wait a second. Did you just patronize me?
What do you mean?
Were you just giving me a win here? Well, why didn't you name all 6?
I always worry that I'm going to mess up on one of the early ones.
Interesting.
Like, I worry that I'm going to mix up, like, Franco and Swann on one of them, or...
I've never seen any dent in your confidence in the lightning round. It's interesting to see for the first time. You're human. You're human. I can beat this guy. It's 2 in a row for me, Limits. Here we go, if you're watching on YouTube. Thank you, Limits. I'm stunned at this turn. Are you stunned back in the home studio?
I am very surprised, Jess, that this took place the way it did.
This is like Ali suddenly at Madison Square Garden when Joe Frazier knocked him down with a left hook. I'm just reeling from this. Anyway.
I'm gonna be kicking myself. I should have just gone for it.
Be kicking myself.
A texter just asked, "Why is Joe making fun of you for putting on the Super Bowl ring?" I think that's cool, Limits.
No, I'm picturing a little Limits walking up to Justin Hartwig in that environment and saying, "Could I try on your Super Bowl ring?" It's cool. It is cool.
Well, he was letting a lot of people try it on.
I understand. It was great.
Do you know who on that offensive line only played 1 season of football?
Yes, Darnell Stapleton.
Played 1 season and won a Super Bowl, and that was it.
I remember talking to him years later about that. He's a Super Bowl champion. He blocked somebody, or at least he must have, right?
I to this day still think that was one of the worst offensive lines to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
43.
I would agree. And it's an incredible triumph for Ben. Incredible that he basically overcame that.
Starks,
Starks was a good player.
Yeah, Starks is their best one. Yeah, I thought Kamawatu was always like very overrated by
Hartwig, Stapleton, and
Willie Colon.
Colon was a pretty good player.
Yeah, Colon.
Certainly no first-team All-Pros there.
And then 45, they had Flozell, the hotel.
Thank you, Limits.
Thanks.
He got real quiet at the end. What's going on here?
No, I was reading a text.
Yeah, are you being...
Oh, what does it say?
I was reading a text. This show is rigged. Donnie Football got screwed.
No, I made a grave mistake.
He went Nick Anderson at the end of the NBA Finals game.
I made a grave mistake.
It's his first. That's your first mistake, though. You've had an unbelievable year. Now I'm patronizing you. What am I doing here? You've been great all year, though. Seriously, you won almost every one of them. I'm surprised that happened. It finally happened. I finally got a break in the fourth quarter of a game. That's all. I deserve that.
The whistle went Joe's way.
That's a clean Joe W, as was last week.
Yeah, I'm feeling good for
Good job,
next
Joe.
week. Thanks. Coming up. Now, Bob, I got a text. He sat down with Mike McCarthy. He tells me if I want to promote it, it's got to go back to the station. And he says he'll have everything all edited. Because they have 45 and 6. What does that mean?
He's just talking about when he has everything ready for TV. They're going to have it on probably for the 6 o'clock news.
I have no idea what you're reading.
5:45 and 6. Bob sent Joe and I a text, Donnie, about his interview with Mike McCarthy.
Well, the bottom line here is if Bob wants his interview promoted, he can call us and give us a little tease as to what McCarthy said. So text him and say, let us know what just happened in the McCarthy interview. Is that reasonable, Limits?
Yeah, I'll text him and see if he can come on.
All right. Thank you. Hold on. I think that's fair. Do you, Donnie?
That is fair.
I think Donnie's reeling for the first time all year here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted and plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Well, we're getting close to that with my friend Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding. I'm not going to say how old he is, but his mustache is at least 40 years old, and they've been in business together, man, for well over 4 decades. And after this weather comes through, some roofs and sidings might be in trouble. They're the people to call. $500 off any roofing or siding installation, your first one. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. They've been out to my house a number of times. Great people. They do great work. That's 412-829-7711.
And Bob Pompiani will join the show.
Oh.
Coming up next.
I wonder what he asked about Rogers.
Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, that's a great question. What's going to be asked about Aaron Rodgers? Because Mike McCarthy was on the Pat McAfee show earlier today and said that he has been in touch numerous times with Aaron Rodgers. And McCarthy reiterated the importance of veteran players getting away for a little bit to have a conversation. And according to Brooke Pryor of ESPN, McCarthy says that as far as our conversations have gone about him coming back or not, that's what a lot of them have discussed. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Last night, Cooper Flagg and Con Knippel put on a show as they faced off for the first time in the NBA. The two former Duke teammates are the two favorites for the Rookie of the Year award. Their combined 83 points is the most by a pair of rookies since Tiny Archibald and Pete Maravich combined for 91 in 1971. Neither team is winning anything this season, but these rookies are worth paying attention to. I'm Chris Black.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Just saw a story pop up here. Catherine O'Hara has passed away. We know her from the mom in Home Alone, from a number of other roles. She was legendary in that role when she yelled, "Kevin!"
Worst mom in movie history?
I don't know if it was all her fault. She seemed to be very distracted in that movie, right? There was bunches of kids flying around, the holidays, and she definitely felt bad, right, for what happened. For forgetting. He just interviewed Mike McCarthy. Bob, tell us about the interview. Thanks for coming on short notice here, and tell us when it'll be airing.
Yeah, Joe and Donnie just got done with it, and it'll be coming up today, 4, 5, and 6. But by the way, Donnie, you haven't lived long enough until when you get older, you start forgetting a lot of stuff, believe me. I don't know about kids, but you do start forgetting a lot of, and I loved her in that movie, by the way. That was classic. But, yeah, it was good to talk to him. I hadn't really talked to him since, I knew him from years ago at various social stuff and never had a chance really to see him since he's been away. But, I was interested in a lot of different things. Of course, the quarterback stuff hasn't really changed all that much. It still seems like they're waiting to see what Aaron says. And, I don't even know if there's a specific deadline. There may be, there may not be. But if so, they weren't going to tell me what it was. So I still think it's in the same boat that way. And whatever that decision is will define what they're going to do. It could very well be that the same quarterback room returns. I don't know. It could be that. It could be something different. But I was very interested to talk to him about, because in his press conference, he talked about 7 Super Bowls and how, the parade will begin in Greenfield Avenue and all this and bringing number 7 here. But I said, you also denied the Steelers of a chance to get number 7. And I wanted to know his recollections of that. And it was really interesting, the stories he told about when he found out it was going to be the Steelers opposing him, his thoughts going into it when it was out of it, especially now that he's pulled back from that moment. And he has some good stories to tell that way.
So the way you put it there, Bob, it is them again just courting Aaron Rodgers, like waiting on his decision. If he says yes, then okay. If he says no, they move on. But it sounds like it's completely up to him if he's the Steelers quarterback next year.
It still sounds to me that way, yes. And I still think unless, there could be another part of it that they're just not telling people. I don't know. But, obviously he's worked with him. And I said, hypothetically, if he does come back and you work the magic you had in Green Bay. And he went on about, their successes. And so, yeah, I think it's, Donnie, I don't think it's going to change much here until there's a decision, whenever that decision is made.
So, Bob, and I'll tell you what's cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, Donnie and I thank everybody out here at Bowser Chevy, the power of Bowser, for hosting us again. You said the other day on our show that you didn't think Aaron was coming back. After your conversation with McCarthy, are you still convinced of that, or are you moving the other way on this?
Well, what I said was that I thought his comment, you can look at it 2 different ways. I didn't think he was as forceful with that comment is what I think people think. In other words, he had to know he's going to be asked that at the initial press conference, and he was not in a position to just say, no, I'm moving on. And if he wanted to, he could have, but he chose not to, and I think that's in deference to Aaron Rodgers. So I didn't think that was as strong as a statement. So to answer your question, Joe, I think it's more 50-50. I would have had it at, maybe 65-35 that he wasn't coming back based on what I thought. It may be more 50-50 at this point.
Any more insight, Bob, on just how much they like Will Howard?
He really likes Will Howard, yes. And he also said today he likes Mason Rudolph. He likes them all. He wants that quarterback room to be, the symmetry of it, so that there's not a lot of difference. But there is a difference. Of course, Rodgers can't run like Howard, probably not like Mason. So that's the one, glaring difference, especially when you face good pass rushes. But he had glowing things to say about Will, no question about it. And I said, you really haven't watched him. What makes you say that? Because you haven't had to deal with him. And he did mention, the high-level games at Ohio State. He also talked to people in this organization who had high things to say about him. So I think it's just what the organization feels about Will Howard, pure and simple. And I think he's picking up on that for now because he really hasn't had a chance to work with him.
Bob Pompiani talked to Mike McCarthy today. What other topics did you broach, Bob? A little bit of defensive coordinator stuff?
A lot of stuff. Obviously, you can't run it all because it's too long. But one of the things I thought was interesting was metrics. I said, you're an old school guy. Things have changed. I see coaches going for every fourth down. I wanted to know how you view it. And also, in fourth down and short, is it your gut? Is it your metrics? Who's going to be the person? What are you going to rely on to make those calls? So, he gave those answers. I think I came away, and you can listen for yourself. He sounds like he's more interested in metrics and AI than I would have thought, because he comes from an area where there wasn't much of that there, but he seems to have really warmed up on it. The fact that he talked about AI and how he wants to use AI, I thought, man, I didn't expect to hear that out of that. So that was one of the things. And also the size of his coaching staff. We get into that, what he's looking for his coaching staff. And while obviously you make decisions based on people you've encountered and people you've worked with, that has a high priority. But I think he's also looking at other candidates, and he, wouldn't name names because he's in the middle of interviewing a bunch of people right now. So, but he wants the best coaching staff, obviously. And I don't know what the number is. He didn't mention a specific number, but he says as long as it accomplishes what we want as a group.
And does he pretty much have free reign on how many coaches they do have? Like, is that something that Art Rooney has opened up to him, or is there some
I asked
sort
him
of
that, and the answer was the numbers don't matter. But I get the feeling the answer is yes to your question there, Donnie, although he would not say that directly. So, but I got the feeling that that's kind of how it is, that if he wanted to, he can do what he wanted with it. But he also talked about there's a budget for everything, and we have to work within whatever the budget we have for that coaching staff. So I think that's, he had a bigger staff in Dallas. I do know that. That doesn't mean it was the best staff. It means that those are the people he wanted behind him. And I said, if it was similar, would you? And he said, look, we want the best staff, period. How many? I'm looking for quality. That's the issue. So I don't think there's a definitive number, and at least I didn't get one out of him.
Bob, did you leave thinking he's going to have any sort of opinions even on the draft, or is he pretty much just arrived and leaving all that to guys in Omar and Andy?
I think it's obviously more them than him right now, but I think he'll delve into it because that was one of the things we got into, and he was so happy he's coming to Pittsburgh. He was there last year, and he's had a taste of it, but he's anxious to see how Pittsburgh embraces it, but he said that this is a group effort, and my biggest takeaway is that's how they're approaching this whole thing when it comes to this year's draft. I think in time that may change, Joe. I don't know. It seems like the longer you're here, the more leverage you have, and that may not be the case right now. But as time goes on, he may have more of that. But I think this will be more a group effort, and quite frankly, he hasn't been doing all that work. They have. So whatever information that he has will come from them. So I think I believe when he says it's a group effort for that.
Where was the interview conducted, Bob?
Over down in the offices on the south side. He's a busy man. He had a bunch of interviews and things going on, so I was really appreciative he cracked some time for me.
Did Tomlin leave him the IC light? Did it get passed down again?
The IC Light?
The can of Iron City, isn't that the tradition from one Steeler coach to the next? I thought.
Oh, yeah. I didn't ask that. I don't know.
You should have looked in the refrigerator.
He strikes me as an IC Light kind of guy.
Well, I actually saw some people report, Joe, that he did not leave it for him.
He didn't.
So the Iron City tradition is done. He didn't leave it for Big Mike.
That's funny, man, for some reason. Did he take it? Where is it? Where's the can of Iron City, Bob?
I don't know, but I did see a few reporters put out there that the Iron City tradition is done.
That's unfortunate.
Really?
For whatever reason.
Maybe it's just lost. Maybe they can't find it. You know, kind of like Mike. They don't know where he is. Maybe he took it with him. I don't know.
All right, Bob. Well, thank you. We'll be watching. Remind us again when it's on.
It'll be a little bit at 4, a little bit at 5. Most of it's 6:45, Joe. So, and then we'll see you guys on Monday, and I'm sure we'll have more. We should by then. You never know how long it's going to take to put this stuff together, but we should know more clarity with it.
And your general vibe, I would imagine, was this is the same thing we saw at the news conference. This is a dream come true for him, and he must be pumped, huh?
He's very pumped. But I got into the pressure of being a hometown guy when you have a bar, when you have people you know, and what it's like when things don't go well. And he says, well, I hope I don't have a lot to encounter there. But, that he like anyway, you worry about your family hearing more of it. I remember Cowher told me that long ago, that he was fine with whatever criticism came, but the family used to get it. And that's where it gets a little bit difficult. And that's the problem when you're in your hometown. If it's great, you're great. If it doesn't, you're going to hear stuff. So I think he's been through that enough. But this is a different scenario given the fact that it's back here in Pittsburgh, and hopefully we won't have to deal with too much of that.
Did he get a little emotional with you, Bob, one-on-one, like he did in the press conference the other day?
I tried. I really did. I tried him.
Like Barbara Walters.
I remember you can do it with Jim Leland pretty easily, but so I like authentic. That was authentic. It really hit him.
Bob, we appreciate it. Good luck editing things down.
Yeah, that's the challenge. Get it all done. Deadlines. Click, click, click. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
See you, buddy. What an incredible Patriot he is, huh?
One of the all-time greats. Mount Rushmore, probably one of the first faces in Pittsburgh sports media.
Yeah. I can't believe he's in there every day, and when he's not, his cardboard cutout is right in that seat, Donnie. Right across from me. It's something.
He's still a workaholic.
Oh, man.
He loves what he's doing.
It's incredible, the hours that Bob puts in. Seriously. I mean, he goes straight from doing our show to TV. And then he's doing pretty much. He stops home for a minute, I think, and then he's there all night.
Yeah, and if he doesn't have TV, Lisa has him doing chores at home.
Right. Very busy man. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Limits, do you have a nominee today?
Emmanuel Acho.
Yeah, I like that one. What did he say again?
That Shadur Sanders should not be listening to Todd Monken, pretty much.
That's funny. High of 15, O'Neill Cruz, a low of -3. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Donnie, I would say that was a triumph today, wouldn't you? This Donnie Football Friday, other than the quiz show, maybe?
I'm going to be kicking myself.
I know.
For a while, probably the rest of the day.
Think about what I was like the whole season, losing games in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah.
All the time.
Now I'm seeing where you're coming from.
It hurt. I'll tell you, it hurt.
I'm on the other side today, where it was right there
for the taking.
Very easily could have just rattled off all 6.
Yeah.
And I panicked.
You went full Nick Harper. You had a touchdown right in front of you.
I panicked.
That's all right. I know the feeling. Have a good weekend. Limits, you have a great time up at Beaver Stadium for that outdoor hockey game.
Thank you. I'm going to wear 4 pairs of sweatpants, probably 3 hoodies, a long sleeve shirt, and I might even wear my Steeler jacket with my new Penn State hoodie I got, plus gloves and a winter hat.
Send photos if you'd be so kind.
Will do. Is that enough layers, do you think?
Yeah, I think you'll be
good. You got
good.
Something to cover your face?
Yeah, that's important.
No.
Oh,
I'm going to put my hood up.
Pick something up to cover your face.
You might want to look into something to cover the face.
That's why I grew out the facial hair for a little bit.
That ain't going to help you.
No,
you're not exactly Brett Kiesel, Limit.
That's fair.
Exactly. We don't want you coming back with windburn on your face, Lemons.
Windburn. That would be really bad. Oh, it's not supposed to be windy. It's supposed to be very cold and potentially sunny. Sunny would be great.
It's not going to be windy in the middle of a frozen field, a frozen tundra in State College?
I mean, maybe it will be, but not that I've seen.
Good night, Limits.
Goodbye, Limits.
Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so the Steelers continue to put their coaching staff together. Scott Tolzien is going to interview for the offensive coordinator position. The quarterbacks coach of the New Orleans Saints, who did well developing Tyler Shuck this year. They went on a little bit of a winning streak when Shuck, the Louisville product, ended up going in at quarterback. Patrick Graham, new defensive coordinator, a couple of different stops, 3 different stops as a DC throughout the NFL, including lastly with the Raiders. They continue to interview and look around for potential options. They hired Campen as the new offensive line coach, formerly working with Mike McCarthy as the O-line coach in Green Bay. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and the PM team is next. Have a good weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Western One Sports. The Warriors should not be the underdogs against the Pistons. Detroit is in a brutal rest spot right now, playing their 3rd game in 4 nights and on a back-to-back. Yes, Golden State's offense has struggled since Jimmy Butler went down with his torn ACL, but Detroit's excellent defense has shown some cracks in the armor their last 5 games. They ranked 15th in defensive efficiency during that span. I'll take the Warriors at plus money. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify against stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid. Both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, stores, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, let's preview some of the things on tap this weekend. The Fan will have Pitt Clemson tomorrow at noon. The Panthers 9-12 after their win over Wake Forest this week, headed down to Clemson to play the 22nd ranked Tigers.
That's an 11:30 pregame on the Fan. Also tomorrow in Pittsburgh, Penguins and Rangers. Mike Sullivan comes back to town. 3:30 face-off. The game's on Channel 4, and it is the 2016 10-year anniversary celebration reunion of the Penguins' 4th Stanley Cup championship team. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from palatial, beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It is the PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pittsburgh's who we are. And just everywhere I go here. I mean, just to drive across the Hot Metal Bridge to work every day. And I remember, J&L still being there as a kid and now what it's turned into. But like anything in life, we're in an industry where you're competing to win each and every day. And who you are and where you come from is important. I've always been very, very proud to be from Pittsburgh and specifically, my neighborhood of Greenfield.
All right, everybody. Happy Friday afternoon. I am live at Studio B, Bowser Chevy, and I am by myself. Donnie just did of Donnie Football Friday on the midday show. Malsey is off like I was last Friday. Charlie Borges is back in our Green Tree studios. Today is Mike McCarthy Media Tour Day. He did an interview with the Steelers flagship station. He did an interview with Pat McAfee, and he just wrapped up an interview with Pompiani that you heard Bob talk about on the midday show just a few minutes ago. Some of the morsels and nuggets that Bob got from his friend Mike McCarthy in that sit down as they probably did some reminiscing and did some Steelers and Pittsburgh sports nostalgia in addition to talking about the future of the Steelers under McCarthy, because, look, he can do that. He's one of us, and that was the point of the clip that I just played to start the show here. And that's where I want to begin the conversation today, because I don't have Chris with me, who's been here his entire life other than when he went to Penn State and then discovered that he hated Penn State football. And even though he's a proud Penn State alumnus, talks a lot of crap on Penn State football, which is funny and makes him one of a kind and unique. Donnie is, as we know, about as Pittsburgh, Western PA as it gets. And he's not here either. So you've got me, a guy who's lived here now for the better part of a decade and a half, who's married to a Pittsburgh girl, who has a Pittsburgh daughter, who has a Pittsburgh family. And you have Charlie Borges, who is running the board, who is from somewhere in New Jersey and is engaged to a lady from Pittsburgh. Is that right? Has she lived here her whole life?
Yes, and last time I checked, she's still engaged, or we're still engaged.
Okay, there you go. Congratulations on all your success.
I'm just waiting for her to wake up.
Yeah, so you're talking to two guys who are transplants here. Mike McCarthy is not. And Mike McCarthy said there about taking the Steelers job. He reiterated what he told the media on Tuesday when we had that press conference. He said the same thing to McAfee, who has taken, the Pittsburgh East thing national, doing his TV show and radio show and social media show, which are all extremely popular. McCarthy said Pittsburgh is who we are in that clip. And I think it's cute. But I'm not from here. And people will remind me of that sometimes. And I love Pittsburgh, and I don't see myself living anywhere else. I think I'll be here until I die. I love this place. And so I totally get where he's coming from, how incredible and mind-blowing it must be that he's now back in the job that he's in, which is the head football coach of the Steelers, which is probably when he was just getting into coaching, when he was working at Pitt, making $8,000 a year and supplementing his income as a Pennsylvania Turnpike toll taker, studying Paul Hackett's playbook while he was doing that. I'm sure that was like his big dream. If a genie came down to him at that moment and said, "I'm only giving you one wish, what do you want it to be?" He'd probably pick head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it's probably the most full circle thing of all time when it comes to Well, I guess Bill Cowher did the same thing, so it's not just McCarthy. But for these guys, it's got to be amazing. He probably is still, like, eyes wide open in the chair he's sitting in the Steelers headquarters or facilities thinking, oh, my God, I can't believe this is my job. What I want to get to, though, what I want to ask you out there at 412-928-9370 is, does it really matter to you that Mike McCarthy is from Pittsburgh? Is that something as a Steelers fan? This show, and I credit social media for this and YouTube now too, and our show streaming on X and the Odyssey app. I mean, when we take calls, you notice they're not just from Ambridge and Aliquippa. They're from Alabama and Arkansas too. I mean, this thing goes all over the world, which is great, which is awesome. It allows us to tap into opinions on the Steelers. This is a global fan base, and we hear from a lot of those people on this show, which I love. I want to know, though, for specifically fans here, do you care that Mike McCarthy is from here? When you've been talking about this decision by the Steelers to hire Mike McCarthy with your friends, is a positive, is a pro, the fact that he's from here? Or does it not matter at all to you? Because, yes, Bill Cowher grew up here and guided the Steelers to a Super Bowl championship and had many great years and ended up in the Hall of Fame for his coaching. But the best coach in Steelers history, the man with 4 Lombardis, who got this whole thing started, who created this dynasty, was from Cleveland, Ohio. The hockey coach that is going to get celebrated, even though he's coaching the other team and doing a bad job at that, tomorrow at the Penguins game, Mike Sullivan is going to come back to town for this 10-year anniversary of the 16 Penguins. He's from Boston, Massachusetts, which is, generally speaking, another sports town that we hate. He's got 2 cups. He's from Boston. We hate Boston. Noel's got 4 Lombardis. He's from Cleveland. We hate Cleveland. Jim Leland was from Ohio. Clint Hurdle did a great job. He was from, I think, Michigan. Johnny Majors, who led Pitt to its only modern-day national championship, was not from here. He was from Tennessee. And then when we brought Dave Wanstead here, who was from Pittsburgh and sounded like all of you and all of us, and everybody loved that, well, Dave didn't really win a whole lot at Pitt. Donnie Kelly's from Pittsburgh. We'll see what he does with that job. Chuck Tanner was from Newcastle. Great. We, our family, last World Series champion. He's a local guy. Cool. It worked with him. Mike Tomlin was from Tidewater, Virginia. Point being, a lot of the great coaches and architects we've had have no relationship or tie back to Pittsburgh whatsoever. I mean, even the people that have done jobs like the one I'm doing right now. Mike Lang was from California. Stan Savran was from Cleveland. So does it matter that Mike McCarthy is a Pittsburgher? When Art Rooney says, my grandfather would have been tickled to death that the guy we're hiring is from Greenfield, does that matter to you as a Steelers fan? Are you happy that the Steelers head coach is a Pittsburgh guy? 412-928-9370. Is it like the tie goes to the runner in baseball? Well, all these guys are pretty close, so what the hell? Let's go with the guy who's been putting French fries on salad for 60 years. Let's go with the guy who calls them gum bands and buggies and jimmies. Let's hire him. Let's hire the guy that says hard. Is that relevant to you? 412-928-9370. I think it's cute. I think it's cool. But I don't really care where my coach comes from. You know, unless he has a personal tie to me. If there's people who are listening from Greenfield who grew up with Mike or are friends with Mike or have some relationship with him, knock your socks off and tell me what a great hire this is. You should, because he's your guy. If one of my friends got hired to be the Steelers head coach, you bet your ass I would be on the air talking about what a good hire it is. But I didn't grow up in Greenfield. I grew up in upstate New York, and I love that I am now ingrained in this community, and I've been here as long as I have, and I have no intention or ambition on leaving. That's how much I like it. But that could have been true for it. I mean, Chuck Noll ended up living here after he coached. He grew up in Cleveland. Right? Thank God Art Rooney, too, didn't say to himself, oh, brother, the guy we're hiring is from there, of all places. We can't do that. 412-928-9370. I'm curious because I hear callers to our station throw that into their point, like, and he's from Pittsburgh. And I'm where is that, like, on your list of priorities or things that are important or matter? Is it going to feel extra special now that the coach of the team is from here if they do get good again? You notice I'm asking a lot of questions and not giving my usual rant of opinions here because I'm not an interloper or an outsider by any means. I mean, my daughter's going to grow up here and was born here. And my wife's lived here for, I don't want to say her age, but you could probably guess. I want to know, are you happy that the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers is a Pittsburgh guy? Does that matter to you? Was that important to you? Because when we were going through all the names before Mike McCarthy was hired, and it was pretty split on whether fans on our show wanted him or not, I very seldomly remember people calling in and saying, okay, take it easy on the Pittsburgh guy, please. You want to talk crap on Shieldhouse or Shula, go ahead, but don't pick on the Pittsburgh guy. 412-928-9370. Let's get some of your thoughts here, beginning with Connor in Harrison City. Hello, Connor.
What's up, Andrew? Thanks for having me on, man.
You bet.
Yeah, so for me, I'm born and raised in Pittsburgh. It makes absolutely no difference to me where our coach is from. I mean, like you said yourself, Chuck Noll, the most successful coach in Pittsburgh history, was born in our least favorite city on the planet. And, like, I think it's largely superficial. And to be honest with you, it's like a coping mechanism. Like, it's just, I think the big thing with McCarthy is people are just trying to find a positive talking point out of an overall negative hire. Like, yeah, he was born and raised in Greenfield. That's great. He comes on to the press conference. He whispers sweet nothings and says that it's all going to be okay. And for me, it's like, okay, like, that doesn't matter to me. You could be born in L.A. If you can coach a football team, I want you to.
So the fact that he sounded like he could be your neighbor or your uncle or whatever, like, that had no effect on you. You didn't hear that and say, you know what, I've softened my stance on this guy. None of that.
No,
that didn't happen at all for you.
Because here's the thing with the Steelers. I feel like the Steelers have always been kind of like a slave to their tradition. Like, we can't let go of our tradition, and it keeps us, like, 15, 20 years behind the ball. Like, the more and more we, Kenny Pickett went to Pitt, let's draft him, da-da-da-da-da. It's like, listen, we need to get out of the Pittsburgh bubble, and we need to start getting coaches, personnel, and players that are going to progress us as a football team and as a franchise, not because they were born and raised in X, Y, Z. You know what I mean?
I got you, Connor. Yeah, I got you. Thanks. They broke from their tradition of not hiring young coaches in their 30s, and I think twofold reason. He has a history of quarterbacks that they like, and he's from here. And I would like to think, I want to believe one meant a lot more than two, but I don't think two is insignificant. If Mike McCarthy had the same exact resume, but spoke with a southern drawl and was from Mobile, Alabama, my opinion is that he's not the Steelers head coach right now. If everything else is the same resume, same quarterback history, who he worked with, how he got them to perform better, his age, his win-loss record with the Packers and Cowboys, everything's the same, but instead of Greenfield, he's from Greenland. I mean, I just don't think he would be their coach. So I think it mattered to the Steelers to some degree. Here's Matt in the North Hills. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Andrew. So, yeah, I think you might be probably underestimating how provincial Pittsburghers are.
Oh, I didn't underestimate it. I never said that it doesn't matter to Steelers fans or people from here. I never said that. I'm asking how much it matters to Steelers fans. The first guy from Harrison City says it should mean jack squat. So now it's your turn to tell me why he's wrong.
So, no, it doesn't matter. And I'm just going to comment in general on why I feel that way, on why I think that Pittsburghers will care. I look at two Pitt coaches in Pat Narduzzi and Dave Wannstedt. Pat may as well be from here. He talks like he's from here. Wannstedt was from here. Overall, very mediocre, but in a lot of cases, the fan base adores both of them. I know Pat Narduzzi is soured a little bit, but he gets a lot more leeway, and I feel that has to do with the local connection. Me personally, I don't think it matters, but I think you're going to get a lot of responses, and you've already been hearing it, that it does matter. He's a local guy. He's a Yinzer. And I think it's a dumb way to do things. But
so the first 10 minutes of his press conference on Tuesday when he's weeping about coming back to Pittsburgh, that didn't sway Matt in the North Hills at all.
No, I think it was a terrible hire. I think it's just more of the same, kicking the can down the road for the next 5 years.
Gotcha. Thanks, Matt. All right. So very clearly, first two callers say, yeah, who gives a rat's ass? Who cares that he puts fries and coleslaw on sandwiches? Who cares that he, after the bottles were done, the next drink he had was an Iron City. Who cares? I want to know if it matters to you, because McCarthy went and played the Pittsburgh card again on McAfee Show, and you would expect that because that's the place to do that. That whole show, for the most part, is made up of people like you and me. And so I want to know if it matters to you that Mike McCarthy is from Pittsburgh or not. And if that makes you like the hire more, and if that makes you believe in him more. 412-928-9370. That is the Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Steiner Associates Fan Text Line. Personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to a Charlie headline, then more of your calls, plus what Mark Cavalli said about this topic. But first, a headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins winners last night, 6-2 over the Chicago Blackhawks. Sidney Crosby, no points in the victory. It's happened before. Last time it happened where the Penguins scored 6 or more goals and Sidney Crosby didn't get a point. October of 2024. From Oregon937thefan.com. Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mulsey.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and we know outside it's been snowy, it's been cold, you've probably had to do a lot of shoveling, you've probably had to romp around in the snow a little bit, especially if you've got kids. Man, would that have been tough for me about 4 years ago when I weighed 210, as opposed to right now where I'm 35 pounds down and loving life, all thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. More energy, my joints feel better, I sleep so much better than I used to, and I have a way healthier relationship with food because Awaken 180 is not some quick fix or medication. It really helps you change your outlook on food. How you eat changes your habits at a fundamental level, and the support that you get, the tools that Awaken 180 has to help you on your weight loss journey, tools that in the case of the coaching that you get stay free for life, by the way, even after you reach your goal weight. They make the process so much easier. If you've struggled to lose the weight and haven't been able to, do what I did. Seek out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. New Bills head coach Joe Brady said Keon Coleman will be a Buffalo Bill. Now make this make sense. Bills owner Terry Pegula said last week the coaching staff were the only ones that wanted Coleman. Brady, part of that coaching staff, is now promoted to head coach and says that he's the one that stood on the table for Coleman. So does the owner know this? It's odd. I'm Chris Fleck.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous football greats. On March 31st, Lamont welcomes Kevin and Dan Colbert and Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. Proceeds benefit St. Anthony School programs and the Jasmine Nairi campus. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for tickets.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I was never a big believer in, well, he's a Pittsburgh guy, so we should hire him. I always scoffed at that. What are you talking about? Who cares where he comes from? In this instance, I know why. If he wasn't #1 option for the Steelers, I could see why after having that conversation 1 or 2 times with Art Danny Omar that he said, oh, this guy's the one. Because you just felt it through him. McCarthy, and now me watching that with him specifically, I think it does mean something.
Mark Abali is going to join me for a full hour later on in the show. Sounds like he thinks that McCarthy, being a Pittsburgher, put him over the top, and this is where he belongs. Because Pittsburgh is who he is. That's what McCarthy told Pat McAfee today, and then went on about the J&L Steel plan and did an interview for the Steelers website where he talked about all the success the teams had here in the 70s and wasn't just talking about the Steelers, started talking about Pitt in 76 and the 71 and 79 Pirates. I agree with Roethlisberger. You cut the guy open, I do think he bleeds black and gold. But, you know, they've done this before. Our teams have done this where we've gone with local guys, and it didn't there was a huge groundswell of excitement over having somebody come back home as the prodigal son, and it blew up in their face. Now, Cowher's an exception. So I guess the Steelers with these moves are 1 for 1, but the best coach they ever had was from Cleveland. All right, so I don't think it should matter, but Mark thinks it did, and I wonder if it matters to you at 412-928-9370, because the point Caballi is trying to make there is he thinks that the way McCarthy articulated his thoughts in his life as a guy from here swayed people and won them over. That it was not what he said about the Steelers offense, not what he said about Aaron Rodgers or Will Howard, not what he said about his vision for the team or what he likes in coaches or talking. It's the essence of Mike McCarthy. It's the way he sounds. It's we're going to start the parade at 1137 Greenfield Avenue. It's choking up when he gets asked a question about what he had to say to his mom and dad when he found out he was going to get the job. That's what makes people now think he's going to be a great coach here. 412-928-9370 is how you join the show. Let's go back out to the lines. Here is Johnny in Connecticut. Hello, Johnny.
Andrew, how you doing? How
Hey,
you
brother.
doing,
Good to
brother?
talk to you. I'm good, man.
I'll tell you right now, Andrew, I've been a Steeler fan since 1978, and I'll tell you this. I don't give a flying rat's ass where the guy is. But he could be from Pittsburgh, Columbia, the moon. I don't care. What I care about is bringing in a guy that can restore and rebuild our football team and, more importantly, our defense. Because I'll tell you what, we all know the formula. Super Bowls, defense wins Super Bowls, so that's what I care about. And more importantly, there's a pride factor there, being a Steeler fan for so long. Like, I loved when our defense would get on the field.
But you're not from here, though, right?
No, I'm not from there, so it's a little different. But that still doesn't mean I'm not a Steeler fan.
Of course not. Yeah, I hear it. Thanks. I hear it in your voice. Right. Like, I don't think you're any. Now, it would be hypocritical of me to adopt a new take on this, having, living here now and then becoming a gatekeeper. That would be totally ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think that. Is Snoop Dogg less of a Steelers fan than the guy who lives down the street from you here in Pittsburgh because he adopted the team in California, or any of these people that become Steelers fans because it got passed down from one relative to another? I don't think so. We're all part of this massive community. That's base is here. That's home is here. And it's also where McCarthy grew up. And so it makes sense that a guy who calls in from Connecticut says, I don't care if he's from the moon or Moon, PA. Here is Paul in Washington. Hello, Paul.
Andrew, how are you, young fella?
Paul, do you miss Malsey today?
You mean Mr. Blue Chew?
Yeah,
Come
Mr.
on,
Blue
that
Chew.
guy did me dirty out there in Greensburg. I'm going to tell you that right now. I should be sitting there beside you, hosting it with some real black and gold feelings. I don't care if the guy's from frickin' Timbuktu. As long as he restores order, he wins games, he wins playoff games, but most of all, he bleeds black and gold, and he brings number 7.
Thank you, Paul. Here's Chris. I'm out here in Monroeville. You can come see me if you want. Here's Chris in Clairton. Hello, Chris.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I wanted to come at it from a little bit of a different angle, in that
by all means,
the pressure can be greater being from Pittsburgh. Are we talking about that with the Penguins goalie Skinner? It was good for him to get out of Edmonton because there was so much pressure on him.
100%.
So if the Steelers start losing and there's fire McCarthy chance, I think the pressure builds more on somebody from here, and that's an angle not many people
unless the first caller said he gets more grace. We cut him more slack because he's from here. That's what the caller brought up with Wanstead with Pitt. We look the other way. We ignore more.
No matter who the coach is, because of where we're at now with how long it's been since a playoff win and everything. I don't think McCarthy's going to have as much grace as maybe if the Steelers were coming off a long playoff run or something and Tomlin just stepped down.
All right, Chris, thanks. So far we've been on the air now for a half hour. Caballi's big spiel was, I'm a guy who grew up in Bell Vernon, and I thought, I don't care where the coach is from. And then he heard Mike McCarthy talk, and it changed the chemistry in his brain. And now he does think it's a big deal that McCarthy's from here. Does it matter to you? Are you happy the Steelers head coach is a Pittsburgh guy? 412-928-9370. Speaking of great Pittsburgh guys, Nick Farabaugh, what a tremendous job he does on the Steelers beat. He's down in Mobile for the Senior Bowl, and there's all kinds of scuttlebutt down there. There are two places where all kinds of rumors happen in the NFL, the Senior Bowl and the Combine. And so Nick's down there. He's going to tell us who the next Steelers offensive coordinator is going to be, what people inside the NFL are saying about the McCarthy hire, who everybody thinks is going to be their quarterback now. If the Steelers are scouting quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl, are they good with what they've got with Howard, Rudolph, and Rodgers coming back? So he's going to touch on all that stuff with us next. And your calls, too, at 412-928-9370. You can follow us on Twitter. You can watch us there, too. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's Charlie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops in action tomorrow afternoon when they are down in South Carolina to take on the 22nd ranked Clemson Tigers. Tip-off scheduled for noon. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 11:30. For more, we're going to 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 83 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. The Senior Bowl's down in Mobile, Alabama. Second time Mobile's been mentioned here in the first 35 minutes of the show. That might be a record. 58 degrees there right now for Senior Bowl practices. Kyle Lewis, the pit linebacker there. A couple of Penn State players, too. Quarterbacks like Diego Pavia from Vanderbilt, who I think measured in at like 5'8" or 5'9". I left him off my Heisman ballot and caught a little bit of crap for that. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Nick Faribaugh is in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Nick, give me the hottest Steelers rumor you heard down there. Let's make it, for starters, let's make it about like the coaches, Mike McCarthy, the staff he's putting together. Give me hottest Steelers coaching rumor you heard down in Mobile.
Yeah, there's a few of them. You know, a lot of the talk, it became pretty clear when we went down there, you know, that Patrick Graham was going to be hired. That was the start of the week, kind of where that became quite clear. And then the OC talk picked up. And, you know, I think the Steelers are looking at a few different camps. You heard about Linda Wells. He's coming in. I believe he came in yesterday to interview for the Steelers. There's a lot of buzz around Scott Tolzien, and that's been the name that's popped up often and time again when I talk with people about the Steelers' OC job. He is the quarterback's coach right now with the New Orleans Saints. I talked with him after practice yesterday. He did confirm that he is interviewing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was coaching down there through Saturday, the Senior Bowl game, so he probably won't come up, say, till Sunday at the earliest, probably early next week, more likely. And then there's this other name, and it's Brian Ancelio, who is the pass game coordinator and tight ends coach for the Minnesota Vikings. And it seems like Tolzien and him are 1 and 2 right now on that board for the OC job. And I think that that's where Mike McCarthy wants to go. And that is really the kind of young, youth-driven part, guys that maybe are first-time coordinators where he's trying to find that edge there on the offensive side of the ball. And they're both really intriguing names that are highly thought of around the league, the guys that I've talked to.
By the way, this is Fair Game with Faribaugh. Usually these questions are phrased in a way that asks Nick if an opinion is fair or not, but I'm having a hard time finding a way to word the questions that way to start the interview, so we've gone off script a little bit and we've called some audibles. What was the biggest Steelers draft rumor down at the Senior Bowl, watching practices, the buzz around the Steelers in the draft, Nick?
Yeah, so, you know, when I was trying to kind of buzz around what the Steelers could do in the draft, it's a little tough because we didn't know schematics and all that until really later in the week when Patrick Graham got hired. But the one that I heard that perked my ears up, and I heard it multiple times, which is why it perked my ears up, is the Steelers, they like Ty Simpson. That's the one that perked me up. You know, I know that there's been a lot made of the connection to Garrett Nussmeier, and I understand that, especially, you know, Tolzien's coaching him this week. But there was a lot of Ty Simpson buzz around the Steelers. And then the other buzz for the Steelers, it was either Ty Simpson or, hey, they might go big game hunting at wide receiver. Those were the two big ones. And so I think, you know, they like Ty Simpson. I think they like what he does in terms of his accuracy. I think they like his pre-snap makeup. I think they like what he does just in terms of how he can kind of take on a lot offensively, and Mike McCarthy's offense is a lot on the quarterback. But the other real rumor was, hey, they got to fix this wide receiver room. And I'm not talking, you know, second round. I'm talking, you know, the Kai Lemon, Jordan Tyson, Carnell Tate, Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion's here, a first-round wide receiver. So those were the two buzzy things about the Steelers draft-wise, and we'll see which direction they end up going with as we get closer. But it certainly seems like there's going to be a boost to the offensive side of the ball, if I had to guess right now.
All right, now I have to apologize for some ignorance here because I'm getting caught up on the Senior Bowl and the practices and what went on. It's not, to me, obviously a front burner like it's been the last couple of years because of the McCarthy hire and the coordinator searches and stuff, Nick. Was Simpson at the Senior Bowl? Did he practice? He was not. Okay.
He was not. Well, he was there, actually, but he was in the stands watching with Kalen DeBoer one day.
That's weird.
For his teammates.
All right.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. But he wasn't there. Nussmeier was there. He was the best quarterback there in terms of just draft stock-wise.
Yep.
Guys that were there, like Sawyer Robertson from Baylor, Kalen Green from Arkansas, Cole Payton from North Dakota State, and Luke Altmaier from Illinois. Not a lot of buzzy names. We didn't even get Carson Beck, who I thought definitely could have used the opportunity. But yeah, no, Ty Simpson wasn't there. But it was just interesting, to hear people around the league and people that were at least adjacently connected into stuff like this just talk about how the Steelers really like Ty Simpson. And he's on their radar.
Wow. Well, what do you think that says about Will Howard?
Well, I don't think it says, that they don't like Will Howard, and I think they do. I just think the Steelers are in a state with their quarterback situation where it merits them taking a shot on a young guy every year until they get one. And I think that is an organizational philosophy that's starting to become a thing. It is, if there's a guy we like in the fourth round, we'll take him. And maybe he's nothing, but you have 12 picks this year, so you can afford to use one on a quarterback anyways. And Simpson, I think there's this thought process that Simpson's a slam dunk first rounder. And, people I'm talking to, I'm not, necessarily certain he is a lock to go in the first round. We'll see how things go throughout his process at the combine and his pro day. But, I wouldn't always say that necessarily that's going to be, the pick of 21, for example.
I mean, he didn't play like a first rounder at all. I mean, he was awful, I thought, the last couple of games of the season.
Correct. And it's part of the reason I heard down here about Ty Simpson and the reason he played badly was because he was just hurt. I think he had a bad back. He had rib issues. He had a leg issue. But also, in your 1 year as a starter, if you couldn't hold up in the SEC durability-wise, how are you going to do it in the AFC North? I think there's real concerns there. The Steelers like him, but I think it is, a type of cautious like, and they got to see how it all vets out. So just because they love, Ty Simpson, I don't want people to get the impression that that's the first-round pick. They could easily take him, in the second round. I think that is honestly a thing that where Ty Simpson could fall to that point. So, I do think the Steelers here kind of quarterback focused, but there's not necessarily a quarterback they love. And Will Howard, I mean, honest to gosh, if he was here at the Senior Bowl this year, Will Howard would have been the best quarterback by far. So I don't think that there's a guy that's even necessarily going to usurp Will Howard. If they take Nussmeier, I'm not instantly going to be higher on Nussmeier than I am on Will Howard.
Watching Nussmeier at practices, where do you think he should get picked in a draft?
I mean, I'll tell you what. Not everyone's going to agree with my opinion on this, and I know that because I've talked to people about it. I legitimately think Garrett Nussmeier wasn't even the best quarterback in Mobile. I thought it was Luke Altmaier from Illinois, who really wasn't on my radar much at all, but he just kind of did the right things. He showed off good accuracy. He made the right decisions. He won from the pocket. He's mobile enough. Nussmeier is just limited in a lot of ways. The tools are way more average than maybe you'd think. I don't think his arm's massive. He is the son of a coach, so he's very smart. I think that's the good thing with Nussmeier is I don't think you have to do a bunch of above-the-neck work. So the hardest part of the job is kind of there with Nussmeier, but he's not really that mobile. The accuracy, it wanes down the field. He doesn't really deal with pressure very well. He drops his eyes. I have concerns about Garrett Nussmeier's game, and I don't think he looked very comfortable out there in Mobile. I thought Altmaier was the best quarterback here, and so, I would take Nussmeier early day 3, somewhere in that realm. I wouldn't spend a day 2 pick on him, that's for sure.
All right, Nick Farabaugh making his way back from Mobile. How long of a drive is this?
Yeah, I think it's a 14-hour drive now. I am in Bristol, Tennessee, so I'm about 6.5 out. I stopped at Buc-ee's. That isn't always a staple here in Tennessee. You got to do that. So it is a long drive back, but it is one that is fun. I get to see areas of the country I never see, so I appreciate that part of it too.
Okay. Wow. All right, Nick Farabaugh, everybody, Steelers Insider. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks for having me on.
Yep. I dropped the fair game thing with him. The gimmick, we'll bring it back next week. But I'm hoping that these are the biggest smoke screens of all time with Ty Simpson. Numbers look great, 28 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. 1 year as the starter at Alabama. I was just completely unimpressed by watching him in big games at the end of the year. Georgia SEC championship, Oklahoma, first round of the playoff, even though they won. And then the Indiana game, he ultimately got benched in because the offense was that bad and they were out of the game. And, yeah, I get it. Indiana was super duper good. Indiana shouldn't be that much better than Alabama, that it's 38-3 and the guy doesn't play the last half of the game, second half of the game. Oh, my God, I hope that does not happen. But, the Steelers propagandists will say they'll come up with some excuses for Ty Simpson, and the Kool-Aid drinking Steelers fans, even though they hate it now, by the time we get to May, will talk themselves into him being the next Joe Namath, because that's what some Steelers fans do. I don't live life that way, but I know some people who do. But that's, I'm not trying to be fan police, but maybe I am actually with the way I'm sounding. All right, that did not put me in a good mood, the end of that interview. Coming up next, all right, let's transition to Will Howard. Let's hear the latest from Mike McCarthy, another interview he did today talking about the potential of one Will Howard. We're getting you in on the conversation, too. I'm asking a pretty straightforward question. Do you like that Mike McCarthy is from Pittsburgh? He reiterated that again on McAfee's show. Are you happy that the Steelers coach is a Pittsburgh guy? 412-928-9370. Does it matter to you, yes or no? Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. I'm going to tell you guys right now about Comer and Cross. Yeah, I had somebody over to fix my furnace today. My furnace, and we'll get to them later, furnace just was on the fritz. And that's not a great, pleasant conversation when your wife wakes you up at 5:30 in the morning and says, the heat's not on. Ugh, brutal. Thankfully, we had somebody come over and they trekked through the garage. I'm getting back to Comer and Cross here. The person who came to fix the furnace came to the garage and they made a comment. Wow, this is a beautiful garage floor. And I said, yes, it is. I'm in a state of panic right now, but I got it from Comer and Cross. And their concrete floorings, premium job. This is not a fly-by-night group. This is the gold standard. They got it done in one day. They moved all the stuff out of my garage. They'll do that for you even in the winter. And you can lock in your preseason price, too, and also lock in the date it gets done. When they tell you they're going to be there, they're there, and they're in and out. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fans, Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Gerken Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today.
Hey, it's good to be back with Taylor Fournier from Jeep of Pittsburgh. Taylor, during your Start Something New sales event, what's the big difference?
Bob, it's pretty simple. You bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. Within minutes, no waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet. If you haven't tried us, stop by or give us a call.
Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Yes. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins and Rangers tomorrow afternoon at PPG Paints Arena, 3:30 face-off for the winners of 5 in a row, the Pittsburgh Penguins. Also tomorrow on the Fan, Pitt Clemson tip-off down in South Carolina is at noon. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy, it's the PM team.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That's my foundation, developing quarterbacks, and I can't wait to work with Will Howard. It's important to have a complete understanding of, who he is, where he is, and, what his starting point and the fact he's winning the year, too. I love that. I love getting guys in their first or second year because I've felt that's my experience has been you can make the biggest impact. And I look back at the guys that I was able to work with them in the first and second year. I take a lot of pride in what we were able to accomplish and what they've done moving on from there,
Hey, everybody, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's a Friday edition of the PM team. Mike McCarthy keeps yapping. Today is like a media tour day. He's going through the media car wash, talking to the rights holders. That's a term we use in the sports media industry. Those are the people that air the games. So he did an interview with Pomp for Channel 2, did an interview on the Steelers radio flagship, did an interview with the Steelers website. The Steelers' own in-house organ media arm today. All of these things now new opinions or opinions that might vary somewhat from what he said at the press conference, still on the same topic, but he's expanding, saying more, things like that. We're reacting to them today. And that was him talking about how he can't wait to work with Will Howard. I mean, all of the things he says about a 6th-round pick who was a rookie last year are gushing. Mike McCarthy has talked more about Will Howard than he has TJ Watt. Think about that. We have no idea. I mean, we can assume that Mike McCarthy's a TJ Watt guy, right? I mean, I know he's not coming off a great year by Watt standards, but I think it's probably self-explanatory that Mike McCarthy would like TJ Watt, but we don't know how much he likes him. We have not heard him offer up an opinion at all on the Steelers' best player. The Steelers, Aaron Rodgers is a slam dunk Hall of Famer, but the guy who's closer to his prime and is absolutely headed to the Hall of Fame, we don't know where Mike McCarthy stands on him. I mean, somebody could have asked, and maybe Pomp didn't, we just haven't heard it yet or seen it yet. Somebody could ask, hey, TJ Watt is making a lot of money coming off kind of a mediocre year. Your thoughts on him as a part of the Steelers' foundation or nucleus? And he's not going to rip the guy, but maybe from his tone or how he would talk about it, we could discern or maybe figure out just how committed he is to him or even Cam Hayward. Here's a guy that's 36 years old. We don't know where he stands on 2 linchpin all-time great Steelers players who are on the roster. We know that he loves a 6th-round pick who didn't play even in the preseason last year. And we knew that even before Mike McCarthy opened up his mouth and started talking to fans, because Art Rooney told that to the Steelers website last weekend. And I just feel like the quarterbacks here had a lot to do with McCarthy getting the job. McCarthy's the one guy that can lure Aaron Rodgers back for an extra year while the Steelers figure it out. The Steelers are trying to figure it out. They don't think this Ty Simpson bombshell is a bit of a monkey wrench in this, but they went into this season thinking, or this draft thinking, hey, there's going to be an abundance of quarterbacks, and plus the draft is here. This is going to be fantastic. We're going to pick our next franchise quarterback in Pittsburgh, so let's just go with Aaron Rodgers for 1 year. He's even said he might retire. We'll try that on for size. It doesn't work. All right, we'll be back here in April for the draft, and we'll find our franchise quarterback then. And funny thing happened this college football season. Most of these guys sucked. Most of these guys had really bad years. Ty Simpson came out of nowhere to pretty much make himself, by default, the second best quarterback in this draft. And now I got to hear Nick Farabaugh driving in Bristol, Tennessee. I wonder if he's going by the racetrack there now, on his way from the Senior Bowl, telling me, yeah, the biggest draft buzz note I got on the Steelers is that they really like Ty Simpson. Well, I'd rather not use a top pick, first or second round pick on Ty Simpson and take my chances with Will Howard, knowing full well the odds are pretty much stacked against Howard to be a good quarterback in the NFL. But I am intrigued by him, not nearly. I thought I was bullish on him and kind of just keeping my fingers crossed based on what he did in the college football playoff in 2024. And it sounds like the Steelers have the same view, actually a more extreme view of him, where they're even more hoping and praying that he's going to work than I am. And I think that Mike McCarthy won them over in the interview process because he told them things they wanted to hear about Will Howard and wanted to believe about Will Howard. And also, by the way, you've got a quarterback that you loved having in your facility last year, who's 42 years old, and if you hire Anthony Weaver or Brian Flores, that guy's not going to play here next year, but if you bring me back, we can lure him back for one more year. So not only, and McCarthy probably said, this is the best of both worlds. We can have Aaron Rodgers for another year. We can keep the streak of non-losing seasons going, Art. I can grab that baton from Tomlin, and we can go out there and have another winning season, and Will Howard can learn from the sidelines again. He can soak up like a sponge everything Aaron Rodgers tells him. And then we'll go into 2027, and we'll draft the quarterback then, and we'll have 2 years of Will Howard in our program, and those two guys can duke it out for the job next year. And they might not even duke it out for the job. Maybe I'm wrong about Will Howard, and he'll show us in training camp in the preseason that he's not cut from the franchise quarterback cloth. Either way, I can get to him, I can tap into him, and I can find whatever there is inside of him and pull it out and make him a good quarterback. And I can use Aaron Rodgers as a guy that will also groom Will Howard, because, man, Howard will watch him practice and he'll pick up on his work ethic and footwork and tricks of the trade and all those things. Pat Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith, and Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre, and who knows, maybe he doesn't turn out to be a franchise quarterback if not for the time he had watching. But these are things that McCarthy was able to sell the Steelers on in the interview process that Brian Flores and Anthony Weaver couldn't have possibly said. And if they did say that, it wouldn't have gone over as well, because their quarterback backgrounds are vastly different than McCarthy's, and frankly, not as successful or impressive. 412-928-9370. The Will Howard fascination and obsession that the Steelers have, do you share it at 412-928-9370? Let's talk to Sean and Moon. Hello, Sean.
How you doing?
Hey, man.
I think it's a bad to almost terrible hire. And I'm sure you guys talked about it. It just seems like the Rooney's panicked for sure. And they know that this thing's going to crash. They just don't know if it's going to be a catastrophic, like mushroom cloud or a controlled crash. But having a Yinzer pilot in this pile of junk makes it just softens the blow.
I think they're delusional. I disagree with you. I don't think they feel like they have a mess and that they need a fall guy. I think they believe they've got a team that's a coach and getting through to the right quarterback away from competing for Super Bowls again. I believe that. You don't? You think they feel like they stink and they just need a Pittsburgh face to put on it, to slap on it? He's gone. Let's go to Caleb in Puerto Rico. Charlie already did the weather when I brought on Faribaugh. Hello, Caleb. Caleb, you're in Puerto Rico right now? I just buried the lead. Is it nice there right now? What's the weather like?
Yeah, it's in the 80s.
Are you on vacation or do you live down there?
No, I live here. I've been here for almost 2 years.
Nice. Great spot.
Yeah,
you ever go over to where Clemente grew up?
Yeah. I mean, my kids actually play soccer right next to the stadium where, the team used to play for.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's awesome.
The same person.
Yeah, what do you got for me, brother?
Yeah, so I could care less, if he's from Pittsburgh or not. I just think that, whenever they made the hire, it was actually around my birthday, and I was so pissed off about it. I wasn't happy about it at all. But I think over the past couple of days, I've actually thought about it a little bit more, and I kind of think that it's a good thing, that he's the coach. He's on a 5-year deal.
Yep.
And, they have a specific thing that they want him to do. They want him to get a quarterback developed, and so the pressure's on him, and him also being from Pittsburgh as well. I'm sure he has some pressure put on himself there, but I don't want them to bring Rodgers back. I'd rather that they go with Will Howard or somebody like that because the best thing that could happen is for them to know whether he's the one or not. And I wouldn't waste any draft picks on him this year. I would just load up on whoever else they need. And they definitely need some wide receivers and some other positions as well, and then they can go the next year.
Yeah. Thanks, Caleb. Enjoy 80-degree weather in San Juan. You want us to talk about your birthday being depressing? That's saddening to hear that. I'm jealous of you, and now I'm envious of you, and I'm taking it out on you. I have been very interested in seeing what Will Howard can do since the second the Steelers drafted him and wanting there last year before even Rodgers came here. I wanted there to be an opportunity for him to get on the field even in his rookie season. And then he got hurt and Rodgers came here, so that those doors got slammed shut, locked shut, barricaded, closed. I mean, all those things. But as we've gotten closer to this reality of him playing, it's been a weird thing for me. Like, I'm getting some Will Howard cold feet. I still want it to happen. I still want to see him play. But I'm becoming less and less convinced that he's going to be good. And I think the reason why it's happening this way is because it's like a doth protest too much thing. Like, I'd rather the Steelers, because you do this with rookies. You want them to be seen and not heard. I'd rather them kind of downplay and not really promote or make it I'd rather have them allow for Will Howard organically to come to camp, play well, same thing in the preseason, and get the job than on the front end of things before he does anything. Tell us how great a 6th-round pick is. I don't even think the Steelers have talked this, fondly and excitedly about some of their first-round picks over the years before they played. And, that makes me think the opposite about Howard. Man, why are they – what are they doing here that they're trying to get us so amped up and hyped from the outside that he's the real deal? Now, I don't want them to – I don't want to hear from sources that the guy can't play. I mean, that would be bad too. But this, ripping off of the curtain, hey, we're going to do something we never do. We're going to tell you honestly how we feel about one of our very young players who you've barely seen play. And let me tell you this, he might have been drafted in the 6th round, but he's really more like a top 10, top 20 talent. Maybe it's just the way I'm wired, but it makes me even more skeptical about Howard. And I was the one that was not the Howard cynic. That was Malsey and that was Donnie. I wanted to I still believe that he might be good. And there's no doubt, I'll say this as far as an uplifting message on Will Howard's future. There is a much better shot he pans out and turns into something under Mike McCarthy than Mike Tomlin, which is one of the reasons why I'm not killing this hire like a lot of other people. I'm probably closer to not liking it than liking it, but I'm not any of these people. Like the last guy, his birthday was ruined over it. No, I'm not even. I was in New York City for my birthday when I found out the news, and it did not prevent me from having a good time whatsoever. Okay, Bryant McFadden is next. B-Mac, two-time Super Bowl champ. I believe on CBS Sports, when the hire became official, he waved a terrible towel. That's how excited he was about Mike McCarthy. We'll see if he still feels that way, what he thinks the plan should be at quarterback, what he thinks of some of these assistant coach hires, all that and more coming up. Text is on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Person you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it comes your way at 310. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Let's get to another Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins victorious last night at home against the Chicago Blackhawks. Final score was 6-2. Sidney Crosby with 0 points, but they still scored 6. Maybe they're for real. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Villapone.
Yes, Mike's Beer Bar. Do you like beer? Uh-huh. Do you like hanging out with your friends? Uh-huh. Do you like having all the sporting events on while you do it? Uh-huh. You're going to get that at Mike's Beer Bar. 300 beers from all over the country at Mike's, 500 beers from around the world, and 80 rotating taps of great craft beer. It's all there at Mike's, including great dining options like steak on a stone, wings, the Inzer wrap. The steak wrap is really good, too. That's a favorite of Donnie's and mine. So get over to Mike's Beer Bar. If you're going to the hockey game tomorrow, go to Mike's and then take the T to the game and don't pay an arm and a leg for parking and don't sit in traffic. Meet me at Mike's today.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. There's an obvious place for Giannis to be traded to, Golden State. The Warriors are still trying to hold on to the past while Steph Curry is in his prime. Giannis may be the only lifeline they have to still try and win a championship. Sell the future. Try to chase and win with Steph. Giannis in the Bay would work, and it might be the only lifeline Steph Curry has. I'm Chris Black.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this football season unforgettable and just in time for the big game. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your betting experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets, take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today and make the big game this year one to remember. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at WaylandExteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Book us. 2men and a junk truck.com.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Today, it's actually frigid in the beer garden, but I'm still enjoying a Trogs Blizzard of Hops IPA. Blizzard of Hops was created to toast the hop growers around the world for another successful global hop harvest. This storm of hoppy orange peel and pine notes with slivers of pineapple serves as a bright reminder that the end of the hop cycle is only the beginning. With a slightly hazy golden straw hue, Blizzard of Hops blankets the palate with an array of hop flavors and finishes clean and dry with 6.4% alcohol by volume. Blizzard of Hops pairs well with dry-aged beef ribeye, aged sharp cheddar, smoked salmon, green curry, or even lemon meringue pie. Let's toast winter's bitter bite with a Blizzard of Hops IPA from Trogs Independent Brewery in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Available wherever better beer is sold. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some traffic back you up on the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates, and the Parkway West outbound seeing delays from 2nd Avenue. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
You can listen to us on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. If you can't get to 93.7 FM in Pittsburgh, you've got the Odyssey app to listen. You can watch on X. You can watch on YouTube. You can watch us where we are right now, Studio B, Bowser Chevy. Beautiful facility. They built us out here. All right, my next guest, I believe, draped a terrible towel over his shoulder and might have even twirled it on live television after the Mike McCarthy hire was made, and that is two-time Steelers Super Bowl champ Bryant McFadden, who joins me right now on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You're that bullish on this hire, huh, B-Mac?
Well, you know what made me feel really, really good watching the presser with Mike McCarthy being introduced was just the genuine love he has for the organization. I knew he was a Pittsburgh guy. You know, in terms of the area. But I did not know he had that significant of a love for the organization. And with him just getting emotional, I think that was genuine. With him just sharing his praise for the organization, that was genuine. And he is personally, emotionally invested into the organization. And before he became the head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers, when he was coaching the Green Bay Packers, when he was coaching the Dallas Cowboys, that love was always there. So that's a different investment, right? It's not just a professional investment. This is his love. So not too many times in your professional career when you're a coach, you have the opportunity to coach your childhood team, favorite team. And he's doing that. And I know he's going to do everything in his power to make sure this is a successful opportunity for him while he's there in Pittsburgh.
I am shocked you believe that. I am stunned by that.
What?
For the record, yes, I am. I'm taken aback that a professional athlete would have that opinion. Because it's hard for me to believe, like, let's say you grew, I don't know if this is true, like, let's say you grew up a Dolphins fan. If you were signed by the Dolphins, would you have played harder for them than you played for the Steelers or the Cardinals because that's the team you liked when you were 10 years old? I mean, that seems like something a fan would say, not a two-time Super Bowl champion.
No, I'm not saying that you would give a different effort, but it just means different. It would be the equivalent of me becoming the head coach for Florida State than me being the head coach once upon a time for Tennessee. It's two different things. It's a different love. No question the competitive nature in you wants to go out and compete and be at your very, very best.
Yes.
But it hits different. It hits differently.
Now, but do you think that makes him more qualified and better for the job, is what I'm asking you, because of what you just said about those ties to the Steelers organization?
I mean, to be TBD, to be determined, right? Is he more qualified? Clearly, he has more experience than any other coach they interviewed.
Yep.
And clearly, he fit the mold in what the Rooneys want to have this team look like moving forward, especially on the offensive side. Now, will it work out? We have to wait and see. But I'm just saying, from just the emotional ties that he has with the organization, man, it's a different investment. You know what I mean? It's a personal investment along with a professional investment. To the point, the example you shared with me, yeah, if I played for the Miami Dolphins and I grew up in that area, if I coached the Miami Dolphins, it's a different investment if that was my favorite team growing up. It would be, all right, like, let's put it like this, right? I played for two organizations while I was in the NFL.
Yep.
The majority of my career was with Pittsburgh, 1 year with Arizona. Let's say I was a coach and I coached Arizona. Okay, yeah, I like it. I played out there 1 year. But let's say I became the head coach of Pittsburgh. It's different. That's what my love is. That's who I root for to this day. I don't root for the Cardinals. You know, I wish them well, but you guys know who I rock with, right?
Right.
So if I'm the head coach, if I was coaching Pittsburgh right now, just knowing how much I love the organization, it is going to hit different. Now, would I give Pittsburgh more of an effort than the Arizona Cardinals? No, I'm not saying that. But emotionally, I will be more invested.
But you have to give someone a chance to love it. Like, you did not grow up a Steelers fan. You had to get into the Steelers universe and into their locker room and into their ecosystem and into their nation to feel that way. You didn't just have that feeling about them prior. You know, like, that's why it means something to you. But if they had said, well, B-Max from Florida, here's a guy from Pitt who played the same position. Let's take the guy from Pitt because he grew up here. I mean, no, you don't do that. You take the better guy.
Wasn't Mike McCarthy, didn't he grow up in that aura, in that Steeler aura, right? Didn't he grow up in it? Wasn't he all the way intertwined in it?
Yes.
So that's the same thing, in my opinion. It actually means more because I didn't grow up a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I was a New York Giants fan. I was a Lawrence Taylor fan. That was my favorite team growing up. But when I got drafted, no question, I became a Steeler, and now that's the only team I cheer and root for in the NFL. But it's different for Mike. Mike, when he came out of the womb, he probably had a terrible towel wrapped around him.
100%.
It's different.
All right, let me ask you about the Aaron Rodgers decision then. It sounds like he wants him. It sounds like the organization wants him. It sounds like the locker room wants him. It sounds like the only thing that would keep Aaron Rodgers from coming back here in 2026 is if Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to play football anymore. What is your thought on a McCarthy-Aaron Rodgers reunion in 2026, B-Mac?
I would love it. I would not have an issue with that. If Aaron wants to come back and play, yeah, I would. I would because, honestly, man, Aaron Rodgers wasn't the Achilles heel for our team last year. He wasn't the reason why things didn't go as best as accordingly. Honestly, he played good football, in my opinion, considering the lack of playmakers in the offense. So if Aaron wants to play again and he's highly motivated like he was this past season, I'm all for it because, like I said, right now, who is option B, right? And if option B isn't better than option A, what are we doing, especially if option A would like to play, in my opinion. But I also love what I heard from McCarthy in that presser. Clearly, he will welcome Aaron Rodgers back with open arms, right? But if Aaron decides to call it quits and get ready for his Hall of Fame campaign, he's already taken a liking to Will Howard.
Yes.
So he understands the options at the quarterback position. So he took this job knowing potentially it could be Aaron. If it's not Aaron, I've seen enough in Will Howard that I believe there's something there where he can take this team and lead in a direction in which they need to go.
So watching Aaron Rodgers last year and watching him score 6 points in a playoff game, watching the Bills game, watching the Chargers game, you think, okay, this is not an Aaron Rodgers problem. This is a supporting cast issue and maybe a coaching issue that is now resolved by Mike McCarthy coming here. You don't think 43 years old, too old to play. If you have Aaron Rodgers, you can win the division again. You can beat the Bills in the playoffs. You can beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. You can beat the Texans in the playoffs. You can beat the Patriots in the playoffs. He gives you a chance of doing all these things we haven't done now for almost 10 years, B-Mac.
Considering the other options, I think so. But also, too, we got to let's talk about the elephant in the room. What playmakers do we have in the offense? Like outside of DK Metcalf, what
Freiermuth, the running backs?
No. Wide receivers.
Oh, we have one.
One.
Yes.
We have one. So if you're telling me an older quarterback is going to battle with the same personnel, especially at the wide receiver position, good luck. Good luck in doing the things that you just named for him to do. Heck, it wouldn't happen with Will Howard. We just saw Buffalo fired Sean McDermott because they couldn't get over the hump. But also, too, we also heard throughout the entire year, the issue for Buffalo was they lack playmakers. They have a bunch of number twos at the wide receiver position. And last time I checked, Josh Allen is younger than Aaron Rodgers, and he is elite, more elite than Aaron Rodgers. So what can an elite quarterback do with no playmakers?
Well, he doesn't. Yes, but Rodgers doesn't have no playmakers. He has Metcalf. He's got at least one.
Yeah, but when you look at our wide receiver room, right? When you look at our wide receiver room, in 2024, we thought the wide receiver room was bad with George Pickens. 2025 might have was worse. Help me out. I understand process elimination, but help me out. And I'll do this one. I'll do one better for you.
No, I think it was. I think it was slightly better last year. I don't think by a lot, but I think it was slightly better this past season than 2024.
That's what I'm saying. But that says a lot. Think about
I know it does.
Out of all your days rooting for the Pittsburgh Steelers, for our listeners, if you're not a Steeler fan, if you're just in Pittsburgh, you incline to the roster. When has our wide receiver room been this bad?
Well, they were known for drafting wide receivers, so it hasn't been. I mean, look at all the guys that came through here in the mid rounds who ended up being good players. Mike Wallace, Antonio Brown, Emmanuel Sanders.
Don't throw those names out there because it makes the current situation look even much worse. Playmakers. So to your point about Aaron Rodgers, can Aaron Rodgers do everything that you talked about doing, winning division, competing in the playoffs? No, not if DK Metcalf is the only proven playmaker at the wide receiver position. No.
How would you feel about Will Howard being their quarterback next year? You like that idea?
I would be okay with that. I had this discussion a few days ago, and they were like, well, with the 21st pick, would you want Pittsburgh to draft a quarterback? I say, heck no. No. And they were like, why? Why not?
Well, is Fernando Mendoza falling to 21st? Was that the scenario?
Exactly. I'm like, Fernando's going number one. He should. Outside of Fernando, there's a bunch of question marks at who's the next best quarterback. It's a watered-down quarterback draft class. Very, very watered down. And the last time the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted a quarterback in a watered-down year was Kenny Pickett, and we saw how that played out. Like, I understand, Pony, you talked about Ty Simpson and this. No, I'm not taking no Ty Simpson.
Well, we have an update on that. Charlie, do you have the audio of what happened at the Senior Bowl for BMAC? Can you play that for him? Let's hear it.
But the one that I heard that perked my ears up, and I heard it multiple times, which is why it perked my ears up, is the Steelers, they like Ty Simpson. That's the one that perked me up. Now, I know that there's been a lot made of the connection to Garrett Nussmeier, and I understand that, especially, Tolzien's coaching him this week. But there was a lot of Ty Simpson buzz around the Steelers.
A lot of Ty Simpson buzz. Oh, boy. That's from a Steelers reporter at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, okay. So my question would be to this, and I'm just talking, this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying I'm right. This is my personal opinion. Ty Simpson only had 15 starts in college football. 15 starts. Now, he played really good football in the first half of the season, kind of tapered down in the second half, in the latter part. But outside of that, when you look at quarterbacks who had minimal starts in college football, Trubisky, Anthony Richardson, I mean, those guys kind of struggle. Not to mention, if you look at Will Howard's last year at Ohio State, I would say Will Howard had a better collegiate season, his last season, than Ty Simpson.
Yes,
I definitely would say Will Howard had a better collegiate career than Ty Simpson. Even when he was at Kansas State, he was productive.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me you're thinking about taking Ty Simpson, a guy who, in my opinion, there's a lot of reservations with, at 21, how much better is he than Will Howard right now?
I don't think much better at all. That's why I don't want to touch it with a 40-foot pole. I don't want Ty Simpson.
And I agree with you. I'm saying I don't think Ty Simpson is that much better than Will Howard right now. And I said Will Howard had a better final year than Ty Simpson. Now, he had a lot working with, but he played high-level football. So if that's the case, if the consensus feel like how you guys feel, there's not a big gap of separation between Ty Simpson and Will Howard, then why don't we invest that 21st pick in another position.
Amen. How about a wide receiver? How about a playmaker? There you go.
No. I don't want that either. You know what?
No?
If we're going to get a wide receiver, no, Pony. If we're going to get a wide receiver, get someone who is proven. We got cap space.
All right, give me a name. Numbers. You want to bring George Pickens back? Give me a name here. What do you want? Mike Evans?
We're not going backwards. We're not going backwards. But let's see what's up with A.J. Brown. Let's see what's up with A.J. Brown. Alec Pierce is going to be a free agent. He's going to be a free agent. He's a guy that can take the top off of coverages, right?
Would you trade your second-round pick for A.J. Brown?
That's a good question.
That's why I asked it.
I know how we like to do business. I understand he can be, friendly in business. Let's see what a third rounder take. Let's see a third and something else first. Let's do that. Can we do that? Let's just see.
All right, B-Mac, great chat. We'll talk again soon. Goodbye.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Brian McFadden, ladies and gentlemen, CBS Sports. He wants Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy back. Well, McCarthy's already here. He wants Aaron Rodgers back. And he blames the supporting cast. How about you? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. That's where you can watch the show. We're brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, my favorite spot. Fan Beer of the Month, Penn Breweries, Penn Pilsner. Proceeds benefit the National Down Syndrome Society. We'll be back in 60 seconds with a Charlie Borges. Wait, what? Yes, Charlie has the Donnie Football debrief today. Then Mark Caballi, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops in action tomorrow afternoon when they go down to South Carolina to face the number 22 ranked Clemson Tigers. Tip-off scheduled for noon. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on The Fan at 11:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mulsey.
Hey guys, Mulsey here. And the saying goes, new year, new you. Well, I've got one that's not quite as smooth or quick, but it's much more important, I would argue. How about new year, new home upgrade? Especially if that home upgrade you've been thinking about is your windows. If they've been drafty, you are probably feeling it right now, both in terms of energy bills and in terms of comfort, i.e. bills are too high, comfort not where it should be. Let Universal Windows Direct help you with all of that right now and take advantage of their great January offer. It's buy 4 windows and you get 4 free, plus 0% interest financing for 60 months, and you'll get $1,000 off your entire project. Universal's windows have their exclusive Super Spacer technology. Long story short, cold air stays out, warm air stays in, your energy bills stay lower, your house gets more comfortable. Pretty easy to understand, right? Don't wait on this one. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, I am live at beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. That music means it's time for a Donnie Football debrief. Problem is, Donnie hosted from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So, pinch hitting today is Charles Josephine Borges Jr.
Close.
Chaz?
The debrief, 1:30, 2026. I got 2 things for you, Mr. Filipponi. For the first time in his National Football League career, Joe Flacco, a Pro Bowler, which means that the Cleveland Browns have had 2 Pro Bowlers this season. Joe Flacco was named to the Pro Bowl earlier, about a half hour ago. This was his first nomination to the Pro Bowl in a career.
How many people had to say no? Right? Like, can one of the Schefters or Pelisseros dig in on that? How many guys did they have to ask and they said, nah, not really into it, before they got to Flacco, who, because of what you just said, was like, wait, I've never been a Pro Bowler before. I'm a pretty good quarterback. Let me try this on for size. It'll be fun. I can bring my family and kids and make a vacation out of it. Did they have to get 10 no's, 12 no's, 15 no's, 20 no's Do they even do it by AFC, NFC anymore? So was it a bunch of AFC quarterbacks who had to decline it? Is it open to the whole league? Where is the Pro Bowl? I don't even know where they do it anymore. Is it this weekend? If so, what time is it? Why is it that we always bitch about the Pro Bowl being a waste of time, because it is, but then we get the TV ratings back and it's like, oh my God, more people watched the Pro Bowl flag football game than watched Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final? What is wrong with this country? Yeah. Joe Flacco, Pro Bowler. And like 35 million people are going to watch it whenever it is. Is it Saturday or Sunday? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the more surprising thing is that he's never made a Pro Bowl before. Like, even where do you think the Pro Bowl became a mockery of what it actually became? Like 2016, 17?
No, I think longer than that. I think it was a mockery for a long time, and then it became a mega mockery, and now it's a magnificent mockery. Like, it just keeps getting more and more and more outrageous. Yeah, I'm surprised he's never been a Pro Bowler before, because you'd think in these years of guys declining and not wanting to do it that he would have stepped up and done it before. I don't know how. I don't think he has many what I would call Pro Bowl eligible seasons. To me, a Pro Bowler at the quarterback position is where you one of the 3 best quarterbacks in your conference for that season. And I bet if we go year by year with Joe Flacco, we're not going to find a season in which he was one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the AFC unless we factor in what he did in the postseason, which doesn't count for this exercise, because he was blocked by
Brady, Manning,
Roethlisberger, Rivers. Those would be the top 4 off the top of my head. And then you'd have random years where there might be 1 or 2 guys that had big statistical seasons, and he didn't really have any like that. And it's like, and I will also say, because there are not enough quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame, that he is a Hall of Fame quarterback, in my opinion, which people get mad at. But there's so many people bring up all pros. There's only 1 first-team all-pro quarterback every year. There's 5 all-pro offensive linemen. There's 2 running backs. There's maybe 3 or 4 receivers. We don't give quarterback all-pro awards the way that we do other positions. And I feel like all-pros and collecting all-pros are really what get guys into the Hall of Fame now. I think more like in my Hall of Fame, based on the way they do things, Matt Ryan's in, Phillip Rivers is in, Eli Manning is in. It's the most important position in football. More guys from that position should be in the Hall of Fame. If you're good and you're good for like a decade plus, you should absolutely be a Hall of Famer, and that's Joe Flacco's career in a nutshell for me.
I would agree he's in the Hall of Fame. Super Bowl MVP.
What do you got for number 2?
It was the breaking news before we took the show that the Vikings fired their general manager. I'm going to butcher this name.
Do it anyways. I want to hear you try it.
Kwesi Adofo-Mensah? Close?
Queefy?
Kwesi.
Oh. That's what I thought you said. I know we're not in the same studio with each other.
No, I did not say that.
I thought that's what you did say, and now you're trying to pretend like you didn't say that because you know that
in what I said.
Yes, I think you did do it that way because you think it's funny.
I did not.
You're not slipping that by me.
You're putting words in my mouth.
No, you
I don't
did
appreciate
that
it.
because you thought it would make me laugh,
Kwesi,
and I am chuckling on the inside right now because I know what that means. And no, it's not a quiet fart. It's something else. And I thought that that's what it was, a quiet fart, and I found out it was something else.
When did you find that out?
Like 10 years ago.
Did you find that out the hard way?
I was in my 30s. For my entire 20s, I thought that that was a quiet fart and not what it actually is.
Anyway.
So I think in my 20s, I would emit a quiet fart and I would call it what you just called this man's first name. And people would look at me funny.
I didn't
but
say
nobody
that was
would
his first
correct
name.
me for it. Yes, you did.
No. There was no F in what I said.
You only did this as a second topic so you could say that as his name and get me going on this. Right? That's the real reason.
Well, if you're listening, rewind it on the Odyssey app. All you have to do is search AUDACY in your app store, and find this chapter. Well, he got fired anyway.
Who?
Adolfo Mensa, the general manager from the Minnesota Vikings. Would you like to know his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first-round picks that he selected as general manager?
Not really. No.
I mean, it could be a reason why he was fired.
Yeah, at this point, I'm still hung up on the pronunciation of the man's first name by you. And I don't think I'm going to be able to. No, I can't move on from that now. You're going to talk about these draft picks, but
I'm going to ask a question that hopefully can get you back on track because your ears were in the gutter, and I did not say the thing you said that I said. Is this a job that Andy Weidel could look at? And should the Steelers...
a job Andy Weidel should look at? Yes. He's a man that wants to be a general manager in the NFL, and one of these jobs just became open. Absolutely. He should be looking at it. Is he going to get it? If your point is that the failing of the Minnesota Vikings is that they have not drafted well, hiring someone who's the backbone of his career as a football man is in building draft boards and having success at that, both with the Eagles and the Steelers, then yes, he should garner serious consideration for that job. But I think the GM job, is going more and more away from just classic football people, and it's like baseball. I think it's going now to people that have backgrounds that are split between like maybe more finance or cap related, plus the football side of things. And that probably makes it more difficult for Andy Weidel to get one of these jobs. Like if Andy Weidel could also say he went to Yale, I think that would help him. But he didn't. I don't know where he went to college. I'm sorry, Andy, if you're listening or if someone who knows you is. So, yes, I think he would be a tremendous candidate for this job, but I would bet a lot of money he doesn't get it. But good luck to your friend Queefy is what you actually refer to him as.
I did not say that.
Happy trails, my friend. All right. Thank you for that, Charlie.
You're welcome.
You just invented a debrief topic to try to blow up the show.
No.
That was your goal today. You chose violence when you woke up this morning. All right. Mark Caballi next. Mark Caballi is going to tell us about everything with Mike McCarthy. Is he going to hire Scott Tolzien to be his offensive coordinator? Does he really like Will Howard as much as he's making it out to be? Why is it that we only know about Mike McCarthy's opinion on Will Howard and Aaron Rodgers and like nobody else? All kinds of things to discuss with the big man, the top Steelers insider from the McAfee Show when we come back. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Super Bowl's in Santa Clara a week from now, and right now it looks like at kickoff the temperatures will be in the low 60s, which is about 60 degrees warmer than it is. Is it that low here? What is it right now? It is, it's not on this sheet. Oh, I don't know. Look in your car and it'll have the temperature in it. All right, we'll be back in a flash. We're live at Studio B. It's the PM team.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
Bob, the running game went to pot that year, didn't it? Come on, Bob. Give me some credit.
I laughed. I gave you. What do you want me to do?
It was just a little tiny chuckle.
Because I've heard these kinds
aloud.
of things.
I think Bell and Blunt had a joint agreement, Bob, to be the Steelers running backs.
Oh, shit.
Jeff, did you like that?
I'm enjoying these jokes.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Chris Mack, here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Patriots offense has scuffled in the postseason despite reaching the Super Bowl. 18 points per game, 4.35 yards per play, less than 178 yards passing per game. Drake May's dinged up now, and they've got to play the Seattle defense. New England's averaged fewer than 15 first downs per game in the postseason, under 17.5 right now at BetMGM, essentially even money. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
The Remodeling Expo is coming this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to Acrisure Stadium in the UPMC Club. And parking is free directly across from Gate B in Gold Lot 1. Find everything to remodel and update your home. Meet hundreds of the top home improvement experts who can give you guidance and ideas. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. Explore the finest exhibits featuring kitchens, baths, and custom remodeling, roofing, siding, energy-efficient windows and doors, plus much, much more. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it's all at Acrisure Stadium. Get ideas, get free estimates, and get started on those repair and remodeling projects you've been putting off. Plus, enjoy free parking in Gold Lot 1. Shop, compare, and save big on everything home improvement. The Pittsburgh Remodeling Expo, this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Acrisure Stadium. Enter at Gate B. Visit PittsburghRemodelingExpo.com.
Ready to trade the cold for some sunshine in baseball? Join AAA Travel for the ultimate spring training getaway in sunny Florida, March 19th through the 23rd. Round-trip air transportation, airport transfers, and a welcome drink at the beautiful Rumfish Beach Resort on St. Pete Beach. 4 amazing nights in paradise, and catch the Bucks in Toronto from reserved party deck seating at Lecom Park. All of this and more, all for just $1,995 per person, double occupancy. Spaces are limited. 1-800-354-8761 or contact your local AAA office today.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
This evening into tonight, the cold temperatures remain. We could be going into record territory with a low tonight of -9 under partly cloudy skies. Come tomorrow, temperatures remain cold. Highs are only going to find their way into the mid-teens. And after starting off at 0 on Sunday, we'll climb into the upper teens. We're warming up. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
You'll be hitting your brake lights around the county jail on the Parkway West outbound as you try to leave the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, tomorrow afternoon, the Penguins host the New York Rangers 3:30 face-off celebration of the 2016 Penguins Stanley Cup championship team, a reunion. Jim Rutherford back in town for that, as a matter of fact. His first time back in Pittsburgh since he left. Pitt and Clemson, noon tip-off on the Fan tomorrow. Pitt travels to take on number 22 Clemson. Pregame at 11:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. Live from Studio B. It's a football Friday with the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I've spoken to Aaron a number of times, but I think just like anybody that played the game a long time, particularly at this point of their career, I mean, it's important to get away, and so that's a normal process. I think it's important for all these players to decompress and step away from the season, and that's really the mindset that he's in, and that's really about as far as our conversations have gone as far as if he's coming back or not coming back. I think it's important for him to do the things that he normally does, just to step away and to make those decisions. You're talking about every player on the roster. I mean, obviously it's a constant as far as the communication between Omar and I, and he always has the roster board open in his office. So we're talking about these players a number of times a day. Just make sure that I'm getting familiar with them and just continue to have a conversation about the direction we want to go.
Mike McCarthy on with Mark Caballi's boss, Pat McAfee, talking about Aaron Rodgers, who else, and how Mike McCarthy didn't just reach out to Aaron and say, hey, I'm the Steelers coach now, how you been? Multiple conversations with Aaron Rodgers per McCarthy. Mark Caballi now brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. I can't see Mark because I'm at Studio B, but he is the only person you see right now on our video stream. So smile, Mark. You're on that candid camera all by yourself right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Big
an
deal.
interesting view I'm looking at right now.
Of me?
Oh, it's just of me.
Oh, yeah, you can't. Oh, so you can't see me either. We can't see each
not
other,
now.
Charlie? So I can flip you off right now and you wouldn't see it.
Nah. I can't see anything but me. I'm looking in the mirror.
Mark, when was the last time you flipped somebody the bird?
Every time I get in my car and drive to the Fan studio. You ever drive on 51 before? That makes people, I'll be honest with you, Pony. That's probably the only acceptable place to do the old flipping of the bird, right? In the car. When you don't just see it randomly walking down the street.
No, you don't give it. You're saying you don't give an in-person bird. You don't look someone right in the eye and say, hey, buddy, take this, a double bird.
Only if you're in a vehicle. I've had that happen before. People pull up next to you and shoot you the double bird. Like, okay, hi, and they just drive off. You're just not walking down the side of the street and somebody flipping you off. I guess it is socially acceptable in the car still.
I've never given somebody the middle finger as a driver in my entire life. Not one time. I've received
And you're from New York?
I've never given it out. I've received plenty. You know where else you see it, Mark? You see it at sporting events. Like opposing fans come out of the tunnel, they get the birds from kids, especially in Philly. You're going to get bird action there. So those are the two spots, I think. All right, so we just heard McCarthy. Why would you talk to Aaron Rodgers multiple times if you weren't trying to cajole him to come back and play here? Maybe that's not even a persuasive device. You're just staying in touch with him because you think you're going to work together. That's how I receive that. That's how I take that today.
Yeah, I just don't think there's been a decision made.
No, I don't think so either. But if you don't want Aaron back, or you think Aaron doesn't want to play here, I don't think you talk to him multiple times like he admitted today.
Yeah, I mean, what it is, he probably called him up, wished him good luck and for getting the job, and keep in contact with him. I don't know, is calling actually picking up the phone and calling, or does that mean texting, communicating? Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I think we all see where this is going. I think he will be their starting quarterback unless he comes to some kind of decision over the next month that he's just done with football 100%. So I don't think this is him basically saying he's coming back without him admitting that he's coming back. What I've heard a lot of is they're expecting him to come back. What's the word I'm looking for? They are under the impression that he still wants to play, but until you sign on the dotted line, you just never know, especially with Aaron. How much money does he want? I don't know if that would play into anything like that, but I don't see any downside to it, to be honest with you. I mean, bring him back for another year, that's fine with me, considering what you have out there on the market and in the draft this year.
Yeah, but you're a guy that's fine with them going 10-7 and losing playoff games by 24 points. That's what Donnie told us the other day. You think those are good seasons. You think you think belt to ass playoff games are thumbs up seasons. I don't get that.
But I just don't, because you think of the opposite right there. A lot of people do believe, and I think Starkey's one of the front runners of this, is if you crap the bed and go 4-13, that you're all of a sudden getting Drake May. Maybe you have a better opportunity to draft a quarterback, but there's no guarantee that quarterback's going to turn into Drake May rather than Josh Rosen,
right?
Somebody like that.
Okay, so, fine. But Mark, if you trust Mike McCarthy's knowledge and acumen when it comes to quarterbacks, wouldn't you feel better about evaluating those guys than when you did when it was Mike Tomlin doing it?
Okay.
And getting it right?
Let's just say hypothetically they tanked this past year, 2025.
Sure.
And they got the 9th overall pick, 8th overall pick.
Yep.
What good would it have done this year?
Nothing for this year. I agree with you.
Because
there's only one quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. At the beginning of the year, we thought there was going to be 5. Next year, we think there's going to be 6 or 7.
Let me ask you this question: Do you think Mike McCarthy's good with quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think he is.
So do I.
I think he can identify. He has enough history of taking mid-level guys and making them into quality players. Then he has that opportunity. He's shown that he could take that high-level guy.
I agree.
And just lift them up too.
So my thing with you is you like Mason Rudolph. Why wouldn't you have? It would be better for them to let Mike McCarthy work with Mason Rudolph and make him into a good NFL starting quarterback than it would be to play a 43-year-old. There's no future with a 43-year-old. There is with Mason Rudolph or Will Howard.
Yes. Okay. I agree with you.
So then the best case scenario is not Rodgers coming back.
No.
It's what I just described.
This is what I'm getting at. Now, you talk about a bridge quarterback. We're talking about a bridge quarterback to who? At this point, they're pointing out to Will Howard, right? Who do you want teaching Will Howard Mike McCarthy's system more than Aaron Rodgers? Who do you want him to just be around and emulate. And McCarthy said that. Part of that developing that quarterback is, hey, look at what number one does. See how number one plays his game and prepares. If that's the case, and you have Will Howard just shadowing, for lack of better terms, Aaron Rodgers for a year, and who knows if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt? Who knows if he even, plays out the entire year? He could have, what did he do? Missed 2 games this year?
One against the Bears.
One. He probably should have missed another one, that Buffalo game. But you have a guy who can go in there like Will Howard. The only downside I see to this is, say in early September, you really notice that Aaron Rodgers just totally lost it all. He's awful. And they're afraid to pull the trigger to Will Howard or Mason Rudolph.
They wouldn't do it. If they bring him back, he's their starting quarterback for the whole season.
That's the one downfall I would look at if that would occur.
But Will Howard just watched Aaron Rodgers for a full year. Why does he have to learn from him for 2 years?
Different system, probably. It's going to be the McCarthy system, right?
That's right.
Don't you want a guy who was with him for 13 years saying, hey, this is how we do it? That's the way I'm looking at it. Plus, you add that into the draft stinks and the free agency stinks. I don't see a harm that bringing him back for, if he wants to come back for $12, $13 million. Again, I'll take him over Malik Willis. I'll take him over, if you're going to try acquire Kyler Murray for $40 million or
well, wait a minute, though. But I don't understand. But okay, but let's go back to last year. Wasn't it a mistake that they went with Aaron Rodgers over Sam Darnold? Clearly. I mean, absolutely was a huge mistake, right? I mean, it has to be. One guy's in the Super Bowl and just outgunned Matt Stafford.
Okay.
Right?
Well, okay. I'll play devil advocate on that one. Do you think the Mike Tomlin staff could have got that out of Darnold, or is that more Clint Kubiak?
No, I don't. Well, clearly they don't think Clint Kubiak's system's that great if they won't even talk to him about a job. Right?
Well, what I'm saying is there's no guarantee that Darnold would be as good as he was if he just came here next year. Maybe Mark, if you had Mike McCarthy leading the way, that's different.
Yes,
maybe.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying – that's why when you just say, I don't want Malik Willis or Kyler Murray, why though? If the idea is you have a quarterback whisperer now as your head coach, why wouldn't you bring in a guy that has potential and hope that he gets more out of that quarterback than he did at his last stop? Like, do I think Mike McCarthy's a better quarterback whisperer than the Cardinals head coach last year? Of course I do. So why wouldn't you want to see what he can do with Kyler Murray versus what he can do with a 43-year-old man? If the cost to get him's not that high.
Yeah, that's the thing. He have a $17 million roster bonus coming up and $23 million base salary? I still don't like going down that route. Kyler Murray I think he's obviously the number one overall pick, but I don't think he's like the Baker Mayfield. I don't think he's had enough success to
Mark, he's in Arizona. Outside of Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer, they've been a disaster franchise since your dad was baking bread and watching football. They might be the worst.
You don't have to tell me, my man. I was a big Cardinals fan growing up, so I know the Tim Rosenbaums and the Neil Lomax and the Jim Harts.
Exactly. I don't know why you were. Maybe because you were a St. Louis Cardinals baseball fan and you adopted them, but they're like the worst franchise in football history. So why wouldn't you? Yes. Why would
Jake Plummer?
Yeah, 1 year. They beat the Cowboys, then got blown out by the Vikings. I mean, they are an awful, awful franchise. And you've got a guy that you think works well with quarterbacks, and we're seeing talented quarterbacks leave bad organizations and get better with superior coaching. And you have that guy now, allegedly. I think you do.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any description of taking that chance. I mean, I think money would have to play something into that point, too. If you can tell me you can get him on the cheap, yeah, I'm not kicking him out the door. I would take Kyler Murray over Malik Willis. I can tell you that. Plus, how long does it take to fix a guy? Or is he unfixable at this point? I mean, when he took over for Packers, I mean, Aaron Rodgers still had some success early before that. Same with Dak Prescott. It's not like he had to rebuild a guy. Kyler Murray seems like a guy that's broken and need rebuilt and would take more than just a year to do. So
I mean,
there's a reason, Tony. They
Colts-
keep pumping up Will Howard. There's a reason for that. They must really view my way more than anything else that Rodgers can make him in. Rodgers/McCarthy can make him into a legitimate quarterback, or they wouldn't keep bringing it up.
I agree, but I don't know. I have a hard time trying to figure out what they're basing that on because he barely practiced or played for them last year.
Intangibles.
Right? Intangibles? They said that about Kenny, and I was wrong about that, and so were you.
Oh, I was really wrong. I might have been more wrong than you.
Right. So, like, we've gone down that road before. Intangibles aren't winning you football.
I'm talking about the college stuff and how he played in the championship series.
He was great, no doubt.
There's no way. I'll tell you, I guarantee you cannot tell from anything he did last year on the practice field or even in training camp that he's going to be a good quarterback or a terrible quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Will Howard. You cannot tell by last year at all. So maybe it's just a glob of clay that allows McCarthy to mold him is what they like the most out of him.
But is he? Do they think he's? Well, they got to think he's raw because of what you just said. Because my question becomes like everybody wants Rodgers back. Let's say he just says, you know what, my body has had it. I don't want to play quarterback anymore. I'm done. Mm-hmm. And he surprises them. Then what do you do? I mean, is Will Howard in line to start? Is he in play to start week one?
Not as we say. You can't move forward right now like that. Absolutely not. Right now, you'd have to give, the edge to Mason Rudolph because he's been there and done that. Then you have to find somebody probably free agent wise. Mac Jones. I don't know.
So when do you think is the
Mac
earliest?
Jones or Aaron Rodgers?
So when do you think is the earliest that Will Howard can be the Steelers' starting quarterback, where they actually trust him to play him and give him a shot to be the guy?
Where they have a choice or not where they have
No, where they have a choice. Yeah, not just because of injuries, where they have a choice. Ideally.
Probably next year.
Next year,
year 3. Give him a year to show him what he can do. Then you can make a decision on which way you want to go with him because his rookie contract would be up at that point. So I think their view is to see if Will Howard could be their starter in 2027. I think that's would be the plan as of right now.
Mark, I brought this up before you came on the air. It is incredible to me that we know more about how Mike McCarthy feels about Will Howard than TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, or literally anybody on the roster right now other than Aaron Rodgers. Right?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't say anything about any of those other guys. Maybe he talked around it with their defense and stuff now, and he wasn't asked questions about it because really the thing people care about is this quarterback dilemma. But,
he did mention Alex Highsmith.
Because he was there.
I think he skipped over Joey Porter, but I didn't think he realized Joey came in a little bit later. Yeah, he hasn't mentioned any of those guys' names right now. I don't think you can read much into that. Like you said, I think most people are interested in the relationship McCarthy had with Rodgers, and Rodgers is the quarterback. But I thought you were going to say we already know more information about the guy's personality and his likes and dislikes than Mike Tomlin told us for 19 years. I thought that's where you were going to go.
Man, it doesn't sound like Tomlin didn't even uphold that Iron City beer tradition. Mark, how about that?
He probably threw it in the trash. What's up with? I like the new furniture though.
I know. How about McCarthy diming out the Steelers for having old furniture in that interview? If people missed it on McAfee, he said that he thought the furniture in the coach's office was from the 1990s, from when Coward got hired. All right.
What
are you going to say?
Pretty much upgraded a lot of their facility inside. I'm shocked at that.
I want to get you in on this coach stuff, the assistants, who the coordinators are going to be. People have already said Patrick Graham. I want to see if you agree with that. Text is on the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. Person your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Full hour with Pat McAfee, Steelers correspondent, Mark Cabali. But right now it's headline time.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins in action tomorrow against the New York Rangers. They were winners last night against the Chicago Blackhawks. Final score was 6-2 from Oregon 93.7 thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Mr. Filipponi.
All right, thank you so much. Let's talk right now, and Mark's on camera now, about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the Super Bowl. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl Sunday, and FanDuel's making sure you're in on it. If you're new to FanDuel, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count with FanDuel, because after the Super Bowl, the season's over, and football is officially done. Last call for football on FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Right now on FanDuel, Patriots, a 4.5-point road favorite in this game against Seattle. Seattle, a 4.5-point favorite. There's no road team here. We have had Super Bowls with road teams like Rams, Bengals, and Buccaneers, Chiefs, but not this one. Neutral site up in Northern California. I guess that is closer to Seattle, so maybe they're used to playing there. They play the Niners there. And so we've got a 4.5-point line in this one, and I'm loving Seattle. I really, really like Seattle in this spot. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cooper Flagg broke out last night for the Dallas Mavericks as the first teenager in the NBA to score 49 points in a game. He became the 9th player with multiple 40-point games in his rookie season. The only thing missing from the night was the win, as the rookie's final shot fell short. It's just another milestone on Cooper Flagg's way to his Rookie of the Year award. I'm Adam Abdallah.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got junk? JunkTruck.com.
Increasing cloudiness tonight, the low -9.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings, one of Mike McCarthy's favorite hangouts. Mark, if they did a coach's show with Mike McCarthy, I think it would have to be at Archie's on the south side, don't you?
You.
Was that a no, Mark, or was
I didn't know you could hear me or not.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Archie's, that would be great. Have a couple irons, like you said, two Iron Cities, and head over to Archie's, have some wings. That sounds like a couple, what was it, Bishop, where'd they go to school at? Bishop
Boyle.
Is that Bishop Boyle reunion there? Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Mark, if you were on an empty stomach and you had eaten very little, and you wanted to impress your kid, what would be like the maximum amount of wings you think you could throw down in one sitting right now at this point in your life? I know that number's not as high as it was when you were like 22 years old.
It's nowhere near high. Maybe 10 to 12. That's it.
I wouldn't be out of here. No,
I would not be able to hit the hens like Donnie does.
You're getting to 20 easy.
No, I don't know, man. You know what I would be doing? I would be cheating and, just taking the best part of the wing and taking one bite and throwing the rest of the side. I wouldn't be cleaning them off. I wouldn't be doing the old, what do you call that, the pull and jerk thing? Shove it in your mouth and pull it out clean? I ain't doing that.
You do strike me as a dad that will like get on your son's ass if he orders wings and tries to do like a couple of quick bites and throw the rest of it there without cleaning it.
That's the way I would get to 20. Nah, you get older there, Pony, it catches up to you real quickly. And you're like, wow, I'm kind of full. Maybe I shouldn't have drank those 3 Iron Cities, but What you don't? What are you looking at? You're not going more than. You're not hitting double digits.
Oh, absolutely. I think I could do 30.
30 Archie's wings. You're crazy.
I do. We should make that happen. We should put a friendly wager on it. Are you going to watch the Royal Rumble there tomorrow? Is he going to have that on? Is that March?
Oh, it's 2 p.m. Absolutely. Who's your favorite to win there, Pony?
Repo Man. Is he in this year's event? How about the Berserker?
Too bad it's not Joe Hendry.
How about Skinner? Is he in it this time? All right. Is it a done deal that Patrick Graham's the defensive coordinator? People that are doing your job have told me for 6 days that he's going to get hired, but then others have said he hasn't even interviewed yet. So where are we on this?
Yeah, I think it's I wouldn't say pretty much. I haven't heard any confirmation or wink, wink, nod, nod. He's going to be the coach. I think they're going to announce them all at the same time. But, yes, I think it's really trending that way. I think he was having an interview, today? I believe it was. I'm not 100% sure on that. But, yeah, I mean, he's a guy that he's been around. He's been around a long time. He's not really –
I don't love hearing that right off the bat.
So it's really, really hard, Pony, because to sit here and try to describe if he is a good defensive coordinator. You just look at last year, and you're like, okay, you just look at the stats. That doesn't really tell the entire story. I mean, he didn't have a ton of talent, but a couple years ago, he did. I think you have to look at the scheme and what he's willing to do, and he's not going to be boxed into one particular scheme like the Steelers tend to be. They were very zone heavy. Then they wanted to go all man. Mm-hmm. You know, they did some of their cover too. Apparently, Patrick Graham as a guy is really broad in his thinking, and that's the only thing you can go to right now. I'm very excited to see a guy that can evaluate his talent and say, okay, this is what we need to be successful on this week, then be willing to change it up the next week if needed too. And that sounds like that's what Patrick Graham brings. So it's hard to sit here and say if it would be a good hire or bad hire right now until you really see his defense and what they're going to do. But obviously he has familiarity with Graham. With McCarthy.
McCarthy from when he was in Green Bay, and then he went to Miami and had the worst defense in the NFL, went to the Giants, good years, bad years. Raiders, same thing. Positives are head coaches kept changing, and they kept them on. So there must have been something about him that they liked.
Plus they're bringing in Simmons, too, which is a new, fresh look. Might not be ready for that DC job yet, but I like the way they're pairing almost the older, more experienced guys with some of the younger guys, the Simmons and the Grahams, maybe the Tolzie's and the McCarthys on the offensive side. I really like that way. It seems like this staff is filling out right now.
Mark Fittipaldo kind of went viral yesterday with us. You know, Ray's
so
not
Donnie, I see.
Yeah, Donnie. Do we think we know where Donnie got that scoop? I have a theory. Do you have a theory?
You know, people, you'd be shocked at the people that like message you out of the blue, like, where's this coming from? So it could be anybody, but Donnie's not a guy that just throws stuff out there, right?
No, he's not.
So
I thought he might have talked to you, was my initial theory, and that he was using you as a source.
That'd be one heck of a source.
Just the
That'd be a lame source, man.
Well, the reason why I initially thought it was you is because the person said to him, Aaron Rodgers is coming back, so shut up and stop complaining about it. And I could see you saying something like that to him.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that to Donnie. I might say that to Malsey.
No, but what was I completely lost my train of thought here on this now because we're vamping about sources and where things are coming from.
Something about Fittipaldo viral, right?
Yeah, Fittipaldo went somewhat viral because he said yesterday, hey, they're going to have a bigger coaching staff. They're going to add more coaches under McCarthy, which made me start to think maybe it was Mike Tomlin's decision that they had such a small coaching staff, Mark, and less to do with Art Rooney, believe it or not.
Yeah. It all depends because Tomlin liked to use those offensive assistants, right? Now, if those guys can get like regular titles, maybe they're just, rearranging the old decks on the old coaching staff, right? Instead of having offensive assistants, defensive assistants, younger intern type of guys are having like real jobs for them. Let's just wait until it all plays out. Let's count the numbers up right now. But it looks like it when you're adding guys like, like a Jason Simmons. I mean, he's just not going to be thrown in there, right? I mean, that's where it looks like a guy that's going to have an extra role, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's going to be. If it is, it might be by a player or two, a coach or two, but I don't think it's going to be
anything dramatic.
Rivaling some of, some of those are out of control in the league. They have 28 assistant to the traveling secretary type of job, right? I don't think they're going down that route, but I can see them adding another player.
Do you think Tolzien is going to end up their offensive coordinator?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I really do. He played for McCarthy a couple years. I think 13 through 15 maybe. Really smart. I hear about Tolzien. He was a very hard worker. Once again, he's a guy that bring a different view to it. Yeah, so I think that is definitely the guy they're going to hire here whenever they
done deal
make it all finalized.
Do you think it's a done
Which
deal?
would be good. Another quarterback eyes, right? So you got Art, you got McCarthy, you got Tolzien. So
I think he did a good. I mean, look at the Saints quarterbacks this year. They had good seasons, especially Chuck, and he was
how much
second-round
was
pick.
that Kellen Moore, or how much was that Tolzien, though? Right?
No doubt. But I mean, if Mike McCarthy's going to take credit for Joe Montana as a quality control coach in 1994, I think Tolzien should get some credit for this.
Hey, McCarthy did a heck of a job with Steve Bono in that strike year, or whatever year.
Or as our voice guy called him, Steve Bono, when we were counting down days to the start of the Steelers season.
I think he was 13-3 that year, Steve Bono.
But then they got beat by the Colts in the AFC divisional round. That was in 95, Mark.
Yes.
Remember you told us in 95 you were drinking beers, was what you were saying.
The funny thing is, I remember this game because if I recall, was that like New Year's Eve or something? New Year's Eve? If it was New Year's Eve, which I think it was, I was heading out to the old Peters Wildlife right by the fan studios later that night.
That place? Tell me about Peters Wildlife.
It was sort of like your Chauncey's, Donzi's of I don't even know what that's called up there now. Right by the they tore it all down where the Giant Eagle was.
Yeah,
right before,
over near
you
the
get
mall.
off the exit to go to the
the Parkway Center Mall.
What's that?
The Parkway Center Mall area?
Yes, Parkway Center Mall. It used to be a dance club. A lot of Steelers and Penguins would hang out there. So
in Cavalli,
apparently. Francois Leroux was beating me up one time there.
What happened there?
I might have been inebriated.
Was it a double bird?
I didn't double bird him, but I probably was inebriated and probably just was
being a smartass.
Yeah, I think I went up to him and said, "Yeah, this guy's tough. He kicks everybody's butt." And he's just glaring at me. I'm like, "Uh-oh."
Speaking of name calling, somebody called in and really read Mulsey, the riot act, yesterday.
Oh, that's rightfully so.
Do we have that, Charlie, for Mark? I think it's labeled in my folder, Caller Tom. There's somebody with Tom in capital letters. Do you see that, Charlie? Tell me when you get that.
You have evidence of that, Mulsey, moral Mulsey. And I don't even want to talk to you, dude, because I don't even like you. And you're so fake. It's ridiculous. Mulsey watches podcasts all day and then brings those people's takes onto your show. He's fake. Hey, he's so trendy. Mulsey's a bum. Mulsey's a bum. Yeah, you go with whatever trend Mia Times is going with. Wow. You don't know much, bro. You don't know too much. You're a Cleveland Browns fan, too. And everybody knows.
Yeah, it got uncomfortable, Mark. It really did.
That guy had some bass in his voice. He wasn't happy.
No, how
did Mulsey react to that?
Well, it was interesting. He called the guy a jackass, and then the guy got mad that Chris was he said something to the effect of why are you being mean to me? And then I butted in. I'm like, well, did you hear what you just said about him? All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Cavalli with us, Steelers insider Pat McAfee show. We'll get some of his reaction to what's coming out of the Senior Bowl as far as Steelers scouting, and no coach down there anymore now that Mike Tomlin isn't a part of this staff. Maybe he went down there and just watched for fun. Quick timeout. We're right back as the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops in action tomorrow afternoon at noon when they travel to South Carolina to face the Clemson Tigers, number 22 ranked in the country. From Morgan 93.7thefan.com, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
All right, let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. Yes, I was telling the story earlier that my furnace was not working, not functioning, which is a problem when you hear the weather guy say the low is going to be -9 degrees. And so I needed to get somebody out to my home ASAP to fix that. And they traversed into the home through the garage, and they saw the nice garage floor. And a compliment was made about how beautiful that looked. And that put a smile on my face because it justified yet again the tremendous decision I made, yes, me, not my wife this time, to go with Comer and Cross. And now we have a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. When spring and summer get here and we finally get out of negative Arctic conditions, I am going to have a big get-together in my garage where there is beer and there are sausages and things of that nature. I don't know why I said sausages. That gets awkward. But anyways, yes, we're going to get together there because you can hang out in that space now that there's an amazing floor. Gleaming new floor. I already said that, too. This is the gold standard. This is a great company. It took them one day to get the job done, actually less than that. And voila, I had a brand new garage floor, and they took all my stuff out, like the refrigerator I put in there. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERCross.com.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side. It's Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold games. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion. Every Monday through Thursday is wing night at Archie's. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the fans.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, for those of you watching our video feeds on YouTube and X, you see Mark Caballi, not me, from the Pat McAfee Show, Steelers correspondent. You introduced yourself that way when you asked Mike McCarthy a question at the press conference on Tuesday. Did you get a little wink from him? Was there a sidebar conversation after that? Did you feel like you guys were kindred spirits because you sound alike and you both have had the same boss this past football season?
Sound alike, look alike.
I didn't say that. Those are your words, not mine.
Hey, they whisk him away like the president of the United States after his inaugural speech into the back. It was hard to even get a. There's, I guess, behind the Champions Club, there's like a bar area and whatever. Yeah. So, no, but he did do a little second take when I said Pat McAfee Show. He's like, and then, he kept it together. But no, I haven't been able to, we haven't been able to talk to him one-on-one, say, hey, how you doing? Anything like that. No. So, I tell you what, I mean, it was an impressive press conference, if you ask me. I don't know.
Well, you were blown away. I mean, you sounded like you were moved by it. I mean, I heard you with the midday guys, and you almost sounded whimsical. Here is Mark Caballi, big tough guy who's come on the air with us and said, I drink beer. I was trying to get laid. Shut up. Stop asking me these stupid questions. And you were talking about, we just played it earlier in the show. Oh, I don't think it matters where you're from. And then 2 seconds later, you said, but with this lone exception, I am so happy they hired a guy from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he had me believing, man. I am not a big guy. Well, he's from Pittsburgh. That's why they hired him. I think that's goofy. I never understood what that really meant. So you're breaking your own rule here. Yeah, I am. I did break my own rule here, unless he has me fooled completely. But I'm not the only one, right? I mean, I think a lot of people went from this guy's a bum, I want him out of here, till, hey, I'm going to give him a chance. Do you get that same feeling? I got the same feeling.
We didn't when we went on the air right after the press conference. We probably took 3 hours of angry calls who were more upset with the football comments he made than they were heartened by and impressed by the Pittsburgh emotional things that
Aaron
happened
Rodgers
there.
won.
The Rodgers won. The comment, here's the other thing that just drove me nuts. Like, talking about how the defense has been so great. We're not going to mess with the terminology and language. We've been running the same defense since 1992. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I'm like, people don't want to hear this. They've given up more. They give up 30 points in every playoff game. They were probably the most underachieving Steelers defense of all time last year, Mark, based on what Tomlin said before the season started. They don't want to hear it's going to be same old with their defense. I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be careful, too, because you don't want to alienate some of your defensive people who are going to return right away. So you pretty much have to be positive about everything at that point. I mean, how much did he really dive into the problems the Steelers had defensively? He was probably from him growing up in Greenfield, 1137 Greenfield Avenue, about the 3-4 defense and what it means to this team. So he might have been just playing the game at that point. Once he gets down and sits and breaks down the field a little bit more, maybe that answer would change a little bit. I don't take too much from what he took from the press conference. I just take it at face value. It's a guy who's just excited to get a job, and let's not ruffle any feathers. Let's not say Aaron Rodgers we don't want him even if we do, let's just play it straight down the line. That's the way I looked at it.
Give me one veteran player, and I'm going to cheat here and say you can't give me Jonnu Smith. Give me one veteran guy who you think's on thin ice now that Mike McCarthy's here.
You mean not re-signing or releasing? Because I don't know if Seumalo will be back.
Okay, how about releasing then? How about a guy that's under contract who you think's either going to get traded or released now that McCarthy's calling the shots?
So you want me to say somebody like Patrick Queen or Jalen Ramsey?
Sure, because I think just to go off of what you just said, I think if Chris Shula had been hired, let's say, there would have been a better shot Jalen Ramsey stays because he was with the Rams. They won a Super Bowl. Like, there's a relationship there. Okay, there's no relationship between Jalen Ramsey and Mike McCarthy or Patrick Graham and Jalen Ramsey, so I do think the odds of him coming back are lower next season.
Yeah, I mean, I would fall back on look how much money he's making, but with the salary cap going up as much as it just appears to be going up, I don't know how much of a factor that brings right now, but I would probably I don't know, because you know what? You look at Ramsey, and he wasn't really in the position where he was able to succeed last year. If you're able to tell me you can put him in the slot and let him play off of that, then he's more valuable than just, say, I think, playing safety. I guess it all depends on what they bring around him. But just for salary-wise, I think you have to keep a guy like Ramsey in the forefront of, hey, he might not be coming back. Other than that, I mean, I think Watt's coming. I mean, Hayward, I think he'll ultimately come back.
Here's and I'm happy that you just brought his name up because he did a podcast since the hiring. It was not. He referenced McCarthy in the podcast, so you knew that it was post hiring, Mark. And he spent like 10 seconds on him. He mentioned him one time and then went and did other stuff. There was no like excitement. Hey, welcome to Pittsburgh, Mike. It's so cool that you're a Pittsburgher. My family's got roots here. So does yours. There was none of that. And I get he wants to be respectful towards Tomlin because he worked with him for so long. Mm-hmm. But my gut instinct on him now, just my gut, is that he's going to play for another team in 2026. That's my guess. Not like 100% or anything close to that, but a little bit more than 50-50 he's not on the team next year.
I think he needs to process it a little more. I think the time away will help it a little bit because not only did they get rid of Mike Tomlin, the guy who's drafted him and was, looked at him as the number one sounding board, right? He goes, Mike Tomlin and Hayward were, thick as sleeves, but Carl Dunbar as well. He got rid of that guy who he spoke glowingly of too. So it's a lot to process for him. I think after time, maybe
Wait,
getting to meet
Dunbar's
him.
gone? Where did he go? I thought they might bring him back. He's out?
Nah, he's gone.
All right.
I don't think he went anywhere, but I think he was informed that he was not coming back. I think that's the only position we haven't heard much of, right? A defensive line guy to come in. So as for Hayward, I think
it'll be Jim
he needs some
Tomsula. Do you know
time
him?
away.
Mark, he's
Who's
a
that?
Pittsburgh guy. How about Jim Tomsula? Have him coach that D-line.
You talk about a guy who talks more about Pittsburgh than Mike McCarthy. That would be Jim Tomsula, because I was at the owners meeting whenever he was the coach at, I guess, the 49ers.
Yep.
And every other sentence had some kind of Pittsburgh reference to it. So, I mean,
That's
I
his
don't know if he's still
expertise.
coaching
He is
where
a
he's
D-line
at.
coach. He is a defensive line coach by trade.
Where's he at?
I don't know.
where
I
he-
think he might be like in NFL Europe or whatever the heck they call that now. Wait,
The World
I'm
League.
surprised we're not getting more of these Pittsburgh guys that everybody thought about when Mike got the job. Where are your Luke Getzes and Tom
I
Clements?
talked to him today, actually, and he's the offensive assistant in Green Bay. He said he talked to McCarthy right before he got hired, but he wasn't going to mention anything that he was offered a job or anything like that. I think he would ultimately love to come back to Pittsburgh, but he got a pretty good gig in Green Bay right now. I mean, he knows them all too. I mean, Getzey knows. He worked with Patrick Graham in Vegas. He coached Tolzien in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers basically forced McCarthy to bring him back, and obviously he knows Big Mike. So he's pretty much it. If there was one guy that would be coming back, it would be him, but he's not coming back. But you can't have all Pittsburgh guys, right?
Well, that's what you said up until you heard Mike McCarthy talk. Now it sounds like you want to make the whole staff guys that go to Minio's Pizza or whatever the hell the place is that he likes.
That's not the case. I just felt that he came across a guy that was really passionate about having this job. He didn't really look like it. I think with his passion, it brings a lot of expectations, and I think that's something that he takes very, very to heart. He's not a guy that's just looking to cash a paycheck and move on to the next job.
Yeah.
You know, and this is a guy that's coached two of the most storied franchises in the league already, with Dallas and Green Bay too.
For sure. Let's get. He's coached other than maybe the Bears, based on what they did like 100 years ago. He's coached the three in the 49. Well, I guess the 49ers and Patriots too, but he's coached three of the most decorated franchises in NFL history. He's not going to the Senior Bowl. They sent Weidl down there. Yeah. Do you sense that there's going to be a shift here? Because Mike had his hands in everything. Tomlin. I don't think that McCarthy is going to just, let Omar and Andy Weidl pick the entire team. But I get the impression that the coach, at least for this year, is going to have less say when it comes to the roster construction. Do you agree with that, Mark?
Yeah, because I don't think there's enough time for him to get caught up with all this coaching hirings and everything else that he's required to do, then be able to jump in there, because you have to take advantage of. I mean, this draft class is pretty much – that's a year out. I mean, they're already probably looking at next year's prospects, to be honest with you. They're just, finishing up this year, but I don't know how you can jump in at the last moment and think that you're going to have informed decisions at this point. So I think he would eventually, they would maybe whittle down a list of players they're like, then he can go look at film. I don't know if that would be like that in the past, but I just don't see that Mike McCarthy is going to be a guy that's going to be going on the road to all these pro days and taking different guys out for chicken wings and steaks. And that's a change in how Mike Tomlin did it. I mean, look at the Senior Bowl. They used to bring half their staff to the Senior Bowl. They don't even have a staff now, so that's hard to make that decision right now if that's how they're going to do more moving forward. But
Art flew down there to watch a day of Senior Bowl practice once.
Oh yeah, that's Mark. When was that?
That was when Kenny.
That was the Kenny Pickett thing. That was the Kenny Pickett year. Yes. So It's hard to tell right now, but if you're telling me that Andy Weidl's at the top of this list, making these decisions, making these evaluations, I'm pretty happy with that.
Me too. I agree with you on that. All right, Mark, we'll let you run. Back to the pizza thing. You were catching hell on Twitter because you haven't gone to all the iconic pizza places.
I've never been to
Pittsburgh?
Aiello's. I've never been to Minio's. I've never been to, what's that place called? The pizza, whatever, Fire Station Pizza, whatever
How about
that's called.
Slice on Broadway? They bring us great pizza once a week.
I
Have you had that?
destroy that. Why do you think I come in to see Starkey and Joe on Wednesdays? The Rockaways, the Vincent's, yes, but big Fiore's guy. But I haven't hit those ones. No, I have not hit Fiore's. Minio's, Aiello's.
Would you call yourself a big pizza guy? Because if you do, if you're a self-proclaimed big pizza guy, it is a bad job by you that you haven't gone to these iconic places. Do you consider yourself a pizza connoisseur?
Yes, I'll eat all the pizza in the world, but when you have your favorites, I'm not going to go out of my way just to try
there it
one.
is. Exactly. You have
Right?
found now I agree with you. If you've found a pizza place that you love, why would you risk going to another place if you know every time you go to that pizza place it's going to be good? I'm with you on that.
I'm a Beato's guy, the cold topping one too. A lot of people don't like that. I think it's
the one
pretty
on
good
Banksville.
pie. Yes, very good. You
Now,
don't like the cold toppings?
I'm okay with it. I don't think I could eat it every time, but once in a while, it's a
No.
good change of pace.
It's like a delicacy. It's like a dessert. Plus, I'm only a cheese guy. I don't like cold
You don't like fancy pizzas.
sausage.
You don't want a
cold
fancy
sausage
pizza.
is like, nah.
All right. Weren't you a judge for a pizza contest recently?
Yeah. Last year with Bubba. I didn't get the invite back, so I must have stunk. Bubba's screwing me. He's bringing on the big timers like the mayor, and I think he's trying to get Joe Manganiello.
Oh boy!
Well, I don't fit into that group anymore, so I got booted out the door. Bubba.
All right.
Last time I go to Bubba's Burgers, I'll tell you that much.
Mark, actually, they've got amazing mozzarella sticks. Probably the best I've ever
I was
had.
there. Don't worry, I was there.
Mark, we'll talk again soon, as in next Friday.
All right,
Thank
Tony.
you.
Take
See
it
ya.
easy.
Yep. Goodbye, Mark Cabali, everybody. All right. I started the show by saying this has been Mike McCarthy Media Tour Day. He did a sit-down interview with Pomp. He did a sit-down interview for the Steelers website. He did a long interview with McAfee. So we've gotten to know even a little bit more about McCarthy's plans for the Steelers. There's a comment about what he said about expectations for 2026. I want to let you hear that. I want to get in touch with you. Open Phone Friday coming up too, 412-928-9370. We also have a Patrick Graham expert, the Steelers' new defensive coordinator, one of the greatest sports talk show hosts of all time, and just Raiders team broadcaster. JT the Brick is going to join me next hour. I love talking to him, and I made up a reason to do it. But that's actually a good one, having Patrick Graham basically be the second most important coach on the Steelers staff after Mike McCarthy. All right, quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We're live from Studio B. Bowser Chevy is the PM team.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcvay.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our buy 4, get 4 windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met yet?
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify against stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid, both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side. It's Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold games. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion. Every Monday through Thursday is wing night at Archie's. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the fan.
When you jump on the back of the bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world faced off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Brake lights backing up the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive as you try to make your way out of the city through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia, featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Yes. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, you've got a big sports weekend in Pittsburgh. No football this weekend for the first time since July, which is a bummer.